a grenade, right? Which is not lethal. It's a light grenade, right? And a camera, a femto camera. And they created this technology where you could throw this flashbang grenade, sort of, into a room, and it will send out bursts of light that will bounce off of everything like in a flash of a second. And the camera will pick up what is in the room by the reflections off of a painted wall. So the light's coming from the grenade, sort of, bouncing off of everything, bouncing out of the room, hitting a wall, bouncing back to the camera, and then the camera can basically see the silhouettes of everything in the room. Now that, then you ask the question, well, why not just throw a camera in there that has 360-degree fisheyes and you could see everything in the room? But that's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is it was cool technology that they made. And it also works on femto photography, which is like, million frame per second type stuff. Or hundreds of thousands, I don't know. Many, many, many frames per second beyond normal slow-mo cameras.
Could I ask a question? Please.
Go ahead and ask your question. I'm in a little low, though. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
All right. So you know the expression, if a tree fell in a forest and no one was around to hear it, would there be a sound made? So a conundrum that's never really able to be answered. And I was wondering if there is light without the eye, any eye. That's the question.
That's a good question. I have no idea. Somebody else go.
Well, you could cook something with light while you weren't looking at it and let's see whether it's cooked or not. But I think that would only apply to the infrared part of the light. So you'd still have to wonder about the rest. You can make photo plates sensitive without looking at it, but you wouldn't know whether it actually happened or not until a sentient observer or some type of observer looked at it, right? Or a recording device, let's say a camera that's attached to a robot. But you wouldn't be able to verify that that actually occurred until you, the human, were told by the robot or looked yourself. So the ultimate end would be a sentient observer. So you could argue that without a sentient observer, light can't manifest.
Yep.
And by the way, people have argued that reality itself doesn't manifest without a sentient observer.
Yes, the sentience is absolutely necessary for the phenomenon to exist, I think, too.
Yep. So the concept of does a tree fall in the forest, does it make a sound? The answer is, some people would say there is no tree because there's no sentient observer. Yeah. Now you say, oh, but wait a minute. If I leave a recording device, I'll come back and pick up the tape and it'll say on the tape that a sound happened. But yes, you know that because you're now a sentient observer. And people argue that reality itself backfills in for the observer, much like a video game renders. And of course, there's experiments that have supposedly, quote unquote, prove this. Quantum eraser delayed choice experiment, where they get, a single pattern or a wave pattern based on whether there's an observer or not. And they made it to where not only is it based on an observer or not, but that the choice is made after the fact of whether they're going to observe that path or not. And so it seems like the sentient observer, or the option for it to be recorded, rewrites the past.
That's what I think too. Yes. Good. Thank you.
So if you haven't studied this out, too much. There's a famous guy that used this philosophical argument to argue, well, if there's no tree, that doesn't make any sense. It seems like there should be a tree. And what would that be if there's no observers? Well, the answer is there must be an ever-present overmind that grounds the matrix in which all of these things occur. In other words, an ever-present knower. And of course, that would be referred to by most people as a God-type being. The person I'm talking about is Berkeley, who founded Berkeley College. This is called Berkeleyan idealism. So Mr. Berkeley basically said that all of this type of stuff basically proves that there's a something overmind being a God being which grounds all reality, in which all other minds and things occur within.
Can I say that I don't believe that an eye is necessary for the observation of the light. Is that kind of where she was going with it? Like you can't, you don't, if there's not, if you can't see it, if there's not an eye, then does the light actually exist? Was that where you were going with that?
Yes.
Okay, so my question would be, I don't think what I believe is you can observe using other senses, light. So I think that the eye isn't necessary because you can feel light with,
You can feel heat.
but you can
You
also,
can't feel light.
That's true.
I beg to differ.
No,
You can produce light with sound, and I think you can feel light, but
I'd be interested. I'd be interested to hear more about that too.
Hard to prove, huh?
yeah, I'm an energy worker, so I feel light. So
Is it you feel energy? It's not the light.
light is energy.
The light is an effect of the energy. It's just the same as sound is. But there's energy which comes in a vibration and a wave, and it's all at a spectrum. Visible light, and like sound. The sound waves are not really any different from light waves. They're just a different frequency.
Exactly. So knowing that there's sound, knowing that those are observations that can tell you that there's light, is what I'm saying. So you don't need the eye to actually, perceive it. You can perceive it in other ways.
Maybe it's just a problem with the statement. Like it's like I said, it's not the light is an effect. It's not the light that you're seeing. You're seeing the light from an energy. It's energy that you're sensing with your eyes. Now, with sound, you're hearing a sound, a vibration, and it's just a different frequency, but it's still the effect of another energy or a very similar energy, just at a different level, right? Maybe a different amplitude, right?
Possibly, but what would make your sense of sight more important than any of the other senses?
They're not. They're all of your senses. We have 5 senses because we need them, like in order to.
Exactly. So why would that one sense control light? Like if you don't see it, it doesn't exist.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to argue that. No, that's not what I'm saying.
The optics of the brain are the largest section of our brain. We are more optically pendant than we are through touch or hearing or any other sense. It's
correct, but when you take away one, the other ones tend to compensate.
They will.
Oh.
But I'm saying as a species, we are made that way. You rely on light, sight. And energy is interpreted by the senses, and they then are made to be real according to what the senses tell you they are. Insects and other animals perceive the energy in a very different way than we do. They don't see what we see. Their compound eyes show them a different world, some insects, than we see. An eagle has an eye that can see far more distinctive bands of light than we can. So, I mean, it's depends, I believe, totally on the organism that is perceiving the energy as to what
Exactly, which is why I think you kind of proved what I was saying. Like, it doesn't mean the light doesn't. They're perceiving the light in a different way.
Yeah, but you're calling
all
it
they're
light,
doing.
but you're only calling it light because you can see it. It is pure energy. It has.
To her point, there's light, like ultraviolet light, the ultraviolet spectrum. We don't. It's not visible light to our eyes, but it is still light that we can pick up using sensors and stuff like that. And they say certain species like sharks can see in ultraviolet, and you know what I mean. Like, it's just something that we don't have the ability to see.
I want to ask Jackie one question. You there, Jackie?
Yeah.
I'm like, so if say you're blindfolded and somebody's standing across the room in a dark room with a flashlight and they shine it on your forehead, are you saying you could feel that?
Probably after a while. Yeah.
Yeah, if it increases your temperature,
Yeah.
what you're actually feeling is an increase in temperature.
But are you actually feeling the light?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you actually feeling the light is what I was getting at. How can you actually feel light?
You can sense it. You can through feeling, I don't know, I guess because I'm just different than everyone else, but I just don't believe that if you can't see the light, it doesn't exist. It's just my opinion.
Well,
and
yeah,
I guess
I mean, you're welcome to look at it through a different lens than most. You know, like, this is what we're saying is the official bullshit, right? Like, maybe it's wrong. I kind of agree with it, though. That's the problem. I think most of us do.
What? Just because we don't see it means it doesn't exist? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah,
Nobody made that. Nobody made that assertion. Nobody said that when I close my eyes, I'm invisible.
Your volume is very low, sorry.
Oh yeah,
another
good example might be night vision, right? Like, when you're in a darkened room and you can't see shit, you can put on night vision goggles and you can pick things out. They're there. You can prove it. You can go there and pick them up. You can go pick somebody's nose. Whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. What are we arguing?
It was about her point where she was saying, like, if you can't see the light, then it doesn't exist. Like, talking about other light spectrums and things that we can't perceive.
No, I was merely pointing out that in this equation of energy, the perceiver is a vital component of
What equation?
reality. The observer. Yeah, that's what.
What equation are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. She's using equation as a colloquialism.
equation just means one thing. It's like math, you know, using constants or whatever.
I was yes. It's just I wasn't meaning it mathematically.
All right.
All right.
It's nice, you know, like language has meaning and stuff. So like it's good to like use.
Okay, Mr. Language has meaning. People use the equation as a common parlance all the time. For example, when I'm building a roof, right? There's actually no mathematical equation. I just might say, you know what? We need some cold water, right? For this equation. Where's the equation? There isn't one. It's just that we need cold water because it's hot.
I didn't know that.
See?
Sorry.
Yeah. So look, fair enough. But the thing is, before you get, too grammarian or languagean, you got to realize that different cultures have different idioms.
Of course. But I'm speaking English there. I thought you all were speaking English too.
Oh yeah. So speaking of that, when you say, okay, we say go to the bathroom or take a leak. When you go to the bathroom, what's an idiom from your home language, if you have one?
It's obviously different because I speak Norwegian, but I also speak English.
Oh, so what do the Norwegian people?
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so what does Norwegian people say?
I don't like speaking Norwegian in English, but I can try. It's jeg går til baderommet. Yeah, I mean, it fucks me up if I speak like two different languages at the same time.
I was trying to see.
Anyways, we were talking about life. We weren't talking about language.
Can you say that one more time?
Why?
Because I didn't quite hear you quite right. I'm interested.
Jeg går til baderommet.
But I was supposed to be English. What's bottle? Would you say Oma? What?
Okay, that was in Norwegian. I thought that was to.
Yeah. I was hoping to hear like the translation, like what it would sound like in English.
I'm going.
Sound like you said bottle woman. Go ahead.
Okay. So
means
fair.
like room. So that it is the bathroom.
Okay, perfect. So that is not an idiom. That's just a translation, like almost a direct word for word. So an idiom would be like, fair. That's great. I don't mind. Like that's cool. But I'm just saying, like an idiom is when you're saying like the same meaning, but you're using completely different words. Kind of like, go to the bathroom, take a leak, take a dump, drain the lizard.
Why we
cover my shoes?
Sorry. I thought the equation thing was important. I wasn't trying to be like.
Yeah, we are kind of drifting. It's just sometimes interesting. Like Americans, we like. Oh, so how does Norwegians talk? Like what? I don't know. I think that's what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing.
It's pretty much the same kind of way to speak, like in the order of verb and objects and subjects type stuff. A little bit different in some cases, but like it's mostly the same.
Yeah, cool.
Just different pronunciation and different words sound different.
I
dated
a girl when I was in my early 20s that was here on a 13-month work visa to be an au pair or a nanny, and housekeeper and all that, whatever, nanny mate, basically. Anyway, like, yeah, she was from Finland, and I know Norwegian and Finnish are similar, different though.
No. Finnish is more like Russian, and not really like Russian, but it's more similar to that. And Sami, but it's like
that was what she was telling me. Swami, like that was the name of it. Yeah.
Like I don't understand a single word what a Finnish person says. I know like some of the 4 first numbers in it, but I don't know anything else.
Okay, so I guess I was wrong. I thought because you were neighbors, like maybe it was similar. Maybe it was just my
Yeah,
own
Right.
conception.
you would think
Yeah.
so. But it's
Oh,
like completely
geez.
different to us. It looks like Russian to us in a way.
Are you finished?
I'm not Finnish.
Yeah, he's finished.
What-
All right, so moving on.
No. What is the first language? I didn't pronounce good.
He's a Ouija.
All right.
What is your first
Right.
language?
Before we go on with the personal things, I got to update you guys on my observation that we've been tracking. So, it's now later in the day. It's a little bit cooler. The sun is down a little bit. Still high, still in the sky over there. So now the same object, right? I got closer to it. And now I don't even have to lower myself in the water that much. So before it was 4 inches, now it's, hold on a second. S- 7 inches. I can be 7 inches above and it'll still disappear. Whereas before I had to go 4 inches. So did the Earth change size? I'm confused.
Yeah, so there is an observable distance change.
Dude, what if
So well played.
what if the Earth does change size? We laugh about that, but what if it does? What if it breathes? What if it heaves and hoes? You know?
Then listen.
I mean,
we've got-
the water does around
listen,
tidal
hold on.
points.
Hold on. Let's just put that away right now and say that our built form does not allow for expansion and contraction.
Hey, yeah, listen.
No, but
It doesn't breathe. Shut the fuck up. Where's the curve?
you know, shut the fuck up.
Wait a minute. Who said it doesn't breathe? Listen. And then we got to
Earthquakes.
get back to Ildiko if she wants to do it. So there is a competing tidal theory that the underwater ocean, due to whatever reason, expands and contracts. And that is what causes the tides.
Yeah, they could be correlated exactly.
But like,
That's a mainstream theory, by the way.
Listen. That is 100% observable because the tides come in and they come out, and that affects built form. But the actual land itself that we're talking about, i.e., where's the curve in the land that we're trying to observe, there's no breathing in the solid mass that we build our stuff on.
You sure about that?
Earthquakes.
Like the ground is always shifting. It's just not very conceivable to us day to day, but the ground is always shifting. And especially if you live in a northern climate, you understand this with the way your roads crack every fucking year between winter and summer. You know, like the ground is moving. Like,
Yeah.
Maybe
Fairly
slowly.
stated, but to the
And
aspect
actually,
of breathing,
the
to the
water
point
level
where
has sunk.
hold on, to the point where AI is having active, like he's noticing this stuff actively. That's what I'm saying, right? Maybe there's the two different rates. I agree. There's the plate shifting and all that stuff that happens, but I just don't see that breathing type motion happening on the solid land.
no, well, I mean, but how? What if it was? I guess. I mean, I'm being a little bit. What's the right word? I guess figurative. You know, but like, I don't mean it's literally breathing like an organism. But I mean, what if it's expanding and contracting just a little bit? Like,
I mean, the water level has changed. Definitely. Like
Where?
there are some towns in Norway where like
Okay, go ahead and demonstrate that
the old
for the
buildings
class.
are higher up, but like they are built newer buildings closer to shore, and they like say the water level was higher. For
Whee, and off we go. Hey,
Hey, can I throw something out there on top of this
demonstrate
subject? So I growing up at my parents' house in a few different places, we had compost bins. And a compost bin, when you throw a bunch of biodegradable material like banana peels, eggshells, etc., throw that on there along with maybe the grass from the lawnmower clippings or whatever from the inside the lawnmower. Throw that on there. You know, it might stack up to be 4 feet tall, but over a period of time, as it all breaks down, it's no longer 4 feet tall. It's like 1 foot tall after a period of time. And my point is the whole Earth, in a certain sense, is kind of like one big compost bin that we're all walking around on, with the ruins of past civilizations as well. We're all running around on.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't change much. I mean, I'll tell you that. Whatever it does change, it's very slow for the most part. Like, but it when it comes to micro adjustments and things like that, I think things do happen. That's why ruins become ruins. Like, structures just don't last forever. The ground shifts underneath them. Like, things settle. Being in construction, doing mostly remodels and on older houses and shit. Like, I know this very well. You know, things don't just stay solid forever. The terrain changes around it. Like, you can see the marks and shit. You know, to say it's taboo for flat earthers to think that the Earth could possibly move because the God says that the Earth is unmoving. You know, like, fuck you with that. The Earth, like, if you're talking about dirt, like, dirt fucking moves.
Yes. And also, it's nice if we are sticking to evidence instead of what we think is happening, like, you know, instead of relying on, you know, Bible or feeling.
Just to clarify that, we just claim, most of us, at least me, Earth doesn't have a consistent motion like they claim in the Helio model.
Yeah, one guy on YouTube mentioned that the Earth possibly moves in an NLM shape over a long time, because, you know, if you take a picture of the sun every day at the same time of day, it will make an sort of an 8 shape.
Go ahead and demonstrate that if you could, please.
So if, like, the sun moves in constant, like, circle in and out and stuff, but like the Earth is moving that way compared to the sun, but we wouldn't really feel that because it's, like, slow. That's just an idea and stuff.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Our eyes are closed.
Weird.
I'm not detecting your voice.
Bullshit. Okay, so architecture. Go ahead and demonstrate any of that, please.
Yeah, it was just an idea. It's not based on any evidence or anything at all.
Got it. Very honest of you. Thanks.
Architecture question for you. What do you think of a construction plumb bob?
What is that?
Pardon me? Did you just
know what it is?
Hold on. Did you just say what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guy, how are you going to walk into a chat full of levelist observers with a name like architecture and not know what a construction plumb bob is?
Because it's from a different culture.
I like architecture and stuff. I don't know a lot about it. I just like it, like pyramids and stuff.
So here's the thing. I'm going to say this respectfully to somebody who has studied architecture for 26 years now. No, 25. Sorry. I have, and I'm going to say to you, I'm edifying myself in the conversation. But look up what a plumb bob is, okay, construction plumb bob, and then I would like you to look at a plumb bob in relation to the horizon. And that's just the first lesson of construction occurring on the plateau that we live on. But it's just an observation, a tool, if you will.
Anyway,
okay.
For expediency, a plumb bob is just a string with a weight on the end of it to get vertical.
Oh, so leveling instrument.
Yeah. Well, they would call it a plumb.
I heard of plumb, actually. But not plumb bob. I haven't heard that variant of the word.
Yeah, the plumb bob is just the thing at the end of the string, basically.
Yes.
Some of them are very sharp points, and you know it all depends on the one you get.
Yeah, it's just a weight you hang on a string.
Yep.
All right, fine. So, do you have access to the chat?
Which?
our
I have access to
live stream.
live stream chat,
Yeah,
and I can
perfect.
also
So
open the.
awesome. No. Yeah, that's the live stream chat. So I just posted one of a construction plumb bob in use at a construction site, and then I just showed an archaic version, which again, as AI mentioned, it's a weight with a string with a weight on the end of it. So all I'm doing with respects to this is just illustrating the fact that whenever something is constructed, there's always the observance of level, and this is a tool that helps us orient AI, orientate or orient,
Orient, I guess.
orient. Okay.
It depends on how racist you are.
A. I like that. Nice move. Is it a capital O or a small O? Okay, whichever way, when you look at it, you just know that that hanging weight illustrates down, and then you can go 90 degrees and illustrate what level is. And that's something that's a constant we always observe, no matter where we build something.
I mean, yeah, but you won't convince a global with that, because they will say yes. They would just say gravity, you know, and they will say it like it's such a big radius that it doesn't matter, you know.
Okay, so then my counter argument to that is, why is it that when we put these sticks into the ball, we don't observe a radial fashion, i.e. the sticks aren't coming out of the ball in a radial form, they're coming out at a straight format, 90 degrees to the horizon, right? A pier on a bridge, as an example. We don't see it doesn't look like a germ, a ball with stuff coming out of it. Does that make sense? Or is it potentially the sample set that we're observing is too small to see the curve? Which I don't buy that.
I don't know exactly what you are referring to. Sorry.
Okay. On the built plateau that we're looking at, right, we always observe uniformity, i.e. up and down is always...
Yeah, it's plano terrestrial.
Pardon me?
Yeah, it's we live on a plano terrestrial realm. I mean, we live in that, yes.
Very well stated, planar terrestrial. I like that. Thank you so much for that.
Welcome. Yeah. I got it from, I guess, a picture of some flat earther from like the 70s or something. Holding up a sign called saying plano terrestrialist, because he was that.
La Terra es plana.
Yeah, I'm not really good at Spanish, but yes.
Yeah, I was thinking of this. I told me more back when we were talking about bidding for his concrete jobs. I told him you should put in a charge for, you know, compensating for the curve of the earth. You know, so when you say, oh, I'm going to need like, you know, 70 yards of concrete, be like, you know, plus or minus curve of the earth. So 73 plus the extra charge for compensating for the curve of the earth. That'll be an extra $3,000. Right. And then you put all that in the contract. And then when the guy says, what's this compensating for the curve of the earth? Be like, dude, if I don't do that, bad things will happen. Oh, if you want me to take it out, I'll take it out. But then I can't be responsible for this job.
Lol. But like, it's not science.
It's just
So-
hilarious.
Yeah, you raised an interesting point, because I mentioned this earlier too. In my building codes, my two Bibles that I study by for for what I do, there's no mention of the word CURVE unless they're talking about stairs in the building code. That's the Ontario building.
CRVE.
Curve, curve.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is there's no mention of any curve in the legislative building document for.
Yeah, and there's like 200 Bible verses like confirming the flat Earth. I think it was like a meme.
Yeah, no, but the Ontario Building Code, like a legislative document that governs over the built form. Like we pull like 2x8s can span this far for a roof and joist, 4 joist, whatever, right? And like fire ratings on all these different things that buildings have to have. There's no mention of the word curve unless it's with respects to a set of stairs, spiral stairs to be, or curved stairs to be exact. But the built form, there's no talk about like accounting for curve or anything like that. So that's an interesting point made that I just realized now. Or earlier, sorry.
Right, brother. So what's the classic excuse is that, well, anything you're going to build with those codes is too small, that the curve would matter. So therefore it's negligible, and therefore it's irrelevant, and therefore it's not included. But then they'll say, well, you need to do it if you make a bridge, right? So they'll say, oh, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the towers are 1 5/8 apart at the top to compensate for the curve of the earth. But the towers are made out of steel and concrete. And if you know anything about construction of anything that size, that's beyond the tolerances of the material. There's no way that they could intentionally make those towers 1 5/8 off at the top. Not to mention that the tolerances for the expansion of the material causes the deck where the dudes drive on to vary by 11 feet throughout the year. So the expansion of the material is up to 11 feet in differential. And they're going to say, 1 5/8, they're going to engineer that in, get real.
Also, AI on a 1 5/8 inch tolerance over so many feet. If that was happening, wouldn't that be in the blueprints of the construction?
I mean, you might say yes, but then again, if you just said that they were in the blueprints, would that mean that they could effectuate that in reality based on the materials that they're using?
All I want to say is, before I answer that, all I want to say is, if it's in the blueprints, they should be able to show in the blueprints that it's in there. That's all I'm saying. It had to be in the blueprints, and then they have one more thing that had to fake. So, have you seen blueprints, curvature there in the blueprints anywhere?
Okay. So the one thing I'm going to say is there's whenever you do built form, you always get a land survey, and they always the thing that is observed on a land survey is the statement of above sea level, which is the reported elevation of the land. So that is land measured above sea level, so it's relative to the point that they're talking about, i.e. 150 meters is like 150 meters, 148, like it all varies, but it's all relative to above sea level. Now, when it comes to constructing a house, the land has to be leveled, i.e. they will bring in, obviously, and they have to dig, at least here in Ontario anyways, they have to dig down usually about 6 to 8 feet, and then backfill or install the forms for the concrete, backfill accordingly, and then they will also level. The question that AI raises is like, are we dealing with I don't know, like a golf ball, right? Like a multifaceted ball. Does that make sense? Multifaceted faces, right?
Dude, that makes perfect sense. Let me tell you why. That's the latest and greatest excuse du jour that covers everything. So you go to a small lake, you measure it flat. That's just a geodetically flat spot on a sphere. You go to a big lake, you measure it flat. Well, that's just geodetically flat on a sphere. You see, the excuse just never ends, right?
Well, and that's the thing. I think that for us, we've reached that point of breaking because we understand it on such a microscopic level that we've now started to expand our understanding of our microscopic level understanding to make it a bigger view to say, well, hold on. From the TV that I'm hanging on my wall, which is level, to the ceiling joists, which are in the house that I'm sitting within, It all has to be level. So at what point does your magic globe kick into effect?
Bridges.
Well,
Like some bridge guy who like designs bridges and stuff, like say that it doesn't do that, account for curvature.
you
I
can't.
mean, it was mentioned in like the 200 proofs of flat Earth video.
As you know, that most all globers, and I say globers, people who believe the Earth is a globe and they're in this discussion, will say, of course, bridges have to account for curvature because it's a ball. But they can't prove it. That's the problem. Okay, go.
There's nobody that is engaged within the building world can tell me that they do not observe level. That is fact. Hand on the Bible, period. At what point, again, I'll ask a Glober, and man, I can't wait to try to use this one on somebody. What point does your magic curve kick in? What do we magic? What do we Harry Potter? Magic cloak and all that stuff? I don't know.
Well, the answer is that depends. How much of the bottom of something can you see or not see? And then what radius do I need apparently to put on a scalar of refraction? And then that's where it is.
Hold on. Okay. Can we bring? No, we can't bring refraction into built form because built form is not changing its medium. Refraction is. What do you think?
Well, the answer, like, for example, in the Verrazano's bridge example, right?
Yep.
There's a claim that they took the Earth curve into account. People who know their stuff know that's retarded. And so then the Globers would just say, oh, well, whoever made that claim just making a bad claim. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the Earth isn't curved. It just means that, yeah, you wouldn't have to take it into account for a structure of that size because it would be irrelevant.
Because it's so small.
You know, yeah, but that's always the excuse. That's always the excuse. Is it's moving, but you can't feel it, and it doesn't matter. It's curved, but you can't see it, and it doesn't matter.
You're
It's
too
almost,
small.
yeah, it's like your imaginary girlfriend.
Bruh. She cute, man.
You can't see it, but I promise you, she's gorgeous.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. My best friend when I was 6, man, we did some stuff together. It was so much fun. Yeah, and again, I to get to the point where I'm at now, and I'm saying this selfishly, of course, and the understanding of what the understanding of the design, honestly, it is so simple. And I'm gonna say it again, man has perverted it, made it complicated. It's so simple, so basic. Everything is flat, gas principles. That's it. Man, I'm gonna complicate it. Let's make another definition. No, not another definition. Let's make another way of doing it. No, AI? What would you call that? Somebody shows you something, and then your reaction to that is like, no, it's this way.
Why do you think that was done?
I got 2 at that. AI first, please go. What do you think, AI?
If every time you say it's this and somebody says no, it's this, that's just being a contrarian.
Okay, fair enough. Then, sorry, the person that just spoke, I missed you. I'm sorry, dude.
I just said it's cogdis.
Fair. Thank you.
Why do you think that it was done that way? Why do you think that the explanations, quote unquote, were brought up in the first place?
Let me ask you this, go fast. If I took you to court and I said, I believe he stole the car. Do I have a court case? Do I have a case?
No.
Right. And what I'm saying to you is when we get to a place of entertaining motive, when we get to a place when we're trying to understand motive, when we've yet to fully understand the form that we're actually observing, I think that that's a waste of time, right? You're trying to understand why somebody would kick you in the teeth. Brother, I'll give you 10 people that kick you in the teeth, and they won't even tell you. Right? Why will they kick you in the teeth? Who cares? I'll show you 10 people that kick you in your teeth. Fact is fact. It's there. You observe it. Why do we need to find out motive? What's the point?
Since there's a pause, could I ask AI, are you doing an experiment? I came in late and you were saying something about 4 inches and 7 inches that you were.
Yes.
Yeah, what was that all about?
No, you don't want in on this. This is just men measuring their things.
Forget it.
Oh my goodness. Goodness. Well, there always has to be one joker.
They're all
Can't compose himself.
They're usually. And
All right,
briefly, I don't want to bore everybody else.
Well, I go to this small lake and make observations at relatively short ranges where the curve of the Earth is a non-factor, right? Or the alleged curve of the Earth is a non-factor based on the alleged geometry that they claim, right? And I see observations of things disappear, some days dramatically, some days not, from the bottom up, right? On a routine, consistent basis, which doesn't fit their geometric model in any way, shape, or form, right? Proving unequivocally that you don't need a big hump Earth curve in the way for things to disappear from the bottom up. It's just that simple.
I see. Okay.
So, like, for example, like me and Kiwi, we went through this long thing through the Earth curve calculator and all the math, and we came up with that none of the object I'm looking at should disappear at all. Yet, it completely disappeared. So the only conclusion you can be left with, even if you believe it's a globe, is that the reason why it's disappearing must be and only can be an optical. Because it can't be the geometry of the globe. Because the geometry of the globe doesn't quote-unquote predict any disappearance. So you must see that it's an optical effect that causes things to disappear from the bottom up, at least in that instance. And therefore, the curve of the Earth is not the only reason that things can disappear from the bottom up. Pulling the rug out from under one of their linchpin arguments.
Yeah.
Which is really a non-argument. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying a couple of days ago, or I don't know how long ago, there was a vehement argument going on here with a glober about the geometric horizon never being able to be observed. You were arguing about the black swan, and he was saying that it didn't obviate or remove the idea that that geometric horizon is non-existent. He says it's existent. It's simply that because of refraction, you rarely observe it. So they've got that covered too, don't they?
Well, in a way, they think they do, but the problem is they've committed a category error because they've taken a model, right, and they've tried to impose it on reality, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like asking how much is purple, times hope, right? You can't get an answer. because they're not in the same category. They can't be logic like that. So the geometric horizon does exist. It exists in the geometry, which exists in an ideal model, which exists in a paper, in a mind, or in a graphic. It doesn't exist in the real world. No one can ever see the geometric horizon in the real world, period. End of story, the end. I don't need to go any further. I don't even need to appeal to the real world because I've already defeated it logically.
It's really hard to know whether these people are being paid to be so stubborn.
No, I actually kind of understand like their like mental problems and this that they can't like accept stuff. They're like useful idiots, I guess. I'm pretty sure they're not paid. Maybe some few, but like people I know are like this. My mom especially.
Yeah, it just goes against all the things that are reasonable to make that argument. You never see it.
She has multiple times seen Crepuscular Race. I've pointed it out to her many times. Recently, it was pretty obvious. The sun, the light coming from the sun was very narrow, and the light we saw on the ocean was very, very wide. And we can also see rays going completely diagonal farther away. But she still like can't accept it. I don't believe my mom is paid. She might have some implant of or something that she doesn't know of that controls her brain, maybe, but I don't know.
The secrets
Yeah,
that people.
but your mother is not coming every day. For example, in some show like Akum Virus coming to native show, every day it's here present. For example.
As far as people being paid and stuff like that, like most people don't really need to be paid. All they have to do is believe in the cause. Like, this is all like rudimentary, like old school communism movies and shit. Like you just get people to believe in a cause. You steer you influence the populace and you make things happen. And that's really what's going on with pretty much everything.
Could we go back to that topic about like light not existing or something if we don't see it? It was interesting to like hear the other argument if I could. I mean, it would be.
Yeah, sure, I'll jump in. Here's the thing that I observed that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So on a sunny day, I'll go stand out in front of the sun and get tanned. I will then go to into the parking lot of the beach that I'm at. It has not an outhouse, but it has a building where I can have lunch. The back of that building is painted black. The parking lot is black asphalt. Yet in the shadows of that building, I can still read a book. And I'm not at a point where I can accept the argument. And AI, I totally understand the aspect of like, you know, the when something is, I think it's red, it absorbs all the other colors and it shows as red, right? Because the light is showing on and so on. I understand that aspect. What I'm simply observing is that I can still read that book in the shadows of the building. And that to me removes the argument that the sun is acts like a flashlight or the headlights on a car. It doesn't project light because even when I'm in my room or in a room for that matter, I turn on a light in that main room and the hallway is illuminated. I don't, again, observe anything that would give off reflective properties and things of that nature. I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of we're in a gas tight environment. There's a lid and the two luminaries, which they're identified as luminaries, interact with the closed gas-filled environment, and it even shows sideways fireworks in the sky that I believe are just like they say they're asteroids and flying whatever the heck they no yeah I think they're just ignited gases based on the fact that they show different colors, the blues, the greens, just like the aurora borealis, the northern lights, which I believe are just like illuminated gases in the atmosphere that we're witnessing the colors. Literally the visualization of illuminated gases is the northern lights. I think that's it. Gas environment. Period.
Yeah, that's what you think, but like I would want like evidence and stuff. To like.
Kiwi, you're becoming obsessed with this, aren't you?
Pardon me? Yeah, I've been talking to him about
the building thing.
Well, it's just the aspect of entertaining, observing the fact that okay, the sun presents light. Okay, fine. So in my immediate reach, I have two different kinds of light that I can possibly say the sun is. And strictly just looking at it on a simplistic level. The sun is it turns on, it illuminates the area that it's in, as an example. Right? But the Terminator line as a presentation, like showing thinking of the sun shooting out like beams of light, doesn't make any sense, because even like the areas that are outside of that Terminator line, or that cutoff of light, they still get heated up on an ambient level. And I guess like to say, I think ambient would be the right term, and ambient is a measure of would be gas as well, wouldn't it?
Well, maybe, but also you were talking, but like maybe it's something else reflecting through that area, I guess.
Well, and again, I'm just saying, from a standpoint of a person who understands like construction. I know construction is not the same thing as interior finishes and whatnot, gentlemen. I understand that, right? But it makes no sense to me, guys, that there's some reflectivity that occurs that allows that light transference from a main room into a hallway. And then I can still, like the shadows, right? That shadow line is consistent no matter what type of material is behind it. Which, if the shadow is consistent, it would almost say that it doesn't matter whether I'm in a white room or a red room or a green room, the shadow that I'm creating is still consistent because it's an outline. I don't know. Now I'm just throwing balls against.
It sounds interesting, but I would like evidence. I don't necessarily believe that like the sun is casting rays. I don't necessarily believe that there is a light speed. I think there light comes instantaneously. I don't know, but
well, again, keep this in mind. You're asking for evidence, right?
Yeah.
On a visual, something that we can observe, right? So I'm appealing to your mental in painting the idea that I'm standing out in the sun, I'm getting tanned by the sun, which is direct light, right? But I can still dip in behind into a building, into the shadows of a building, and read a book comfortably. Because there's secondary light.
There's no windows there. If everything is
No. We're not going to even talk about reflectors. I said window, like the windows do nothing for you. I can still read the book whether the windows are there or not.
So if you're in a completely black room, but the sun is outside, you say you still can read a book.
You're inside. You have a ceiling now. Okay, I'm outside. I read a book in the shadows of a building. Period.
But you're still talking about reflected ambient light, like I said earlier. Like you're outside. It never at night is 100% dark. There's, especially if you're in the city or a town, like there's light all over the place, light sources.
Yeah, and you know what's all over the place too? Gas.
I've actually, when I was younger, we had like a room inside our house that had no windows, and I tested this myself. I locked all the doors and stuff. I couldn't see shit, but after I waited a while, I think maybe I could see a little bit, but I don't recall actually seeing something. But maybe there's like some ambient light that just is there, I guess. I don't know.
It's stupid, but basically what we're saying is like they got this shit down pretty good. Like some of the fundamentals of how light works. Like we understand. You know, like we're just backing up the mainstream when it comes to this. Like,
I know.
I am anyway.
Gentlemen, understand. I appreciate the engagement on this level because again, I'm arriving at a point now, right, where I'm just like, this is so bloody airtight. I'm almost ready to like, I don't know. I'll get carried away.
Lunatic.
It's
you say you trust the mainstream or stuff like that, but
I'm not saying it's not about trust. It's stuff that I've validated with my real life like observations. I'm a good observer. I'm a big thinker. I spend a lot of time in my head and just observing. I do that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's nobody who has proven that water is H2O, for example, or that plants do actual photosynthesis the way they say they do. Which you can learn more about on a YouTube channel called Peter and Pete on YouTube.
Okay.
I mean, Pete and Peter, I think it's called.
Send me a link or whatever in my DMs. Maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah, a little bit slow to get to the point sometimes, but yeah, they have like a playlist of 50 videos about debunking water being H2O. Not debunking, but like showing there's like no proof of it.
So here's the thing. With respects to light and what my observation is, the shadow remains consistent no matter what materials, i.e. surfaces, that light is interacting with. So that tells me that the reflective properties play absolutely no role in the presence of light in the atmosphere. Yeah. It's strictly a gas operation. The gas you breathe in and interact with and breathe out is the exact same gas that interacts with the luminary that is in the atmosphere that you're in. All right, so
Where does that gas come from?
It's in the system. It gets recycled, renewed, but it's an airtight system, or not airtight. But I don't know what the whole like.
So I meant like where does oxygen and all that come from?
Recycle. Goes through plant. Well, I mean, plants do the recycling of the gases and stuff, and I don't know, man. But it all works. It's a recycle. It's a self-contained.
May I throw it out there that maybe it comes from water?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's all like the cycle. It goes up, it hits the clouds and stuff, and condenses, and then it rains, and all that whole cycle thing that we learned in like grade 8. I remember learning grade 8, but yeah. Which raises an interesting thing, because I wanted to talk to you guys about the idea of gas. Okay? Fog. Clouds. Gas carrying water is fog. Clouds are condensed gases.
It's condensed water.
Floating. Condensed water? Yeah, condensed. Yeah, that's right. Condensed water.
Vaporized, I guess. Vaporized water, sorry.
Okay. Suspended in the closed system. Because we can say suspended based on the fact that obviously, like, I mean, as Glad outlined this to me, they weigh as much as like a damn elephant, right? You have a floating elephant in the sky. Thing's called a cloud.
It might be electrical.
Electrical?
Because when,
okay,
when it thunders, it suddenly starts to rain because there's a discharge and the electricity makes it fall or something, I guess. That's my theory.
So you're saying, talk about the ether then? AETHER? Electrical? No.
What is ether?
Most
I know, I've heard about it, but what is it like?
A substance of space, ocean that we swim in that's unseen. We'd be fishies in the ether, going up like a cloud or going down like a rock.
Excuse me, what do you have any evidence of this?
People infer it as a necessary framework to think about this stuff properly. They say if space exists going in between objects like you and me, it has to be a something with somethingness, and the frameworks that appear to accept that are something like ether, or as it's known currently, space-time, quantum fluid, quantum foam.
What the fuck?
Some sort of
that sounds like some dark matter type stuff.
Somethingness, basically.
What is this quantum type stuff?
Basically, it's generally saying that, in reference to quantum foam or quantum fluid, that space has some sort of structure, that there's some sort of structure or somethingness to space.
Yeah, it's Euclidean space. We are living in Euclidean space, 3D space.
Right. So the question is it more just a concept, or more than just a concept, of something with somethingness that flows, has torque, solidity, that sort of thing, like water or something like that?
I mean, is it observed? I don't know.
The things that people quote unquote observe that make them infer an ether is action at a distance. Like you'll have a cathode ray TV from back in the 50s, one of those old TVs with the static. You could be 50 feet away from the thing and wave your hand around or wave your magnet around, and then the TV will seem like it's responding, like there's some sort of invisible tether between the magnet and the TV.
Maybe it's a type of electricity. Like there are different types of magnets.
Some sort of ether to connect them, basically.
Well, sure, you can call it whatever you want, but you might as well be a type of electricity or magnetism.
Electromagnetism and electricity, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to have waves in an ocean, you need to have some sort of underlying medium to have.
Talking about Gauss's law.
What was that?
Gauss's.
So to have
Talking about Gauss.
Waves, you got to have some sort of
Gauss.
medium by
Talking about televisions with electromagnetic field. Talking about degaussing.
Yeah. I think a framework like this helps you to employ similar logic to come to similar conclusions. So it's easier to think about a thing. Waves in an ocean, waves in an underlying etheric ocean for electromagnetism, electromagnetic waves and stuff like that.
But what was this quantum stuff you were talking about?
Different names for basically the same thing, this substance of space. Quantum fluid, quantum foam, 0-point energy, the Casimir effect.
Is any of this scientifically repeatable or something? I mean, can you repeat those experiments to prove these things exist?
We'll see the same observations, yeah, but the interpretation of what's causing the observations is going to differ.
One thing I know of, it's one experiment about like the double slit experiment, I guess. Well, I don't know how you actually perform it. The explanation of how you perform it seems to me like the thing that the way that they measure it like changes, like how the particle or whatever is moving through it is moving based on like the way they measure it. I don't think they use light to see it because it's so small. They probably use something magnetical or whatever. So I don't know how it works, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's something different. So I don't trust like quantum science and stuff. Firstly, because it's mainstream, and secondly, because I don't trust that experiment.
There is a bit of a cult of quantum mysticism, emerging around this sort of stuff, but we can look at the observations of what, if anything, is there in quantum or whatever, and say, okay, this is the framework by which we're going to interpret it here, or we're going to interpret it based off of this framework over here.
What is this 0 point energy? What is this based on? Do you have any proof of it?
In a vacuum, they had the general setup of the observation experiment, whatever the heck you want to call it. There's a vacuum, and there's two metal plates in a vacuum. They're placed so close together that no wave can, go between them by a mechanical wave of a certain size, of a certain, wavelength, nanometer wise, or a certain.
How do you know that?
Wave. That's the framework that they set up. Since they're going to ask a bunch of questions and not let me get to the freaking point. They basically said that the plates were too close together for any wave to intervene, yet something in the vacuum, seemingly nothing in the vacuum after, most of everything has been taken out, appears to push the plates together. This makes people theorize that there's this 0 point energy, Casimir effect, whatever, in the vacuum,
yes,
pushing the plates together that has not been accounted for. I would go with the framework of the ether remaining in the vacuum, pushing the plates together.
Okay. Yeah, so the 0 point thing, you said yourself it's a theory, just like gravity.
To explain observations, sometimes people theorize to explain what the hell is going on in a consistent way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, I guess.
The Casimir effect, 0 point energy, they're basically saying something's left over in the vacuum, quote unquote, pushing the plates together.
I mean, it sounds like there's some, since it's such on a small scale, it sounds like there could be some error or something. I guess something pushing into it or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a type of magnetism at that small level. Because why isn't ether moving other stuff like anything else, but just moving it that amount of distance all the time?
Well, this is why the framework is so important, because even in a river, a fishy can appear to be relatively motionless in a flowing river because of the way that it's aerodynamically formed, because of the way the medium, the river in this case, or by extension, the ether, it's
not aerodynamic.
Sometimes it can give it a gentle nudge or a gentle push, or just seem to pass right over it without moving it. So I think it helps to talk about these frameworks so that we get tools to think about this in one way or another way. That's why theory is so vital. It gives you the framework by which to think about a thing.
Yeah, just like the globe model, I guess. That's what it's reminding me of, because it's all so super complicated. It seems very unnecessarily complicated.
Well, without a framework, you're going to have a bunch of disconnected observations that are not brought together as a coherent whole to simplify thinking. And so I guess the flat Earth covered by some sort of, or rather with some sort of flowing substance of space, aka the ether, swirling around it once a day to explain Bob Nodel's gyro drift, assuming that the gyro drift is a thing. These frameworks are also essential because they give us tools to do more than just dismiss the observation, to encapsulate the observation and explain.
I mean, gyro drift.
Just being like, we're just going to dismiss it.
I mean, gyro drift, it just like it constantly accelerates, if you're speaking out of a gyro, and if you have it placed on something, if it's like a spinning top, if you push it on one side, it was a very good explanation. I don't remember it fully, but it made sense. I remember it would start to it would transfer the movement 90 degrees forward or something.
Well,
and
the
like
framework by which these ring laser gyros was understood as the reason why they're working is you take the interferometer, which is basically what a ring laser gyro is, a big interferometer.
oh, I thought you were
You
talking
split the
about
light
normal
up
gyros. I
into
didn't
like
have the
low
laser
tech
part.
architecture. Before you interrupt me, I'll try to keep it 2 or 3 sentences since you insist on cutting in. You split the light in the instrument and send it down 2 equal paths and recombine the light at the end of the circuit. The paths are supposed to be equal, yet one and or both of the light rays appear to be out of phase, as if one and or both of them were slowed down by something in space. The thing that was slowing it down in space in the interferometer, and by extension the ring laser gyro, is thought to be the thick treacly sludge of space itself. Space then would be like a river. Either you go with the flow of the river or against the flow of the river, and you're slowed down. So that's one of the frameworks by which they say these ring laser gyros are working and giving us these fringes. And so if space is a thick, treacly substance that flows, perhaps it's flowing over the flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, yeah, I was just when we mentioned gyro, I thought you were talking about gyros, not lasers. Sorry.
Perhaps it's a liquid.
I mean, what? Like, I mean, it sounds very unnecessarily complicated and kind of stupid, but I don't know.
Well, stupid is saying a form of dismissal. You'd have to explain why one, if not both, of the rays that are split in the interferometer are coming back out of phase. And if you have no framework to analyze it other than just dismissing it as stupid, I'm going to go with a framework that's less dismissive, like space being a thick, fudgy treacle that flows, and you can either go with its flow or against it, slowing down the light rays rather in the gyro.
Are you talking about the double slit experiment? I guess no, since you're not responding.
Isn't it that the entire cosmos above the flat Earth is supposed to be moving in as a unit, in unison? And these stars are then, if you could imagine it, embedded in this flowing ether that's moving in a single direction.
Yes. And as to the double slit experiment, there's several interpretations even of that. The prevailing paradigm that they use to interpret things like the double slit experiment, quantum, whatever, is the Copenhagen interpretation, saying that everything that's unobserved essentially exists as some sort of wave or something. And then once we observe it, it collapses into a particle or some crap. But there's different interpretations even about that. With the double slit experiment, they're basically saying that it exists as a wave until it's measured, recorded, observed, some stuff like that.
Question: what are they using to measure it before it enters the double slit?
Computer? I don't know. That I need to see.
You don't measure with a computer. That's
the computer is running models. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
They're not using models as far as what I know about it. They're using an actual real world experiment. That's like the only quantum real world experiment I know of that you can reproduce and stuff.
Computers, modeling, wavelengths. I don't know. I'd have to ask them.
Well, I'd like to know how they because what I think is that the stuff they are measuring with, it interacts with the particle type thing that moves through it, which is causing it to behave differently. So I don't think it's changing from a wave to a particle, because that doesn't make any sense at all. It sounds like global logic, but worse. And yeah. I'm having a brain fart thinking about this.
I guess they're appealing to what wave particle duality or some stuff. I mean, there's The philosophy that they use to interpret it is also interesting in and of itself when they see this and say, oh, it's this or that interpretation.
Yeah, I just don't see waves becoming matter, like waves in a certain medium, like moving the medium and stuff, becoming like something else, which is matter or whatever.
Right. I mean, when you think of waves, you think of an ocean. You think of something that's all around, but you don't really think of localized, a localized particle. So I guess we're dealing with what? Localized, location versus something that's everywhere and, I don't know, omnipresent or something. I don't know.
Also, I don't know how to approach this, but I don't know how to approach you about this, but like you were talking about like the space being like a flowing type thing. I don't experience any of that in my day-to-day life. I don't like the space is practically motionless here, and it's not flowing anywhere.
You've experienced space? Wow.
What? Excuse me, I didn't.
Because I think people say that space is something that flows because we can move through it. If space was solid or something more solid like a block, it would stop our progress. But we appear to be able to move through it like.
You mean like empty space?
Like water or some sort of.
Yeah. No, but see that.
Why does it have to be that? I don't.
Meadowlark. And like that whole topic, it all of a sudden we're in Narnia. Like
yeah,
it's fascinating. I understand. I would love to. It's just there's nothing you can really go on with any of it.
A lot of it is.
Yeah, it seems that way at least.
Because the question boils down to either space is something or space is nothing. If space is something like an ether, quantum foam, quantum fluid, or whatever the hell you want to call it, it would explain very nicely with that framework the 15-degree gyro drift over a flat, motionless Earth, with the Earth being motionless, while space flows over and around the unmoving Earth.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe it. Like, I mean, it has to be space. Like, because we are in 3D, we experience 3D space, and I don't think it like has to be something physical, because it isn't. The things inhabiting that's physical. It makes no sense to me that you describe the space as something you can mold on and stuff. Like Einstein is.
Yeah, but we need to be honest about the implications of these ideas. Why? Because these ideas and their implications are what we're going to use to form additional theory and make additional experiments based off that theory. So are we saying that space exists, but that it's non-physical? I would kind of agree with you. Yeah. I think of space as this metamorphic thing that can crystallize into any solid object you need as a repository of energy.
I mean, it could be, but you would have to show me evidence of that to like make me change my opinion, change my mind on that. Because like, if we don't know, it's better to like assume the most reasonable. The most simple answer, like since we can see far and wide, like over long distances with good cameras like Nikon cameras and stuff, we should assume that it's flat because that's the simplest explanation, or we could also assume that it's a gigantic Earth with like lots of land and stuff. But that's like, why would you do that? It's unnecessarily complicated. We don't have any evidence of that. Flat is like basic. It's like the most basic. I mean, plain or terrestrial.
I think of it as a logical antecedent, like the antecedent that we talk about all the time when we talk about gas and the imagined container that's necessary for gas to be under pressure. No one has ever found this dome or this container, have they?
Well, there was a
They
rocket.
found enough to jump out on faith and say there's something up there. We have
But
sundogs of our
there's
hellions that
no
look like the
evidence
sun
of it.
shining off of a surface. That alone is enough. But we also
No.
find ringwoodite below, which is rock that has been formed under great pressure and infiltrated with water. Ringwoodite below, and we find its meteorite equivalent coming down on us from above, almost as if there's some sort of solid tenon meteorite covering that is next to highly pressurized water above us and below us. So that, at least for me, is more than enough as a conspiratard, religitard, flatty. But if we need additional evidence, like, I don't know, radar ranging, then so be it. But I'm pretty comfortable declaring that the sky is some sort of solid tenon meteorite covering.
And the windows, I mean, the story goes in scripture that the windows to the heavens were open, and that's what the source of the water came from, right? If we're going to allow us for that portion to say that.
Yeah. Because, when we're talking about these theories, what are we ultimately talking about, Ildiko? Somebody did some work in a lab, whatever, and they came up with a framework. Either we accept what they said on faith when they revealed to us about meteorites, about knowledge, about whatever, or we say,
I mean,
don't
meteorites
believe you,
probably exist.
and I'm going to need to read
You have
you
covered up
everything
some,
they did.
actually.
So the question is, are we going to accept really anything, knowledge-wise, science-wise, on faith? Or are we going to say, no, I'm going to need to redo it myself? It's a huge question.
Yeah, you shouldn't accept everything as facts.
Fair enough.
You can say you believe it, or you think it's
let's say
possible.
you got a really messy house, right? Like, what do? You just say fuck it, and you throw everything that you're throwing away right in the middle of the goddamn floor, and you're like, I'm fucking done with this shit. You make it worse, and you get rid of the bullshit. That's what we fucking need to do. We need to get rid of all the bullshit.
Yeah. More bullshit is stacking, because what do we have to do now? Reestablish every foundational science, knowledge, theory? And nobody has time for that. This is centuries of information. We can take it on faith or reject it on faith. That's fine. But eventually we're going to need to accept something. Some body of prior established knowledge.
We don't.
Like a gravity, for example.
Not that far. I mean, we can still test it.
Oh, why? But why? But why? Why, Lemon?
Real science is about testing, repeating experiments and verifying it for yourself. That's a big part of science. And there are many people doing actual science.
The question is, do we have to verify it over and over and over again? Or does
maybe not, but
we can accept it or reject it based off of
No, we can do like this. It was Newtonian gravity. That is not true. It was Einsteinian gravity. It's not true. That means it is some third gravity what we can reach.
But hold on a second, Sasha. Having said that, and then having said the oh my god, I lost my train. Fuck. Sorry.
I only wanted to tell you one thing. When flat earthers claiming something, assuming something, that's really, really good because it's leading somewhere. But when it's global assuming something, that it's fucking bullshit,
Dude, it's so often that we're talking about real science and they think it's bullshit because it's coming from flat earthers. Like, they will preach against everything that we say just because it's coming from us.
Yeah,
I'm saying, Lou,
That's correct.
I'm saying, Lou, when we start to speak something what we don't know, our verse is somehow, but yes, we are for truth, and this is has more it has more sense, without any proof, but it has more sense because we are people who are telling truth, but we don't have backup for that. But that's more, sense. It has more sense. But gravity has no sense, because it's bullshit, But this has more sense because it's coming from our mouth because we are telling truth.
Okay, that's the question. The science, like, what came first, chicken or the egg? Why does science get to complicate an observation?
That's not what science is. Science is like doing experiments, interpreting the results with like trying with the most basic theory and maybe developing an understanding of what you are observing from the experiment.
Okay, so observing the most basic theory? Are we observing something or are we theorizing something?
A little bit of
I mean, you can theorize, but that's not real. Just theorizing is not real science. You have to base it on observable reality for it
They
being
work together
science.
because you're going to have to do additional experiments and have repeatable actions that you're going to try to perform to verify whether it's the case or not. So your theory needs to be, I don't know, detailed enough to guide additional action for additional experimentation. And that's where the potential complication can come in. People come up with cockamamie
It doesn't
theories
have to be
guide additional
detailed.
experimentation.
It only becomes detailed when you have enough evidence to make it detailed stuff.
Who here knows about the pendulum experiment?
You're talking about the false cult pendulum?
I'm just throwing it out there for what it's worth, because I know that there was a pendulum and there was the word experiment attached to it. So I'm asking, does anybody know about the pendulum experiment?
I watched a couple videos about it. One by Eric Dubay and one other, I think, from someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's mostly bullshit. I guess from what I saw.
Okay.
They are rigging the experiment. If you're doing it yourself, you won't experience any. Like it won't do anything to prove the globe Earth.
So in actual essence, we observe a construction plumb bob. Actually.
Yeah.
So, is a science experiment necessary to observe what can be done with a construction plumb bob?
You were talking a lot slow and with a lot of words. I kind of dropped out. Sorry.
It's not necessary for a construction plumb bob, but
That's what I'm saying, though, and that's where I'm asking the question, and maybe I'm painting, and I'm being deliberate in my delivery, because I'm attempting to say that why does science have to get involved in the observance of a construction plumb bob, right?
It's making additional claims. It's saying that the plumb bob should go back and forth in a straight line unless the Earth is moving beneath it. If the Earth is moving beneath it in some way, they say that this pendulum trace a spiral graph motion instead that will vary. But even that interpretation is bad, so we need to talk about the theoretical framework that they use to come up with this cockamamie idea and see if it's actually valid or if we could go in another direction just as easily. Like with flat land, with at best, this plumb bob deviating because of the joint of the pendulum, the swirling ether, electromagnetics. Who knows?
Look,
That's what. But
I'd like to please, being in construction again. Like when it comes to the plumb bob, I don't use it every day. It's not something I got to use often, honestly. But sometimes it comes in handy. All right, and it assumes a flat plane. That's how you use it.
Exactly. And Lou, listen to me carefully when I say this, my guy. When I talk about the plumb bob, I'm just talking about the observance of level, right? It's just to say that we always unpack everything we build from the observance of level based on a construction plumb bob. Like it's easy to just say because that's what we do.
Here's the thing: is when a flat earther starts calling out the plumb bob like it's proof, how do you prove that every plumb bob is parallel to every other plumb bob? You know what I mean?
Yeah, good point.
Dude, a
How
caveman.
do you?
Freddie, a caveman hung a plumb bob. 100%. I would put money on it that a bloody caveman hung a plumb bob.
You'd
100%.
have to assume that it's hanging straight in all instances, though. Unless you can test every plumb bob, you'd have to
If
just
there's
go off.
listen, if there's one point of fixation, I guess, or at one point of where it's fixed, and a weight is on the other side, right? That weight is heavier. It will always hang straight, unless it's a windy day. Like, it's always observed. Always.
Yeah.
Does not change.
I wouldn't use that as the best proof of flat Earth. My favorite two are crepuscular rays and also the fact that so-called gravity or fall acceleration should be like different on the equator and on the poles.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You just said to me, let me get this right. You just said to me that you wouldn't use that argument to illustrate flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, and I said to you at the beginning of my observation of that aspect, a caveman could have done this, and then you come back at me and say to me that you'd use gravity to explain flat Earth.
No.
Gravity doesn't exist.
Supposed to. I mean, you know, the Earth is supposed to spin. They say.
No, because I'm sorry. I want to drive my point home, right? Because I said a caveman did this, I'm willing to bet money on that because it's such an easy observation, right? You don't even have to talk about it. A caveman could have done this. Why do we have to over-explain the theory of what a caveman could have done? What do you think?
Why do you say a caveman could have done it? I mean, of course you can hang a plumb bob and it will point down, and the globe wouldn't care because their model it doesn't disprove their model that the plumb bob hangs straight down.
It doesn't disprove our model.
Their model.
It doesn't disprove their model.
Yeah, obviously, because they have something. They have like density and buoyancy, and they added gravity on top of it, which is basically does the same, except never mind. But they have like an explanation for why things fall down, and the pendulum is also like falling down, but you're stopping it, and it points down.
And that's what I'm saying is that it's a point that you observe from a place that is. I guess, I mean, even if they hung it from a tree, the tree was still attached to the ground. So I could see where the point of reference, they could argue a point of contention because the tree is attached to the ground as a possible...
I mean, it's. I don't see how that's like one of the best arguments for flat Earth.
I don't know.
Can I try with my logic?
Yes,
with my logic, without total ignorance, without, let's say, knowing anything. But let's say sea level, you know. Do you know the South Africa? Do you know the mountains called Andes and Andes? That it's mountains coming from the north to the south of the South America, Chile and Argentina. It's covered by that mountains. Andes. Do you know Andes? It's like a Alps in Europe, but this is in South America.
It's an Alps.
Andes. It's called. It's the name of the mountains. Like a. All
right,
Alps.
so it's a mountain.
It's not one mountain. It's a how to say
mountain range.
Yeah, yeah. And it's going from the north to the south.
Okay.
And if you
in the east to the west.
By the way, guys, he's talking about the Andes Mountains in Chile.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't pronounce good. Andes, how you call? I don't know.
What created the mountains?
Yeah, but listen this story. That means let's take a boat and let's go from the north to the south of South America, where is Chile and Argentina. There are that mountains. And we take a boat and we look at mountains. That means that we will pass so much curvature on the surface to the south. It will be so big curvature, but all the time we will look left, let's say, that mountains, and we will measure that mountains from the sea level.
Okay.
Let's draw two lines on the sea and on the ground, because imagine the globe that from the north of South America to the south, it's a big curve. Now that big curve should go through the land also. That means that we cannot measure that mountains reference to the sea level. We need to have some reference through the land to measure that mountain.
Well,
so if you want even better, from east to the west, take the USA, take the mountain in the middle of USA, but you're approaching, let's say, from east or from west and going to east, and now you have curvature in the it's curving all land, because it must curve.
They are claiming it's that way, or it's supposed to be that way on the globe. Yes.
Yeah, but you will measure the mountain in the middle of the USA reference to the sea level.
Yes, because they don't recognize sea level that the way that sane people do. They what their definition of sea level is curved around the ball.
I know that, but that is impossible to measure the mountains if you have curved.
No, they like the distance from the center. I guess I'm pretty sure they use.
Really?
How? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how they claim that
Wouldn't they need to know the distance to the
inner
center?
part of Earth is a molten core. I don't know how they do that, but they do.
But yeah, I know.
I can't explain it.
It's easy to say that they are referring to the center of the Earth. That's easy to say, but how?
I don't know. There's a lot of such question you could have to like the ones who made the model, but they're not getting them from me because I don't know. They didn't make the model.
For me, logically, it's like this. You are in
Let's
UK.
just all agree that the Earth is flat and go on with our day.
Yeah.
Oh, we are agreeing. I think most of us are in agreement on that. Like, we don't have to just go on about our day. There's a lot more to be understood, right?
Yeah. Yes.
True, and it's also fun to just gather around the steps with your friends, So somebody's got a nice echo.
No, I'm talking about these two guys.
If you have swimming pool and you throw some objects, you throw some objects in swimming pool, you can measure that height of that objects easy. Let's make now that swimming pool curves, and let's drop the object. Let's imagine that water is curved, and let's put some object. And can we measure easy now? Elevation.
Yeah, I guess you can find the amount of curvature and like find the radius and like from there find like the center and stuff.
But how do you do that if water
calculate like the distance you walk on the perimeter of like on a sphere, like you put on a circle? I mean, I have a hard time putting into words, but
and this is why it's sheer idiocy.
What?
It is
Why do you
flat.
have to be so mean?
It is flat and contained.
No, it's not pure idiocy. I have to disagree, but they have a reason why they fell for it. It's because of assumptions. You know what I mean? Like,
But that's what I'm saying. But when you actually get down to the brass, if you get down to the brass tacks of what you're actually trying to entertain, right now, Sasha paints a great picture of imagine you throw objects into a containment thing, a pool which has a curved bottom, fully knowing that water always seeks its level. How is it possible that you're able to measure those items that are above the water? It's such a befuddling scenario that it's almost as architecture was outlined.
Makes
If it
sense.
was
It
him,
makes total sense in my mind. It's not, but like, I mean, it's not reality. I mean, but like the model makes sense. I was trying to explain it, but was a little bit difficult putting it into words.
Yeah, you're Norwegian. You don't speak English primarily. You might have trouble sometimes conveying these deeper concepts, right?
Yeah. Also, I'm better at text, but it could work because you could like measure the amount of curvature, like if you measure it to be 8 inches per mile square. Not that, but like the actual trigonometric one, the real, the ones they claim, I mean, is real. But and then from there, you have the water at one place, and then you know how far you walked. And based on that, and you and use that as a reference point, you could calculate the height from the sea level that way. So yeah, so the from the radius, it will be 2 pi length around a circle as an intersection from the supposed globe. And I mean, probably you could probably use like supposed satellites to measure it. If you have a satellite that goes in a circle and not an ellipse, you could maybe like use echolocation to do it. Maybe they think they do that. I don't know. I mean, if it was a globe, you could maybe do that. That's one way.
looking at that from a construction perspective, again, from knowing what I know with construction, it's mind-boggling. Because I think about, like, even if somebody was gonna draw that, how many I don't even think you can't draw that.
I mean, you could probably ignore the part about using the water as reference point. You could probably just use what I said about like a satellite orbiting around the supposed.
These things are in a pool, though, right? These things are in a pool, though. I'm not going to hire a satellite to help me draw something I threw into a pool, and I'm just trying to observe, like,
You're
draw
talking
some
about
measurements.
the pool? Oh, okay,
Well,
sure, but
well, I mean, that was
it wouldn't
that was
be.
what
You
Sasha
wouldn't.
presented, right?
If it was a globe, you wouldn't see like the curvature on a small pool. Maybe on a bigger pool, but not on a small one.
Okay, so we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the potentiality that. Do you think that the Earth's surface is faceted, a series of flat cuts?
What do you mean? I mean, I think the Earth is flat. I mean, terrestrial.
Okay.
No, I think he's what he liked about me earlier was I was staying super scientific about it and disregarding religion when it came to like the shape of the Earth. You know, I think he's a flat earther, similar to me, who it is just taking every aspect in and observing and trying to make connections, right?
Yeah. Of echo. I mean feedback.
I don't know if he's like, I don't know, we do get this also from time to time where people are deceitful. They try to get accepted by flat earthers and stuff. So people will be lenient about that, leery about that.
But what the original point was, the plum wasn't like a good thing to like use to convince like a global that it's flat. I was saying like there were two other ones that are my personal favorites that work much better and are like everyone can repeat to themselves, and it also and it doesn't work on the globe. Like Crepuscular Rays is one. And the other one is, why isn't the supposed gravity weaker at the equator? Because there it's the centrifuge has to be bigger. I mean, the gravity isn't, they say it wouldn't be weaker, but they say, but the fall speed should be, fall acceleration, I mean, should be lower because of the stronger centrifuge at the equator, because the Earth is spinning at like 1,000 miles per hour in circle, meaning it's constant acceleration. Not only that, you also have that it spins around the sun too, supposedly, and the sun like spins around the galaxy at even bigger speeds and stuff. But just factoring in the spin around the supposed Earth's axis, it should be noticeable. You can actually use maths on that. I've seen a good like meme about it. You could probably calculate it yourself. I haven't done it myself, but you probably could. And there are obviously a lot of other things that are good proof as well, like Nikon cameras seeing way farther than they should. That's also a very good one. But like the plum pointing straight down, I wouldn't say that's a very good one. I mean, it would go against what they claim is like that it would like start to spin if you swung it in a straight direction. But it wouldn't like disprove like the globe, I guess, completely. Or maybe it does, but like it does not as strong as the other ones. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. Everything would kind of be chaos if you think like it's not only constantly accelerating so that the centrifuge is pushing outwards, it's also constantly accelerating around the sun, which changes when you are at daytime or at nighttime. It would be stronger at nighttime because then it's the extra acceleration would push double outwards, so everything would actually be total chaos, and you would definitely like measure it, would be able to, I mean. So I guess in that sense it should disprove the globe, but you have to like argue, talk a lot to get to the point about that. It's easier if you just show them crepuscular rays, or just show them looking through a Nikon camera, and then it's over. It should be over. I mean, many are in denial and stuff. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Whoever said that.
I said hello.
Yo, hello.
Was a new person coming in chat. Entering chat, I mean. So why did everyone just suddenly turn silent?
What do you mean?
I'm just reading up on the space news. Check my Google feed every now.
I understand we have
Try
a
to hit
show. I understand we have a show that we have to fill dead air with, but even for the audience, if you've had good conversations or good points, sometimes a little bit of downtime is good for letting it sink in.
Oh, you thought my point was good? Oh.
Well, I've thought tonight's conversations have been good. I'm not talking about any specific point that you made, but no, we've had good shit happen here.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a little Smurfy, not like Smurf, but I'm not like
not completely smurfed out.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't want to be completely. You don't want to. What do they say? You don't want to go full Smurf.
And also, any mods there that listen to me, could you maybe change my role from Globe Skeptic to Flat Earther?
Ooh, pressure's on.
Never. Do we allow asks, or do you have to earn it?
I remember having to interview, but sometimes
I remember having to earn Mikey.
Yeah.
It's up to the mods.
We have had some people in the past ask for it and turn out to be a little suspicious. So there is that.
Oh.
I think we've all been suspicious at one point or another, right?
No. But you definitely have though, Rookie. So like, don't be suspicious. Don't.
Yeah.
This is.
What specifically do you mean by suspicious?
Yeah.
It's like it's unfair. Rookie's really never done anything like terribly suspicious. But,
maybe not Rookie,
but he acts suspicious, so he brings it on.
It's suspicious being a goober.
To answer your question, Architecture, it seems like it's the latest DLC, right? There's a lot of people stuck on the old DLC. Earth is a donut. What if it was a disc? A meteor hits it. All the dinosaurs followed off. These are old downloadable content to the NPCs, but the latest update to the game to these NPCs is like, well, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther, and who can do it the best? A lot of them can't really do it.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
like better
I'm
actors.
definitely not pretending.
Well, maybe not you. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. We keep taking them in though for the. We keep taking them in so they can do the audition and we can find out for sure. So that's always entertaining.
Well, what's funny about these types of guys is they're subtly red pilling themselves, even if they are doing it, pretending. But go ahead.
Something I want to put forward for consideration is we're also building a community. So there's a lot to be said for showing up and contributing regardless of what your title shows.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Big time. And look, people are like, hey, I've been here for a long time. Why don't I get a rank or whatever? Like the real meat of it is we want to get to know you. We want to see if you're really a flat earther.
Yeah,
I don't want to get ranked. I just want like having the title Flat Earther, not just Globe Skeptic. I don't need that silver stuff. I just want to be labeled Flat Earther because I am a Flat Earther.
That's cool. I understand that. Okay. and this is me speaking to you. I don't know. I think I've been around for, I don't know, maybe a month and a half or something like that, I'm guessing.
I've been around for
Yeah.
like 6 months.
Oh, this is the first time that
You can check
You
that
just
out.
whipped it
Actually,
out, dude. You just whipped it out, Kiwi.
Damn, homie. 6 months. Boom. Okay.
around. You could probably check it exactly. Maybe it's 7. Maybe it's 5.
Did you swim with crocodiles?
Give us 3 reasons you think the Earth is flat. Go.
Yeah, that.
It's one is crepuscular rays. The sun is, if the heliocentric model is correct, the sun rays would be parallel. They are not.
Can I
Just
critique that a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that only really disproves what they're claiming about the globe. It doesn't really verify whether the surface of the Earth is flat. It's a good thing to bring
Yes.
up.
Okay. Yes.
debunking Earth
That disproves the globe, of course.
Yeah.
And you can also do laser tests or just having a very good camera or very good telescope, and you can see farther than you should according to 8 inches per mile squared. It should be an 8 inches drop per mile squared, because if it's 2 miles, it should be 8 squared in a drop inches. I mean, and it doesn't. You can see many like kilometers in the distance, more than you should, like boats and stuff that are like on the water level.
If I was a baller and I said refraction, what would you say back to that?
Well, light. I mean, refraction isn't that strong, I guess. Actually, I don't. I'm not. I don't know how to answer that properly, I guess. But
all good. I was just checking.
One more point for consideration. The next question follow up to that is refraction. That's one topic, and also how would you respond to gravity? Topic of gravity.
Okay, so we have never like observed 2 objects like attracting each other based on anything other than magnetism or electricity or something like that. Like there was supposedly an experiment. I think it was the Cavendish experiment, and it. Okay, so I don't really know. I shouldn't really comment on that, I guess, since I don't really know. But it was a good question you can ask. Is like, what are the variables, control variable, the dependent variable, and the it was a third one, I forgot. Anyways, yeah, and like you don't need gravity to explain why things fall and rise. It's simply density and buoyancy. Things fall and rise depending on whether it's more dense than the medium surrounding it, and then it will like accelerate downwards or upwards until it like reaches a speed.
Yeah, architecture. You've either really studied us well, or you've got it figured out pretty well.
Well, why would I do that? Like waste like 6 months on that.
Like I said, architecture is the latest game that the Globers are playing. So why would you do it? I don't know, man.
I'm sorry. I'm not convinced.
Ooh, flat man can.
Dang,
buddy.
we are a tough crowd nowadays.
Bruh.
I like this.
I mean,
Examination to the 3rd level.
Fake flat earthers can be a problem. So it is good to call it out.
I think he's ready. Only he needs now to swim the pool, swimming pool of crocodiles, and he will be king.
Feed him a baller, dude. Feed him a baller.
That's the last test, man.
I'd like to give him a lot of credit for his observation.
I did it.
I would like to give him a lot of credit for his observation of buoyancy. I hope I said that right. I always have trouble with the boo. But for,
buoyancy.
Buoyancy within. I gotta stop saying it. Buoyancy!
Boyaka, boyaka!
Fits it on the buoyancy button. No, I can't.
No, but here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing, guys. We can't be unfair about it. Like the guy proved that he knows our arguments. Like you can't just assume he's faking it because he's too good at it. Like, I mean, what are you gonna fucking do?
Yeah.
You can have your haters. We all have them, right? So
Yeah. But look, we are listening him like for the last 1 or 2 hours. He is totally honest, and if he's acting, that's great for him. Let's give
if
him,
he's
but
acting, he's really fucking good at it. He did his work.
Yeah, but the cool thing is like you're also, even if you are acting, you're also sort of red pilling yourself along the way. You're teaching yourself all these.
Yeah.
So
if they're really good at acting, maybe they should just get the flat earther role anyway.
Guys, you're missing the best part. You're missing the best part. He's an American actor.
Oh snap!
What?
But if
I
you
don't really
promise
have
that
an
he will
American
act,
accent.
but
that'd be pretty
if
impressive.
you promise that you act till the end,
That's how good you're faking it. Wow, yeah, you're incredible. I'm just kidding.
don't stop acting, and everything will be okay.
So
I'm not acting.
Just don't break character. Yeah, no,
And by the way, guys, like giving him the flat earther role, like doesn't really give him any power. It's just a fucking
that's
role.
true. I mean, it's pretty good that you're globe skeptic. It sounds like you really are.
Oh man, that's even better to be than flat earther.
Yeah, you might not. You might not get as much shade.
Nobody will call you the names. You are only skeptic.
People are going to be afraid of you, dude. You're going to be a tough guy now.
now that you know what a construction plumb bob is.
I did already know what the plum was.
If you take that role, you know that you will be.
Dude, I want to pay you some quick credit. Sasha, give me a second. The observation of buoyancy is so important because we preach a closed gas-filled environment, and buoyancy is a measure of the observation of gas, right? Because you're taking a gas-filled item and you're sitting it on top of water, right? I.e., a buoy. So the actual aspect when I watch a basketball player jump into the air and he dunks a ball and then he comes back down, he is exerting force on the floor with his muscles, right? And he no longer can be affected by buoyancy, I guess you'd say, because he's going upward. He exerts his force and then he comes back down and so on and so forth. But it's a really good observation. I really like it. Thank you for that. Sasha, go ahead.
I forget it.
I dragged it.
No, I remember.
Buoyancy is in effect all the time.
If you want flat earth roll, do you know that after that you will be retarded?
After that, I will be.
It's too late. There's no going back now.
Yeah, that's the point.
Architecture, explain why somebody shouldn't believe in the globe.
Well, you got
I haven't thought
Topaz
about.
right, so.
I mean, I guess you. Well, because firstly, it isn't true, and it is. There's like no evidence for it, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't thought so much about it, but also, like it's kind of you feel like insignificant, I guess. You can do that, I guess. Also, sorry, I haven't. I guess I haven't prepared the answers for this one. If you think I'm an actor or whatever, but
no, I think most of us are pretty well convinced. Like that, you know what you're talking about. Like you've done some research, and that's really that's what this is about. Like it's about people who are interested in finding the truth, and they've been paying attention, right?
Also, I haven't met a glober who like wants to be called a flat earther or like wants to have a role in this called flat earther, I guess. other than for memes, I guess. But like, I'm serious about it.
We've met them, but yeah, no, you seem alright.
But if you fuck us over,
Oh, nice! I got the roll.
You will burn in hell.
Also, I lost the VC verified roll.
You'll be relegated to the flat Earth purgatory. I mean, Glober. Which way? Either way.
No, but listen to this point.
Purgatory.
I listen to him. You know what Lemon was speaking about Ether? The architecture was good because he was asking him, can you back up that story, you know? And he was asking him, you know, do you have any proof for that? We didn't ask him. He was asking, and that was great.
Either way, it's still a thing.
Yeah, but I was like asking for proof for it because I'm not like observing it like in my like everyday day life, you know.
Well, we do
it may exist, you know.
We do have a medium in between us, you know.
Yeah, I would call that 3D space, the 3D space that we are experiencing. It's Euclidean or like mostly Euclidean 3D space because it's like it doesn't bend.
That's slightly different. You're talking about like length, width, and height type of thing. I'm talking about an actual medium within which airwaves travel.
I think it's like the gas.
Or is he being more literal, saying like, you know, like we all in a public space, in a public setting, we kind of pad everything. We don't really talk to each other with what we're really saying. You know, like I don't think maybe that's not what he's saying, but I could read into it.
Well, yeah, just like I like to base things on evidence and proof, and I like to theorize about stuff. But like, if I'm gonna like know something, I need proof, or believe something. I guess I need evidence.
Yeah, it's funny how they've taken all of like most evidence that they claim is theirs for a globe is actually flat Earth evidence also, which is what's really weird about that.
Yeah. And they like use strawman to like misrepresent the flat Earth in so many ways. So it's really hard to like discuss with, debate with like my dad and stuff because he assumed what the flat Earth already was with the model and stuff. But I had to like implant it in his brain like flat Earth is like acknowledging the evidence that it's planar terrestrial, not claiming how the sun works, not claiming how any of the other things work. It's at its core just acknowledging that it's planar terrestrial, meaning basically flat.
And here's the thing: a lot of people they don't like it. They're like, "No, I'm a flat earther all the way." You know, it's like no, I'm for the truth. I'm a truther all the way, and I just want to know what I just want to know. I don't want to spin on the information, and I'm trying to dig through what we have because everything has a fucking spin on it.
A lot of things have, yes.
Architecture. Somebody asked you for a fraction. Do you remember? And you said I don't know something more about that.
Yeah, I don't know like how to counter that properly.
But listen this story. Which claim is that refraction from flat earther or from globe earther?
The globe earthers are using
No,
the
that's
argument,
not.
I guess.
That's not true.
Flat earthers can also use the argument when it comes to like boats disappearing. Never mind. I'm speaking.
Okay, I will tell you. 2016, flat earthers were saying there is refraction there. You don't have geometrical horizon because there is a refraction there. And they were saying there is no refraction there. And then it came the black swan, and they started to speak that there is a refraction there. What we were saying all the time, and they was denying that refraction in the beginning.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that? They've stepped behind our argument and pretended like they've just won the argument.
Lol.
Crazy.
First they claim refraction, then they claim there is no refraction, and then they claim there is refraction. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's simple when you think about it. Like, in elementary school, they teach you like information that's 100 years outdated. It's like the same shit they told everybody else, but it's not at all reality. And then you got to high school, they divulged some of the real information, but most of it was still just this fantasy bullshit.
Yeah.
And you go to college and you find out all the stuff that they taught you in high school, like, you got to unlearn that. They're like, yeah, that's not it at all.
No, not actually. Maths, I have actually learned a lot.
Math remains the same, but like,
yeah, differential equations. That's something interesting. That's
For me,
very useful.
for me, it's strange why we never, at least I don't know, that we never learned about Cavendish. It was not so important. I found out that later. Who is Cavendish and what is that? Blah blah blah. Let's call experiment, not experiment.
Yeah, it's not until you get into either like specific degrees that you might learn about a lot of the stuff that we're covering.
Yeah, but that's the important thing because they are now claiming Cavendish. That means why I didn't learn that. And plus, this is not important because Einstein came. Everything is like, what that means? I will learn Newton in the school without mentioning Cavendish. Then I will grow up. I will learn that Newton is wrong, but I still will not know about Cavendish. Then I will know about Cavendish after the Einstein, and then I will have my head will be totally confused. What is going on?
Yeah, well, and when you really dig into it, if you happen to take a field that way, or you happen to stumble upon flat Earth, you'll find that these people are always arguing with each other. They're never in agreement. They're the science is not settled. You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourselves with all that shit.
Science doesn't really settle. You can always repeat experiments multiple times. If somebody finds a black swan in experiments, you kind of have to revise the models if you have any, or the theories if you have any about it. You should, I mean. Because you can claim there are only white swans, but when you find a black swan, you have to revise that theory that there are only white swans. Also black swans.
I think that we could confuse them more with that black swan thing. They cannot reach that level. Yeah, what else? If you listen to Globers, you will find out that they don't have constant same argument. Like, let's say, if you hear some Glober speaking about gravity, you listen another Glober, they will have different story. They will not have the same story.
Yeah.
The question it's like, what are we failing to demonstrate with this black swan? Like, this should say a lot more to you than your understanding, than you're portraying that you understand. Like, either you get either you get it and you're lying, or you just simply don't get it. And most often, it's pretty clear they just don't fucking get it.
Yeah, but when I was talking about white and black swans, I wasn't talking about like the specific flat Earth experiments. If you
either way, the argument of a black swan or a white swan, like they don't understand that either.
Let's ask architecture. Let's tell in one word what is the black swan argument.
For the flat Earth, you mean? Or like in general?
What is the black swan argument in one word?
It's well, I don't know.
Lou?
Like in one word, I don't know.
Quit stumbling. Did you just say I was about to go piss, but I ran back? I thought I heard my name. But
if you want to say in one word, what is the argument of black swan?
All right. So, like, the black swan comes from this old argument about at one time the world thought the white world. We're talking about white people. The white world thought that there was nothing but white swans. All swans were white. Okay.
Yeah, that was what I said. Like but that doesn't mean all swans are white. If you find one black,
but I particularly asked properly for the black swan,
So the flat Earth black swan argument.
Yeah.
So,
in one word.
So, if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, I don't know what that is in kilometers. Forgive me, but if it has that. If it has that radius.
I want to stop you because I will ask you, what is argument of black swan in one word?
In one word? We see two. One word. Jesus.
No geometric horizon.
Yes. I mean, the black swan argument is horizon and nothing else, you know.
Yeah.
It's not one word.
I don't like.
I'll give it to you.
You know why? Do you know how many times do you see oil rigs? Do you see oil rigs? Look at that oil rig. Look at this oil rig. Look what is doing this oil rig. You know, and that's not the argument.
Right.
Okay.
Yo.
That it?
So we see too far. If you are an average human, you know, like of a height between like 5 and 6 feet, the farthest you should see if you lived on a ball with a radius of 3,959, standing on the beach, toes in the water, okay, is like 3.5 miles at most.
Yeah.
So, that's just math. Like, you don't need more than that. Do you see farther than that?
Definitely. If I have binoculars or something.
Well, even you don't need binoculars. You can see more.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually true. My dad was actually doing this himself. He was like using something he learned in military, which was like using congruent triangles to like measure the distance away from something. He knew the height of something long away, and he like then measured the distance from where he was standing to that place. And he said he was like seeing 7 kilometers away, and we both could see the shoreline over that. It was like at the widest point of a fjord here in Norway, and it should be hidden behind the curve. Definitely, it was like 7 kilometers, I guess, something. But he didn't. I don't. He didn't like. He is in denial, so he don't like. Didn't accept it, or accept it as evidence of flat Earth. Even though he did the experiment, it was pretty interesting the way that he did it. He saw a tree on the other side, and he said that trees was like so and so high usually, like that type of tree was like pine, a type of pine tree, and he held his thumb a certain distance away from his eyes, and it was like so and so high. I mean, he held a straw that was 0.5 centimeter, and then they like calculated it, the distance, like because like he like held it up, and he covered the tree like exactly the height he was holding the straw at. It's hard to explain, but it works out. You can probably search it up online or something. Congruent triangles to measure distance. It's just trigonometry. If you know the height of the tree and you know the height of the straw you are holding, and you know the length from your eye to the straw, you can then calculate the distance you are from the tree.
Nice.
So, I mean, really, if you're gonna, you can go ahead and hold on to your scientific education watching Bill Nye, where they're like, the Earth is a globe.
I don't.
Or you can just look at the facts and say, wait a minute, we see too far for the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I just was telling a fun story. Like my dad was like proving the flat Earth for me, but he didn't accept it as evidence for the flat Earth. He usually starts sentences and like stops midway through. He was saying yeah, he and he stopped and tried questioning him on it, and he kind of brain dead on that front, but he's like old and he like takes time to change, he says. About that, but he's kind of based on other things. Like he's a self-proclaimed climate realist and stuff, and he's
from talking to you tonight, architecture. I look, not everybody accepts me. I think most people like me.
I like you, Lou.
I think most people. But what I'm saying is, like, everybody has their critics, and from what I've seen tonight, talking to you, I'm not going to paint an overall picture of you and judge you, but like tonight, we're a lot alike in certain ways. We're hard to convince, and once we're there, it's very well thought out, and you're not probably going to sway us either, right? Like, it took me a long time to wear a flat Earth role.
Yeah, I want proof to know something and I need evidence to believe something. So yeah, I don't like accepting, but I like to entertain new ideas and stuff. So yeah, but I actually accepted the flat Earth pretty easily, actually.
Well,
Just
I mean,
watching the
I
interview.
sort of did too, but like it still took me a long time to be able to say it out loud and put my own name behind it, to stamp it and tell my friends, you know?
For me, it took maybe, I guess, like a couple weeks to tell my dad, I guess. And then I told...
Maybe
then I
I misjudged you. You were quicker than me. That's for sure.
Yeah, but
Tell your dad?
I don't like tell it
I don't
to
do that.
random people. I like... they are usually finding out that I am a flat earther before I say it, if they are ever finding that out. I don't say it to like family members that are not super close. More like my mom and my dad and my cousins. Like those are the only ones who know that I'm a flat earther. And probably...
You know what's funny about me is I've been a big conspiracy guy since like a long time ago, like pre 9/11, and once 9/11 happened, big time. So like, my family, they love to like try to make fun of me and make examples of me, poke, and they assumed I was a flat earther before I was a flat earther.
That's actually true with me. Actually, too. I was in school. In school, I had like physics, like kind of advanced physics in. I don't know what's the school type. If it's I think it's higher than high school. I think it's... I don't know the name. It's not university, but at least we had like one time in class we were like we were just finished with like a test like some other the other week, and this week we were just like kind of chilling out, and one day we were like they were like ridiculing flat earthers and what they were believing and stuff, and I like questioned like if people actually believed that we were on like a disc that accelerated upwards constantly. I thought they were just trolling and stuff, and they said they believe it, and I was like, if they thought it was flat, I would like throw out gravity and everything and stuff, like so. And they like thought I was like a flat earther. They like laughed at me and stuff, but I don't remember everything about it. But like I kinda could like understand how people could have thought it was like flat, because I already knew like what people, I guess, taught in history and stuff. But,
dude, I'm just saying, like with this long time thing at big family and stuff, we have a reunion every year. I know there's people talking shit behind my back. Like, it's hilarious what's going on over the last like 2 years. Now this year specifically, like, dear God, like these people that love to try to fucking make an example of me and laugh at me, like, and I still stood my own, did a good job. I've got an uncle who for sure is on the same page, you know, like.
My family is kind of based, but they are like a point where they stop with the conspiracy stuff.
But what I'm saying is, you know, they went to trying to embarrass me and laugh about it. Like, yeah, he's one of those tinfoil hat fuckers. To all of a sudden, like, all eyes are peeled. They're like, wait a minute, what the fuck does this guy know? And
oh, nice.
Like,
I never got that actually. My mom still thinks I'm crazy. My dad, he has some respect for me actually, because I introduced him to the ketogenic diet right before he got diabetes, and they started doing the ketogenic diet, and he has a lot of respect for me for that. But he still thinks I'm kind of a little bit. I mean, he actually is gotten kind of respectful about the flat Earth stuff too, because he says it's like I'm scientifical. I'm like trying to like explore different possibilities and stuff. I don't. He thinks like I'm going to be a global again later and stuff. He doesn't like want to look into it and stuff too. But yeah, I think he's like kind of afraid of the subject, I guess. And he's also Christian, so I'm kind of pushing him to like read the verses and like try to interpret them like the way.
Yeah, if somebody is religious, using the Bible then makes sense. Too often people try to convince atheists that they're wrong because the Bible says so.
Lol.
You know, like
that doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not Christian myself, but I am acknowledging the evidence for like supernatural stuff, you know, like paranormal stuff. But yeah, but I'm agnostic here. Not really. It's called Eatsist actually. It's not actually the same because it's you know, you are acknowledging there are like evidence for it. You know, there's like people with memories of reincarnation, I guess. Eric Dubé has some good videos on that.
Yeah, Eric Dubé is sometimes hard to watch though. It's like he's got good information, but I don't know. I can't listen to his ass.
I don't really have a lot of Eric Dubé time. I probably have the most out of all the big boys. I probably have the most out of Oakley, but I never really listened to Dubé.
Okay.
Oh, I was listening in the beginning. There was so much in fight, all of them. Especially Dubé. He made so many videos about flat earthers, like they're fake, blah blah blah.
Well, like if you look into the evidence of some of these, it's like you know, Wise. He makes good videos. Not gonna lie, but he's like financially tied to like I think it was a Rothschild member of the family, and also not only that, he has some. You can go into iForce. He has a whole like page on like Dave Wise exposed. You can probably check them for yourself, like videos and stuff. He
was here
exposing himself.
You know where I lost interest in Eric Dubé was when he started whining about how he found this or that before anyone else, and he was making such a big deal about it. I was like, oh.
Yeah, he's been involved a couple of times with trying to throw a lot of big flat earthers under the bus because they're. He's like, look, if you're Eric Dubé, you're the only real flat earther. Everybody else.
I didn't really appreciate that stance, and I backed off from him after that.
Yeah, I get it.
He has said in videos that he just kind of revived it on the internet, but he said it was like flat earthers making books like 50 years ago, and also there was flat earthers in the 70s and stuff. Yeah, but maybe you're right. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to me that way.
But like, I try to keep personalities out of it and just keep the information.
Yes.
And so when I look at the information, is really good, and so that if I keep that, like, I don't know why he happened to be this person that came out. That seemed very odd.
Look, his ego he would love to claim he has no ego, Mr.
Yeah, that's true. It gets in the way. I don't know.
But he was one of the early flat earthers who made a big difference. And now he thinks that he is like the end all be all of flat earth.
Yeah, that's what like Dave Wise and stuff says about him, I guess. And that was what I like. I heard a video like Dave Wise was making, and like Eric Dubé, like he said he was reaching out to Eric Dubé, and he didn't get a response or something, or something like that, and he said it was like his ego or something. But so that made me curious. So I like looked into it, and it seemed as if like he was like they were like defaming him and stuff. Maybe because he had the good information. I don't know. Maybe you're right too. I don't know.
I think it's look. I think it's true. I think there's a huge ego with Eric Dubé, but I also think he has a lot of good information. Like I just don't like him. That's all it really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he presented with that 200. It was really good to see all that. Even that 200 proves it's not 200 proofs, but for me, I don't know. But it was, how to say, it was everything inside of that. It was enough to see that, and that was it.
Yeah, it's good videos. Yes. I guess he is one of my favorite Flat Earth channels because he also covers different stuff like ancient history and stuff, which is interesting. But like, I don't agree with everything he says. Like, I understand the veganism stuff. I kind of agree with that some too. But like, he was in the veganism videos, he was saying that meat gives you cholesterol. I know a lot about nutrition, but it's not. I'm pretty sure, like from everything I've researched, it's not. You don't get cholesterol from your diet that way. It comes from processed carbohydrates and stuff. Everything, or like trans fats and stuff, which are not in meat, by the way. Yeah, that was like his, and also like like fat was unhealthy and stuff.
Look, I have something to say about all that. Okay, so like, if you're into flat Earth and conspiracy and the world is being led, like, then you should understand that this whole vegetarian moving into veganism and all that stuff, and now they're talking about cow farts and they're killing off all of our livestock. Like, it's not a coincidence. It's part of the agenda.
I think it's more complicated than that, actually, but that I guess there's some truth in that. Maybe I don't know. I have to research the part that he claims that like you can get hormones from the animals. That is not just him claiming
look. Okay, when it comes to like big conglomerate farms and what they're pumping their animals full, yeah, that might not be good for you, but animals are not the fucking problem. Livestock is not the problem that we have. We don't need to humanity has only survived because we started raising animals.
I don't know. I think there are a lot of problems. I don't think like it's just one problem. I think it's a lot of things. But yeah, so like, but like, yeah, you can look at it another way with like ethics and stuff, because you can view like animals the same as humans because they are sentient and we are too, and they also have brains and they can feel pain too.
Okay. If you're worried about if you're worried about a cow's religious beliefs or anything like that, I'm not going to pay any attention to you. Like,
I don't. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they have religious beliefs.
No, I know you're not. I'm exaggerating the point.
I don't really have any religion myself too, actually. So would you kill me? Like, no.
What I'm telling you is,
debatable.
Okay, so when it comes to humanity, like there's like a fertile belt that does exist around the world, whether it's flat or globe, whatever. You have certain places where shit grows. You have certain shit where shit thrives. Okay, and that is the only place where you could possibly exist if you didn't take and domesticate animals to regions where you have to survive a cold winter or a very dry desert.
No, not really. You can actually ferment stuff. You can ferment stuff and like keep stuff to the winter and stuff. You don't have to eat everything fresh. You can also can stuff with our technology nowadays.
Canning. Is that how we survived up until 100 years ago?
No, but you could ferment. You could ferment, and you also don't have to live in the northern hemisphere. We can live near the equator. Nobody's telling us.
What I'm telling you is this Earth is not as this Earth is not as forgiving as people today think it is.
Definitely.
We have a lot of luxuries that come from farming and transportation, like moving things from one area of the world to another, and so on and so forth. Like, if you had to live on your own in a north or south or an arid climate, whatever, you most likely will not survive. It takes the most rugged of the rugged to survive in those places.
Also, in the past, they drank a lot more. This is controversial, but they drank more urine and stuff. And you can look into something called urine therapy. Gives you actually more energy. You can walk in deserts longer than normal people and stuff, and you can fast longer and whatever. Yeah. And also, it's stem cells in it. So yeah. But like, there's like a lot of stuff people used in the past. And yeah, also if you like are basing like stuff, your beliefs on Bible and stuff like. You
heard me earlier. I don't like. I mean, I when it corroborates the evidence, I'm like, dang, that's cool. But I don't base my beliefs on the Bible. No.
Okay. But yeah, it was like in the Garden of Eden. I guess they weren't like eating animals and stuff, so they could like survive without eating.
No. You knew what you were getting into with this argument with me before you started it. Like, I don't believe that story. I can't put faith in that story. I should say. Maybe it's true, but seriously, like, you want me to believe it? Nah, it's a little bit of a stretch.
No, I don't necessarily believe it myself. I just
What's up, Blue?
Like believed in the Bible 100% or something, maybe.
What up,
Some
Blue?
people do.
Yo, what's up? Who's that? Oh, Miggy. Shit. What's up, man?
Chilling, bro. Where are the Globers at?
What the heck?
No, we talk amongst ourselves nowadays.
Oh, I see. No Glober. There's a guy in here with the space thing. He's not a Glober?
Call him out. See if he'll talk to you.
Hey, wait a minute. There's someone named Go Fast you might want to talk to. Go Fast, are you there?
Come on.
We'll see if Go Fast answers the Miggy call. Miggy's calling you now. You're the next
Also,
contestant.
anyone can fast for 40 days straight.
That's wonderful. But we want to talk to a Glober at the moment.
Oh, it's a Glober here.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Glober? Are you there? Are you there, Glober? Sorry, I messed up CB's little plan.
No, that was it. That was perfect.
Oh, all right.
So Go Fast is not here. We got Get Cukes.
I am here. I'm just lurking.
Oh,
I'm being creepy.
Go Fast.
Lurky Lou.
Hey.
All right, Miggy, you remember the day. All right, Go Fast. Keep talking. But, Miggy, is that RCYC? Is that RCYC? Go Fast is RCYC.
Oh, dude. You know what? Every time that somebody comes in here that sounds like the people we know, they always say they're not. and that disappoints me.
Yeah, no, that's him. That's RC Micey. I'm pretty sure.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Go Fast wasn't talking just now. That was GQ.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy to.
No, we
Oh, there
It
you are.
didn't matter because this happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I called
Okay, there
him
you
out
go.
as Micey yesterday.
Oh, it is.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll shut up now. Miggy wants to talk to you. Go Fast. Nice to see you again.
Is that you, RC?
It's good to be here, guys. I like the audio cues; those are cute.
Yeah,
Miggy, I don't believe we've met. Hi.
Yeah, we
Nice to
have.
meet
We
you.
talked before.
I'm happy to be here.
You said that there was Magnetic West, dude. Like we know you. We've had previous conversations. Do you not remember?
Magnetic. I joined this group for the first time 2 days ago.
Ah, well then let's bypass all that. But
Yeah.
do you think the Earth is a globe or that it's not a globe?
I believe in the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
All right. So what is the strongest evidence you have that the Earth is a globe?
Every single thing that I've ever been presented with to suggest otherwise has been invalidated by my independent research of the topic.
All right, still vague. Pick one.
Okay, let me think.
Go ahead.
I like that. It is the only possibility that justifies our lived reality, our experience.
Holy smokes! Are you serious?
Could you be a little more specific?
Okay,
maybe?
my most obvious evidence of curvature is that it is observed when you look at things on the horizon. You cannot see infinite. You cannot see infinite distance, right?
Didn't we do
You
this
can't see
already?
Things. I don't. Maybe
The horizon's way further than your geometric globe constraints say it should be.
I've spent the last 4 hours of my life deconstructing a. You've seen the infrared photo taken of.
Yeah, the one where the horizon was supposed to be at 116 miles if it was curvature. That one.
Were
Is it
you
116? I think it's.
Wait a minute. Go fast. Were you in this chat before deconstructing an argument?
Yeah, he thinks he deconstructed Kanagu.
No, every single photo like that I've ever been sent, I just look it up on my own and run the numbers myself, and the claim is always incorrect every single time. So that's why I don't believe the Earth is flat. Because whenever I'm presented with evidence, I go on my own.
Right.
And
That's
validate
fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna just go based upon the evidence that you do have, not the one that you're disproving. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think disproving a claim is evidence of.
Well, no, I mean, you said you were deconstructing that. That's fine. You did that. But what I'm interested in is your observable evidence, and you said you had some. Which one are you talking about? What did you do that provided that evidence that the Earth is a globe? Name an instance where you.
The existence of the horizon is my biggest justification to believe the Earth is round.
As in, when you look out into the horizon, it's appearing to you as a globe, because obviously it seems to me that what you're saying is the claim behind what you're saying is that when you look at the horizon, it appears as if it's a globe. Is that correct?
Yes. And
when do you do this observation? When you go out into the beach, just any old day, driving somewhere? Like what?
Every time I'm at a high elevation, and I'm not talking about seeing curvature, by the way. I'm talking about seeing the horizon. I'm not one of the globe believers who's going to tell you can see curvature from altitude. I'm not going to say that. But you can, if you're at a high altitude, or if you are looking out over the ocean, it
what is the horizon?
Very evident.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming. You're claiming the horizon is curvature, and you're seeing it.
Wait. Can I quickly talk to this guy for a second, please? What is the horizon? Isn't it the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground? Isn't that what the horizon is? Right?
Yes.
So why would there not be one on a flat Earth? Are you saying it would just be all sky or all Earth and no sky and no Earth?
Well, it would be there would be no circumstance on a flat Earth that I can imagine where distant objects would be obscured to the point where they wouldn't be visible. I mean, in the absence of atmosphere.
Say that again?
No, dude.
So you got a book 5 miles away and you can read it go fast? You figure that that's the case as long as there's no Earth curvature in the way?
No, angular size and atmospheric occlusion
Okay.
will
Well, then
obviously.
that makes what you said just before that completely false.
I wasn't finished speaking.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the absence of atmospheric occlusion, you could obviously see any object from any point on a flat Earth.
Well, but you
you just contradicted yourself again.
And let me continue. Let me continue.
Why? You just typed it not every time you speak a
Let me
sentence.
continue. In the case of atmospheric occlusion, as we experience it in real life, there are still objects that are not visible that should be visible if there was not curvature that was occluding them or causing them to not be visible.
The curvature is not observed. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's not.
Okay. If
So
you
that's
can
not what's
see-
obscuring things.
If you could see two, let me provide an example that I just did. Over the past 4 hours, I've been looking at this image, right? So if there's a mountain that's
Oh, but we're not.
13,000 feet high,
Sorry.
and there's a mountain that's 6,000 feet high,
We can't
Yeah.
go to the thing that you disproved. Remember, we said, and you even agreed with me. We can't go to the thing
you
that you
asked me.
I know
Yes,
what I'm asking you. Evidence, not the thing that you disproved. That you made.
I was asked why my observations of the horizon suggest curvature to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said you can't see infinitely.
Yeah, that's what you were claiming.
But
so that
distant objects.
And then he just said after that you also due to angular size, due distance.
I did not contradict myself, and if you feel that I did, I will clarify.
You know you did. You did.
You did 100%. Every single thing you said contradicted the last thing you said before it.
All right, I'm gonna let you
Mickey
talk,
was just
and
about to
when
call
you-
it out, so go ahead, Mickey.
No, I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting. All right, Fuzzy was jumped in here. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Well, no, I was just saying, like he said earlier that on the flat Earth you should be able to see everything at distance due to two things: angular size,
in
and
the absence, yeah.
atmospheric, right? So and you said on a flat Earth, without atmosphere or anything like that, there's nothing else to do it. But then you never said anything about angular size. Distance will make something get smaller to the point where you can't see it anymore, right? That's why they call it the vanishing point.
Yeah, but there's mechanisms by which you could see things at any distance, regardless
hang on.
of their diminishing angular size, right?
Go fast. 1 second. And the reason why I'm saying that, like, what you're proposing is a hypothetical. There's no.
It's because we have atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no reality in which you and I live in that there isn't going to be an atmosphere. Like, and of course that's
Exactly. No, again, and let me continue. Again, I'm aware of the reality I live in.
Dude, you're off to a rough start. So
why do we
maybe
go
should,
to
like,
hypotheticals? That's what I'm saying. Like, what we know.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
If I look
let's
at the
go there.
horizon, then I can see two mountains, and one of them is twice as tall as the other one, and one of them is much closer to me, and the one that is closer to me appears to be taller than the one that is thousands of miles behind it. That suggests to me that the Earth is curved because
You're
if
seeing
there was a mountain
thousands of miles, dude. What are you talking about?
100.
Yeah,
What is it exactly? I think it's 75 miles, actually. So if there's a mountain 75 miles behind another mountain that's twice as tall as it, that mountain should appear twice as tall, regardless of diminishing angular size.
Wait a second.
Wait. Fuzzy. No, once again, I'm going to reiterate the point that I said. Like, this is going to be the third time I said it. We're not talking about the images that you're disproving, because I don't care to know about, like, what you were spending 4 hours.
I'm talking about my experience.
Okay, you've experienced what you just finished telling me right now.
Yes, I've experienced mountains that are taller than mountains closer to me that are lower in elevation.
Where did you experience this? Tell me where exactly.
I grew up in the Pacific Northwest in Northern California, and I saw this all the time by looking at distant mountains.
Comparing.
Wait, can we just re-highlight the thing that Mickey's been trying to point out? Go fast. We're asking you for proof of something, and you're just saying, "Well, it's not what I'm making."
No, you asked me. No. Excuse me. You did not ask me for proof.
Hold
you
on,
did not
Go
ask me
Fast.
for proof.
No, I typed it in the chat. So yeah, I typed it because that's what you said. So we were saying things like, "Well, it doesn't work this way." You're trying to debunk something that no one supports anyway. We're not.
I was never asked to prove the Earth is curved.
Absolutely Absolutely, Mickey absolutely asked you, what's your best proof? What's your best reasoning for the globe? Is what you said. This is why we're talking about this subject. It's because this is what you brought up after Mickey asked you, what's your best proof?
Yeah, you always seem to address things that people didn't say. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why I keep reiterating the point. We're talking. This is the third time you brought it up. You might even bring it up a fourth time, which I hope you don't. Like, I really want to get to the evidence in which you are claiming that without a shadow of doubt, the Earth is a globe. And you said, well, the evidence is clearly the horizon. And I asked you, when you look at the horizon, how is that visible that you can see the globe? And then you said, I'm not going to be like one of those globers that claim they can see the globe. This is you verbatim, right?
You misunderstood. No, I was referencing curvature from angle to angle. Like people will post your high altitude fisheye lenses and say that they can see curvature from an airplane. That's what I was talking about.
But you said you see curvature from a horizon, which means what? Ground level, right? Yes.
Ground level or altitude.
That would mean whatever height you're at. So if you're on the ground,
I'm talking about the inability. I'm talking about the inability to see objects that are larger in altitude.
Correct. That's you trying to debunk something no one supports. Remember, that's you. Instead of presenting proof, you're saying, "Well, it's not this." Go fast.
I'm here to understand
you did
why
it a fourth time, right? Miggy, you said you were going to do it a fourth time, and you did do it a fourth time.
It is the fourth. Yeah. Well,
I'm here to understand why that's okay.
Well, maybe you stop making up cosmologies to debunk and just support the claim that support the cosmology that you believe in.
I feel like if there's evidence, go fast, there's evidence. And if you don't have any, you don't have to kind of keep spinning the wheels and saying it's there, but it's not there. It's like it's visible with the horizon, but you can't see it. It's like that's you're speaking, double speak. Like, is it there or not? Like, I want to know if I'm standing on the beach, can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth? Now you answer to me yes or no. Go ahead. Can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth if I'm standing on the beach and I'm looking out into the ocean?
I'm talking about things disappearing over the horizon.
Did you ask?
I'd like to understand that.
Answer my question though. Can you see the curvature of the Earth if I'm standing on the beach looking out into the ocean? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. We're getting somewhere.
But
okay,
isn't that what you just said before? Is that you could?
No. No, they have no other
horizon. So when you say disappearing things over the horizon,
I'll wait for you guys to allow me to talk.
Is curvature? That's what you just said, though. There's things disappearing on things actually disappearing over the horizon, not actually.
I have never been presented with a mechanism that can account for that effect, other than curvature. And I would
just mentioned the vanishing point earlier.
Yeah,
I think in voice links.
Well, many people in here probably had the conversation. I don't know if I was in here, but yes, of course. As things go far away from you, you start to visibly see less and less of it until you can't see any more of it. But I mean, that's just obvious, right? If you see a car driving away from you, it looks like it tends to get smaller and smaller in your view, right? Would you agree with me on that? Go fast, or is that something we're going to have a debate on?
Yeah, with the naked eye.
I'm making it very plain and clear. I'm not speaking in ways.
Yeah, with the naked eye. Yes.
Right. So, will it get to a point with the naked eye far enough to where you can't see that car anymore? If you're saying that you're watching it drive away in a far distance, you're not going to be able to see it. Okay. So,
with the naked eye specifically.
Okay, naked eye. I'm not using anything. So, what difference does that make from you looking out into the horizon and seeing mountains and whatnot?
Because if you use tools that allow you to see objects that are extremely distant and have very low angular size to your perspective from the naked eye, and you can see them vanish over the horizon. I have never been presented with a justification for that.
Okay, so you just finished answering the question, your own question. I've never been presented with a mechanism that shows me that the thing that I can see in the far distance gives any other reason why I can't see it other than curvature or whatever. And I'm telling you right now that on a straight road that's far, that is far away from you, that you can see a car driving away and it disappears from your eyesight because you can't see it anymore. It doesn't mean that there's any curvature. It just means
you can't have a telescope.
What's that?
What if I have a telescope?
Well, it doesn't matter because even that has an extending a point where you're not going to be able to see beyond. Like, of course, everything has limits, right? You can't see forever.
Yes, but the point at which a car driving on a straight road away from you disappears from your field of view is not associated with its diminishing.
Meisty, by the time you're using a telescope to prove this, your globe is way too big.
Yeah, it's way too big. So
There you
I mean,
go.
that already doesn't make any sense, because let's just say that you can't see it with the naked eye, right? Then you use a telescope and voila, it's there again. So what does that mean? You just magically seen over the curve? Like, that doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is that you can see farther.
No, it's not over the curve. If you're using a telescope to see an object that is occupying a very, very small percentage of your field of view, and you're expanding the percentage of your field of view.
Well, if that object is further than the geometric limits of the globe, then you're not seeing it over any curve. You're right, because there isn't any.
Right. So we're you just finished talking about the mechanism, and you now have already explained what it is. It just went farther past the distance of what you can see with your eyes. And so you use a telescope and then you can see it again. Now, that doesn't mean that because you can't see with your eyes that it went over a curve. Because
at what point can you, if you're using a telescope, at what point does the car disappear from your field of view? Assuming that there's no point where its angular size. Does it disappear again because its angular size diminishes?
Bro, you guys have this idea that you can just see billions of miles with the telescope, so let me just point it down the street. Like that.
Not billions of miles. Maybe 12.
Well, no.
Okay. Well, it extends the view a little bit, but it's not really going to get you anywhere that you think that's going to, do more than probably your eyesight. I mean, it could increase it for sure, but it's not going to do any better. You could probably get a few more miles out of it. That's about it.
When I was first asked why I believe the Earth is curved, my initial answer was because every single piece of evidence I have ever been presented with that is supposed to be incompatible with curvature is compatible with curvature. Every single one.
Yeah,
like what? Why?
That's very
Like,
vague.
Presented.
Go fast. Think about this, man. It's like me saying, man, everything points to the Earth is flat. It's just all the things point to it. Everything. And then you're just like, well, what is it? Like,
let me explain. Let me explain how that's not a good comparison. If you said that I believe the Earth is flat because every observation I've ever been shown has been compatible with flat Earth, that would not. I don't think that would be true. You believe that would be true, of course, obviously, because it's your belief.
Well, why don't you be specific and pick something?
Well, send me any flat Earth meme.
Well, this is your
any. I've been sent hundreds of flat Earth memes, and every one I independently.
Oh my goodness! It's not about what you disprove, man. It's about your evidence. I don't care about.
Like I said,
because dude,
my justification.
Go fast. I'm saying this, man. Somebody can send you some freaking flat Earth meme, and it doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. What I need to know from you is how you know that the Earth is a globe. That's the only thing that really matters. The truth, right? Not what somebody shot you in a meme, and then you like some cat pushing something off the flat Earth, the pancake Earth flying up. I don't care about that. I need to know how you know that the Earth is a globe, and then you present your evidence to me so I can go verify it. And then say, haha, the guy's onto something. But obviously, you haven't said anything different from somebody else that's come in here like 1,000 times over 7 years, 8 years now. I mean, it's nothing different. So really,
which is why typically I don't like to be asked why I believe the Earth is fixed. Right?
No, but it's like the other way around. Like, how like you're trying to debunk memes, we're trying to debunk the globe memes. Like, we're just trying to prove the globe.
Again, I would never.
So if you've got the best globe,
I've never gone out of my way.
That's what we wanted. We want the best globe proof because that's what we're trying to prove. That's how most of us started out here, trying to prove the globe correct.
All right, hang on, Fuzzy. Go fast. Check it out. It's like this, bro. I'm gonna shoot it to you like this. There's 3 questions I usually ask, but I only need one. If you can provide the evidence for when the Earth was actually known to be a globe and when it was measured to be a globe, like the curvature, then let's start from the beginning, right? Where in history was it ever even known that the Earth has curvature? Where was it measured? And I just know these simple facts is going to get you to at least understand honestly whether you know it is or not, that it does have curvature or not. So
I can skip. So this is a 3-step question. You're going to say, how do we know the Earth is curved? I'm going to say Eratosthenes. You're going to say we need to validate parallel sun rays. So can we skip to validating parallel sun rays?
No, don't. You're not divining my thoughts because that's not a way you need to go. So just basically the thing that, like I said, I can do it in 1 step. I don't do it in 3 anymore. So 1. So I just need to know how curvature was measured. And you can talk about history and you can say Eratosthenes, then I can tell you, well, what does that really prove, right? So now let's kind of fast forward to exactly that moment. So if you want to talk about Eratosthenes, because if that's what you're going to use, is it? Are you going to use Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes is useless unless you can validate the sun's rays are parallel.
Okay, so let's throw Eratosthenes in the bin. What else can we use in ancient times that can provide evidence that the Earth was measured to be a globe?
So you're under the impression that you can't validate the sun's rays are parallel.
No, I'm under the impression that you're not going to. I'm under the impression that there hasn't been any evidence provided, which is why I'm asking you if you know of any time in history that those dudes back then measured the Earth to have curvature, and then you're going to reply to me with sufficient evidence that they did measure it, and now we can get into a conversation. But do you have such evidence that somebody back then measured the Earth to be a globe?
What is your standard for evidence?
Something showing that the Earth was measured to have curvature. That's my standard. I need to know who measured the damn thing to have 8 inches per mile squared, like we've all been taught.
So
I think he's asking for you to have a substandard level of standards for evidence.
No, absolutely not. I'm asking you to have a standard at all, and I need to know what that standard is.
Just put the evidence on the table, brother. Stop thinking about simple questions.
The standard is a measurement. The measurement of the curvature drop rate between point A to point B over a distance of an arc. So I need that measurement. Who came up with it? And I need you to point me to those people or person, and then let's talk about it. So who did?
I don't know who the first person to try to validate curvature was.
Okay,
so
fair enough. Let's go with that. You don't know, that's fine. That's neither here nor there, right? You don't know. Great. Now today, who's done it today? We got technology, right?
I mean, millions of people, right? Yeah.
Let's get to the millions of people. Now I'm gonna go to see in the midst of these million that you're talking about. Find me one.
This is why I asked you what your standard of evidence was, because I don't know what.
Let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself to be very clear. The standard is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's the standard. Now I'm giving you the standard, which is the measurement, 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. So pretty simple, right? Simple geometry. Now, if you can hand it to me, because I need that. Who done it today? Of the millions of people that you just finished saying, tell me the one person. I don't care who out of the million. One will do.
Just one.
For the sake of conversation, I'll go with Eratosthenes.
Okay. All the way back to history, because we just came from there. But let's go back. All right, let's go back there.
I want to get to a point where we can have like a good debate. So let's go with Eratosthenes.
Debate, sir. The debate. If it was a debate, I would actually be having a debate with you. I'm not. I'm actually demanding evidence, which there is no debate because there is no evidence. If there was, then there would be a debate. Now let's.
Dude, it sounds harsh, Meisty, but he's got you dead to rights right there. Like that's
I never made a claim about.
True.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to tap dance like this, buddy. You'd just be showing the evidence. It wouldn't be, oh, what are your standards? Can you lower them? Okay, well, what's it going to be? Oh, you're not going to like this, blah, blah, blah. You just show it. Just pony up and show it, dude.
I could repeat the standards if you like. It's pretty simple, right? Show me the measurement, and if Eratosthenes done it, then please show me how he's done it.
I mean, I can do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to post in motions. This is something you're all very familiar with. So,
go ahead.
I mean, we're acting out parts in a play right now instead of having a conversation. But I'll post the Eratosthenes method anyway.
I don't need to know Eratosthenes. I've heard about him. I've read about him.
I know. That's why I think it's a waste of my time to post.
It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our time.
Yeah, can we agree, Meisty? Can we both agree that Eratosthenes does not prove a flat or a globe Earth?
Yeah, it's a waste. There's nothing. There's really nothing. To throw him in the bin. Want to get him out of the bin and be used. Now we're gonna throw him. Okay, so he's been. So what else can we do? Because I mean, we need something. Go fast.
Let me just clarify: the results of the Aristotle's experiment also work for a local sun.
Yep.
Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes. Look, guys. Maybe it's good for the viewers, but like Micey is no.
I was just
to this. Yeah,
I was just told. Excuse me.
Very aware.
So I was just told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the close sun.
You were just told by who?
By you, whoever said that. Whoever said that the Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
That was Vsauce and Neil deGrasse.
That is the case. Let me. That is the case if the sun's rays are not parallel on your flat Earth.
Which they are not.
You're flat Earth.
Yes, they're not. Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, the same experiment exists, or not an experiment, just same observation.
So, let's agree. Let's find some. Let's find some solid ground, so we can move forward in an intelligent way. Right?
Not going to agree on your idea that you think you're going to weasel your way out of giving me.
I'm not weaseling my way out of anything.
Listen, the standard of evidence, I'm going to repeat it one more time to you so you can really understand. I need the 8 inches per mile squared, right? Over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. Now, if you can who gave us that? Who's the guy that came up with that? So we can talk about that person and see how he figured that out. This is the standard, right? It's the standard by which.
Who's talking?
Hello?
Name. Yeah, I'm looking for the name so I know how to address you.
Miggy.
Bro, just listen.
Okay.
Nah, you'd rather divert.
I've been waiting for somebody to actually point me to this evidence, of course, for the globe, and at least you can tell me, because it sounds like you have a head on your shoulders that you can think about this logically. At least I hope so. If not, at least admit that you don't have evidence. And then we can say, hey, that's great. You don't have evidence. Let's move on to the next guy or girl who might say that they do.
Miggy.
Yes?
I want you to imagine that we would get there in probably 30 seconds if I was allowed to speak. And then I know your perspective, and I know what you expect, and I know your standard for evidence, and I know all
You've been allowed to speak the whole time. You're allowed to speak right now. You're still just obfuscating.
Okay. So I was told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the flat Earth in the event that the sun's rays are not parallel. That's why I opened by saying the Eratosthenes method is valid proof of curvature.
Oh, you are misunderstanding that.
Let me dude. Let me finish one point, just one. Okay?
Instead of focusing on the 4 words I said or whatever it was, just go on.
Okay. If we can prove that the sun's rays are parallel, do you agree that the Eratosthenes method would be, if we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, it would be valid proof of curvature?
Yes.
Hell
that
no.
Makes sense.
No.
If we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, and the shadows were like different.
Nobody has ever observed that, so we can't.
Yeah, but like in his hypothetical, that would be.
Thank you for your intellectual honesty.
Do you agree that if we were to build a teleportation device, that we could prove the existence of Narnia?
I don't want
yes.
No, but maybe Jurassic Park.
I mean, I don't like hypotheticals in the first. So there's no reason why.
Let me continue. I believe that you can verify unequivocally that the sun's rays are parallel. See, now I've made a claim. So now we have something to talk about, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
but
so are you not
I have actually observed myself crepuscular rays, and you can do that too. Like if it's cloudy, if today is cloudy, you could see like the some rays through like the holes in the clouds go directly downwards, and some go diagonal.
One moment, guys. I'll be right back.
Sounds really parallel.
My job with some food to get me. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he needs to go talk to his controllers.
I like the sound.
Hey, I gotta talk quick with my counsel. They called me out. They know I'm RC. My voice gave me away. I'm sorry.
Here's one thing. How many times he said, "Do I have to pretend?" Just pretend or just imagine.
I don't like that. Every time these guys come in here, there's always like, well, just if you indulge me for 1 second. If it was this, I don't care. Listen, you're talking about what the sky's doing, the sun rays and the light, and I don't care about the damn sun. Like, we're not talking about the sun here. Measure the damn ground. Like, give me the freaking measurement of the Earth that we're standing on. I don't want to know what the sun rays are doing and how it's light's reflecting off of Jupiter. I don't care. Like, let's talk about the freaking Earth, right? We're standing on the damn thing.
Yeah, I've been posting their globe model. I mean, in detail with different measurements. I've been posting that shit. I mean, look at the last one.
This is a weeds, guys. It's a weeds argument. And if he's he's casting that line, and you're hooked on that bait, he's gonna.
I see where it's going, though. It's actually quite interesting.
It's not
like. It is on a psychological level. On a psychological level, it's very interesting.
Well, yeah, that too. But like also, using he can if he could prove that the sun rays are parallel, which they are not, obviously, he could actually kind of prove that the downwards.
That's the whole point. How do you prove something that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Why would we engage in something that? And that's what back to my point. Like, I
just think it was a clever way of approaching.
The reason you engage is for the sake of other people listening, for the most part. I mean, because we've talked to this dude many times.
Come back, guys. Hi.
People say that.
I'm wondering how long he's been coming in under this name before I called him.
I've only been here for 2 days.
And for me, I don't really care if you're Tom, Dick, or Harry. It don't matter to me. Like, you have to provide evidence if you want to stand in here in front of the council, who's been through this probably 1,000 times. And so, really, everybody's like, okay, let's get to the point where you're going to give us the evidence that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc. So once we're doing all that, then we're starting to talk about who done it and all that, so we can, verify that. But I don't want to talk about what the sun or the moon or Jupiter or Mars. I don't care about.
Prove it indirectly using if the sun rays are parallel, which he wants to prove. But
no, we're not going to. Whoever's jumping in and trying to white knight this guy, please don't do that.
Look, our architect is new to the group. He's from Norway.
My bad.
He's a smart dude, but he doesn't get the structure around here. Yeah.
Friendly fire. Just hang back, architecture. Just relax. Don't worry about it. All right. So look, this guy right here. Obviously, he said he's only been here 2 days, but he sounds like RC Micey. I'm with Lou on this. But look,
no, that is RC Micey. There is no.
Who is RC Micey? I've never been here in this group before in my life. I apologize, but I will not stay here and be called a liar.
Okay, don't get out.
Maybe don't lie then.
Don't get out yet. Just calm down. I need to know your evidence, because if you got some evidence, don't run away. Like, you need to give it to us, man. Like, we've been waiting here for some evidence. So if you got some, come on, spill the beans.
Yep.
What evidence?
So architect seems to be intellectually honest, and I want to know.
We're not going to talk about architect. Don't divert.
All right, I want to know why you disagree with him, because in order to get your evidence, you're going to need to have some intellectual integrity.
Guys, I don't like people jumping in because this guy diverts, and we're going to go off. Go ahead, talk about architect. Go ahead.
I want to know why you feel that the Eratosthenes method would not be proof of curvature if the sun's rays were parallel.
Because we're not talking about the sky or what it's doing. I don't care about objects or things in the sky. Understand this point. It doesn't matter a hill of beans to me what you're trying to provide as evidence of things in the sky. I only care about.
No, I'm talking about evidence.
Architects. Hold on. Architects only build something on a level stationary plane. That's how they design.
He just asked you how something makes you feel. That's subjective. He's asking you a question about subjective reality. How do you feel?
We're not talking about architecture. That's just a guy he's a flat earther from Norway, dude.
No, I'm not talking about him either.
What were you talking about then?
Thank you, whoever just asked that. I said, why is the Eratosthenes method not proof of curvature if the sun's rays are parallel? And somebody answered that and said, we're not talking about the sky. I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about the curvature of the Earth.
Can you repeat that experiment today?
All right. Have you ever observed parallel light coming from the sun on Earth?
Helio, wait. He said that he can repeat that experiment today. Okay, great.
I could. I have not. I don't want to say that I haven't, but many people have.
Okay, really? Who did it?
Yes. Oh, I mean, it's been done
Wait,
tons of times.
The demonstration. Hold on.
great.
The demonstration of Eratosthenes, in modern times, it always has to do with angles. It has nothing to do. See, the only reason you would come up with an angle is if the Earth was curved, or you presume it was curved. But every time you do Eratosthenes experiment, you have one freaking pole, and then you measure the lines, or you have a light in a well. You're not. You're going to have to assume that the Earth is curved before you observe parallel light. Now, when you look in the sky and you see, divergent rays in the sky, and you see the sun diverging, that's everything. With Eratosthenes' idea, always assumed that the Earth was a globe first.
Exactly.
It's not idea. It's not idea. He said he will repeat Aristophanes' experiment. Okay, great. Let's go to.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I did not say that.
Yeah, and even still, science is a relatively new thing. Like the scientific method, like the Greeks didn't have it.
Okay, you cannot. Can anyone repeat the Aristophanes experiment?
Yes, anyone can.
Okay, really. Okay, I will repeat the story. Aristophanes take the stick and put the stick in point A. Is that true?
Yes.
What year was that?
Oh man, I don't know. I can Google it. Does it matter?
Okay, 2000. Okay, 2000 years ago. And then he went 500 miles straight, and he put another stick.
I'm not talking about what Eratosthenes did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism that it can be done by anyone, not what he did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. That can be repeated, and all of us agree with you on that. But you have to assume that
it assumes the parallel sun rays. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I opened this conversation with. Was the Eratosthenes method is proof of curvature? If you can prove,
wait, guys, please stop. He just called it a mechanism. Define mechanism.
No, let's not even go there because he knows what we're saying. He knows what we're saying. He's just trying to.
It's worth saying. It's worth saying as long as it doesn't get dragged out anyway.
That was just a poor word choice. I would prefer to use it.
You are saying that Aristophanes, because we took from Aristophanes that mechanism, and he went 500 miles straight line during 2,000 years ago with the camels or with the car.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about people doing it.
It doesn't matter. That means that Aristophanes, because we are repeating that his mechanism. Because
but peacefully, that's which assumption are you going by? All right, so sun is local, and we're going to have divergent rays, and the shadows are going to be based on that. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson already explained this. If you watch the videos, man, it's really simple to understand. I don't know why we would spend so much time on this.
But Helio, wait, we have story, and then you have pictures about that story. Because when you speak
I'm talking about real life right now. I'm not talking about a story. I'm talking about people doing it today.
Okay, great. Let's put stick on point A, whatever you want on the earth, and let's go 500 miles, or let's go 10 miles straight. Let's go 10 miles straight. He went 500 miles.
Listen. Hold on, I Sasha. I don't mean to step on your toes, but I kind of do because we're going to waste a lot of time because of the arguments. Sort of like nil because both arguments kind of balance out and they don't.
Who's talking? Really make sense. You seem to understand that parallel sun rays are necessary for this experiment to be valid, right?
Except they don't exist in reality. So
they don't exist, though.
Okay, so now we have something that we very clearly disagree on. I think that the parallel sun rays can be easily
valid. Well, you don't have to say it. Just go prove it. Post it. Show us. Stop talking about it.
Just because
every experiment, okay, all right, sure.
Just because they can't exist doesn't mean that's where all of our light comes from.
And go fast. If you want from another angle, let's say this angle. I put a stick. I make a Aristotelic experiment and show me some kind of different shadows. How that will curve the water?
So you don't understand how the experiment validates curvature, then?
No, I'm telling you this. Let's say that shadows, everything showing, I don't know which size, whatever. How that will curve the water?
It definitely is not going to do that.
Also, kind of a loaded question. For him to understand how it validates curvature, there would actually have to be curvature, or else there's nothing to understand.
No, again, assuming that the sun's rays are parallel. You
Well,
need
they're
to
not.
understand the experiment.
Well, they're not. And you haven't posted anything that shows otherwise.
No, yeah. Look, you can go down a line of a mental exercise, like a train of thought. You can do that all you want, assuming whatever you want. In order for this argument to work, you have to show it in reality.
All right,
we're like an hour in, and you're still struggling to set up your fake premise about the sun, and you are nowhere near demonstrating drop over distance of the Earth's surface. Good job.
The problem is he's still avoiding the question, show us one proof of Earth's curvature.
Correct.
That's it.
Well, I can go into different things, but we're talking about this mechanism, and we need to find.
What are you waiting for, dude? We've been here for like an hour.
He's just stalling because he doesn't have the goods. That's all he's doing.
Are you looking for proof of parallel sun rays?
Why are you asking us
exactly
what
you
proof
want.
we're
I just
looking for?
debunked that in the chat.
Get the proof
They're
and
not
put it on
parallel.
the table.
I don't know what you are looking for specifically, so please tell me.
It's your claim. You prove it. Don't ask us for the criteria. You go out and figure it out.
I even told you from the very beginning, Go Fast, what exactly I wanted, right?
What he wants is a note from the teacher with he got an F, but he wants it sent back with a note. Like he wants it sent back with a note, like next time cite your source. You know, like
8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. It's so easy. That's what I need. Can you provide that? Exactly.
Yeah, you would think that he would know that that's what he's looking for.
Go bring on the next Glober. Maybe he'll do better. Next.
Rough.
It's just so weird when they have to ask you, what am I trying to prove?
We don't have a next. Just keep saying.
Well, then we'll stew on Eratosthenes. Let's go back into that. Go ahead, Sasha. Take it away.
Listen, Miggy.
He's already dead.
Miggy, the shadows of the sun will show that the Earth is a globe, you know? For sure, 100%. But now, let's check it that. That means that also surface will curve. Because shadows showing that it's curving. That means it must curve also water. Conclusion. Finished. And we go to check, and it doesn't curve. Why? A shadow showing that must curve. In his story.
What is the flat Earth justification for the results from the Bedford level experiment?
Holy smokes!
He really has no evidence. He's just like desperate to shift the burden.
No, dude. We've already asked you a question. We just
okay, and I posted it. Bedford level. Sure, let's go with that. Doesn't rely on parallel.
Wait a minute. No, hold on.
What do you post, guys? Let me go look.
He's showing us
You're familiar
water
with
that's
it.
not curved.
You're familiar with Bedford level.
Yeah, water doesn't curve, so.
Okay, well, the results of the experiment show that it does.
Okay, when does water do? Does it only do it here, or what?
No, it does it everywhere.
Okay, so in a cup of water? Didn't think so.
I mean, you need enough water for the conformity to radially inward to counteract surface tension. So, like, obviously, a droplet or a cup is not going to demonstrate.
Yeah, dude's using $10 words, man. Calm down.
So, if not in a cup, then where else?
Again, you need enough water so the water will conform.
Yeah, I'm asking.
You're trying to prove that water conforms to the shape of the Earth?
That's what he's saying.
It conforms to the gravitational field of the Earth, not the shape. I mean,
what?
Dude, you're just stacking claims on top of each other at this point now. So
I've only made one.
No, you just made like 3. Okay, so
name them.
Okay, well, you got gravity, curved water, and you still haven't posted those. You still haven't posted the parallel rays. So that's 3 claims. We're waiting for proof.
Do you believe there's a way you could invalidate the parallel sun?
We don't
Because I
believe
think- believe
anything.
there's a way.
We don't
I
No,
believe
you're
there's
supposed
a
to
way.
post
Okay.
it,
Okay.
brother. You're
We
supposed to
don't
post
believe.
it.
Okay. I don't think this
We don't
experiment
believe.
has ever been done. Right. I don't think it's ever been done. But I think that there's a way that I could do it. Right. And I wanted to describe it to you and see if you agree that it would either disprove or prove a parallel sun.
Well, stop hyping up your evidence before you post it.
Okay.
Just post it.
No, I can't post anything. I don't think this has ever been done. I came up with it myself.
What,
No,
parallel sun rays?
okay, present what you have. You don't have to like tell us how great it is before you do it. Go.
Okay. So if you put two different poles of equal length at different latitudes at the same time of day, they should cast shadows in different angles if the sun's rays are divergent, and they should cast shadows at the same angle if the sun's rays are parallel. No,
Wait, you
no,
said-
no,
you
no, no,
started
no.
off
Those
with
are
an
different
if
longitudes.
statement.
That's different longitudes, okay? The longitudes would give you the curvature of the Earth, but if you put poles of equal length at different latitudes during the same time of day and they cast shadows at the same angle,
Bro, it's
instead
a
of divergent
ball. It doesn't matter where you put them. If it's a ball, longitude or latitude is still going to be a ball.
Bro,
Does anybody understand?
hyped about this. He really believes in this. He's thought about it.
Does anybody understand why?
Yes, go fast.
Listen,
Listen,
slow it down, dude. So if you want to present this shit,
I understand. I understand it
Thank you.
properly.
Thank you. Who understands? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. That
we
means it's
all
curving for sure.
understand.
That means
Go fast.
it's curving for sure. Because shadows showing.
No, this is not a test for curvature. This is a test to validate parallel or divergent sun rays.
But you started off with
Oh
an
my
if
God.
statement.
Okay, that means that doesn't prove the globe. Only prove that we have something.
No, it proves the validity of the Eratosthenes experiment, which proves the globe.
No, it
Okay,
doesn't. So
great.
just go
Okay,
get the
great.
parallel sun
No,
rays.
great. That means that shadows prove the globe.
It would prove the Eratosthenes experiment proves the globe.
That means that it's globe curving, of course, because shadows showing.
Does anybody agree with me here? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Go fast. Just how many times do we have to tell you? Just post it, bro, so we can all have a look. Because
Yeah.
you're
Like I
just
said,
like
don't
tap
believe-
dancing around this question.
Yeah,
How long are you gonna
imagine
tap dance for?
Imagine having to
came
set
up
the
with this
stage like
experiment.
this for an hour if you actually just had Earth curve to show somebody.
Why are you saying you came up with parallel sun rays? This is supposed to be your proof.
No, the experiment that I described, I came up with. I mean,
So it's a theoretical thing you just made. I thought the parallel sun rays is what's on the table. That's the claim. So can you just support that, or do we have to talk about things that you're imagining?
like I said, I have not conducted the experiment. That's just something I came up with that would either validate or
Okay, so
invalidate.
then why are you
More
leaning?
mental gymnastics.
Why are you leaning on this like as your one and only proof?
Freaking Jedi mind.
Because I need to know that you guys are honest actors and you are honest debaters, and I need to know that there is in fact proof.
Says the guy who's been obfuscating for an hour and a half and you couldn't just show this as Earth
Hey,
curve.
Guido, get a load of this guy.
No, seriously though, it's as simple. It's as simple as like someone claims they're this height. There's a certain height. Well, why would you ask them of their standard of evidence? Just give them the measurements. What are you talking about? Standard of evidence.
Standard of
It's
evidence
just
is
give
very
me the
important. I could show you.
measurements.
All right, again, I could show you a photo from the ISS, and you would reject that. That's
That's
why I
not a
asked you what the
measurement,
standard of
though.
evidence
Dude, that's what I mean. That's not a measurement. So if I go to Foot Locker
Okay.
and I'm like, hey, I want some new shoes. I'm going to pay $100 for new shoes. I need my foot measured. And they start checking the security cameras. No. What do you mean standard of evidence? Just measure the foot, dude.
Bro, have
I
you
just
ever
told you,
seen
Eratosthenes
parallel? Have you
method is a
ever seen
measurement.
every single person on Earth when they see the sun rise, sunset through the clouds and stuff? We see divergent sun rays. So where do we have any evidence of? From Earth?
Look, he wants to see
parallel
our
sun rays.
certification from the Bureau of Weights and Measures and shit. Like,
I've never seen evidence that the sun's rays are divergent, and I've only ever seen evidence that
That's what you
Really?
see
So
in
when you
reality.
see divergent sun rays, you assume they're parallel. I mean, I
No,
guess
I
they're parallel to
understand
each
why
other. They're parallel to each other, but that only proves a
No,
low
they're not.
sun.
Wait a minute. You're saying,
Are you
you're saying
referring to
first you
things
said
like
no one's
God
ever
rays?
done this, and then you said this is the only thing you've ever experienced. Are you confused?
No, parallel sun rays are the only thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah. When? Because we all experience the
this.
same Earth. So we all
Okay.
experience the same Earth. So
I
where
noticed-
did you see this?
I notice that shadows that are not
So we
cast
interpreted it
by
differently.
scattered light are cast at the same angle, regardless of their location on the Earth.
So not the parallel. You're talking about the shadows then. So because we're talking about the parallel rays that you're supposed to be posting, which you haven't posted yet.
Clouds and stuff. I want to see these parallel sun rays, from a certain thing.
Do you disagree that shadows cast at the same angle?
No, it's not about the shadows. Go fast. Go get the parallel rays.
Yeah.
So that's what you've been trying to claim this whole time. So go get.
It's really a ridiculous claim. I don't know why you're holding on to it, because every single person on Earth experiences the same. We see the same thing all the time. So
because I want to identify where the confusion is here.
I mean,
Helio, hold on a sec, real quick. The confusion is that Go Fast, you said at the beginning, you asked about Aristotle's. You knew where we were going after the fact, okay? And then you said, if you could unequivocally prove parallel light rays, that's what you said, if you could. So now we all thought that, okay, it looks like you've got proof for parallel light rays, and now we're finding out after about an hour that you're saying, well, I've never, this is just an idea I had. When you said if,
all shadows are
actually
cast.
done it. No one has actually done this. We're talking about parallel light rays, not shadows.
I don't know. He sounds pretty real with you, man. That's kind of what I got out of it too.
Just like check out what Architecture just posted. You have.
Let me check.
Urgent light rays. Is that something that you would consider?
Are we looking at God rays? Are we looking at something that's being scattered? Yes, we are. Okay, great.
No, man,
we're not looking at
we could post images all night of divergent sun rays, through the clouds. I mean, yeah, people posting shit. We can do that.
Can you show me divergent sun rays that are not being scattered?
No. Listen. You're supposed to be posting parallel.
It's never been observed. It's never been observed.
You said that's the only thing you've experienced.
This is what he would consider.
No, divergent sun rays that are not being scattered by clouds have never been observed.
Hold on, go fast. What you said,
okay, but you also never observed parallel.
You would only be able to observe them if there were no clouds in the sky.
Can you unequivocally prove parallel light rays? Because that's what you came in here after Aristophanes. Miggy asked you, what's your best proof for the globe? You said Aristophanes, and then you already called what the next thing we were going to say. And then you said, if you could prove parallel light rays unequivocally. What your proof was. What your proof was something theoretically you thought of that no one else has come up with, and now you're trying to back out of it. It's okay. We get it. We were all in your shoes.
I'm not trying to back out of anything. All light, that is cast by the sun is cast at the same angle.
The hell? Dude.
So not parallel rays then.
That's what parallel means. That's what it means. That's the definition.
So you never experienced this stuff.
Yeah, except they don't do that though.
Who's they?
Are you talking about after?
No, I'm talking about sun rays. They're not parallel. That's who they are.
Are you talking about scattered sun rays that have gone through clouds?
Okay, so they scatter, then they don't hit the Earth parallel. That's what you need them to do in your proof. See next.
All of them hit the Earth parallel, right?
No, they don't. You just said they scattered, and you gave us an excuse for why they
hit
don't.
the atmosphere.
So
They hit the atmosphere parallel.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon?
Take control, please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. How do you explain the eclipses?
Be more specific.
Well, you're
talking about I know what you mean. You're talking about the shadow cast by the moon on the surface of the Earth being smaller than the diameter of the moon, right?
No, I'm talking about the fact that you've got two regions. One's a dark region and one's a lighter region.
Oh, you're talking about like the phases of the moon.
No, talking about the eclipse.
Be more specific. I'm not really sure where you're going with this.
So you know there's a path of totality from the moon on the Earth. It's a yes or no question.
Okay.
A
path of totality, meaning we can.
It sounds really interested in in the Earth. So I mean, you should know something about solar and lunar eclipses. I mean, do you know something?
I'm not. Again, I don't know what you mean.
A path of totality, meaning it's a full What were you talking about? A solar, or obviously
Okay, so
a lunar eclipse, right? So like,
it's okay, Lou. I can explain it. It's fine. So during an eclipse in the globe model, you've got the sun, you've got the moon, and then you've got the Earth. You've got an umbra and a penumbra, right? Caused by sun rays that aren't parallel.
Oh, you're talking about refraction around the moon.
No.
Okay. Oh,
no, I'm
well,
not
what are you
talking
talking
about refraction. I've been very clear about what I've been talking about. I'm talking about the eclipse, the umbra and the penumbra.
Are you talking about the point of most
He just
darkness
told you go fast.
not being
Just
the
made it
size
clear for
of
the
the
second
of the
time.
moon?
Let
Oh
him do
my
this.
god.
The answer to my question is yes, by the way. I asked him what he meant, and he should say yes, because that's what he meant. He's
I
talking
didn't hear what you
about the
said.
totality of the eclipse is not the same diameter as the moon itself, right? Because if there's a number and a
Let
number.
Crypto do this, please, guys. Please let Crypto do this.
No, I'm not talking about that. I don't care about that. I'm asking why there's an umbra and a penumbra in the first place.
Because of diffraction around the edges of the moon.
Right, so is light parallel?
Not after it's diffracted. But
So then
the
light
sun's
isn't hitting.
So it is parallel until it's not parallel because of a reason. Okay.
The sun hits the atmosphere and diffracts, but it diffracts
The moon doesn't have an
significantly more.
atmosphere.
I know. But all objects diffract light as it bends around it.
Then why did you mention an atmosphere?
I was talking about the Earth.
I'm not.
The sun's rays do not hit the surface of the Earth parallel. They hit the atmosphere parallel.
It's the surface that you need them to hit parallel.
So then Eratosthenes is useless.
No, because the sun's rays, after going through it's almost as if I was going to justify what I just said, right?
Okay, so they were parallel until they weren't, and then they weren't parallel. Okay, thanks.
Imagine a world in which I was going to justify the thing I just said and was not interrupted.
Well,
Okay?
we've been waiting for
Yeah, maybe I can have a conversation with him.
Okay.
Thank you, Crypto. Okay, so the sun's rays hit the atmosphere parallel. After traversing the atmosphere, they are still, for all intents and purposes, parallel, which is why all shadows are cast at the same angle, right? Now, the sun's rays can be scattered in a million different ways. They're scattered slightly by the atmosphere, but not enough to be reasonably considered not parallel. Obviously, they're not parallel, like, mathematically, but they can still be used as mathematically parallel for most experiments. So if they hit clouds, they can diverge in radically different ways, like we see the God rays that are posted very often to justify this. But I fail to see where, in my comprehension or explanation of this, there's some kind of problem that would make the Eratosthenes method not valid to explain curvature.
Well, because you just said that it would scatter in the atmosphere, and then you said
but
afterwards
not to a degree.
Okay, it's almost as if I was going to finish my sentence and you started talking over me.
Go ahead,
so, I mean, I haven't talked over you, so I'd appreciate if you don't talk over me.
No, go ahead.
Crypto
Okay, cool.
only, please.
So you can't have your cake and eat it too, which is what you're attempting to do. You're attempting to say it scatters when I fancy it, and it doesn't scatter when I fancy it. This isn't going to work here.
Okay, I want you to explain why you are under the impression I said anything like that. Do you want me to go over what I said again? Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere. Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere, they scatter. Unless they are occluded by clouds. Unless they are occluded by clouds or other objects, they are mathematically relevant to be considered parallel for experiments using shadows if they are not occluded by clouds or something else that's going to substantially scatter them. The atmosphere on a clear day with smooth conditions doesn't scatter the sun's light enough to be relevant for experimentation. They're still parallel enough to be valid for all experiments.
Parallel enough?
Yes.
How did you verify this?
Every experiment ever conducted to validate...
I'm not asking about anything else. I'm asking how did you validate this?
I validate this by observing that all shadows that I see that are cast by the sun in conditions that are not occluded by clouds or other things in the atmosphere cast shadows at the same angle.
No, they don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, you're just making a claim to back another claim. None of this has been validated.
I mean, you made a claim just now. You claimed that there's a situation in which unoccluded light rays going through the atmosphere cast shadows of different objects at different angles. And I would love to see that.
Hold on, you've made about 12 claims before I said anything, and you haven't backed any of that up.
Pick one, I'll back it up.
I've already asked you. We were talking about the moon. I asked if the parallel light rays hit the moon, and your answer was diffraction.
No, my answer was yes. No, my answer was yes. It was a loud and clear yes.
Okay, well that's not your model, so maybe you need to try that one again.
Did parallel sun rays hit the moon? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's my model. You don't tell me what my model is. I do.
Okay, then your model isn't the heliocentric model.
Okay, explain how contemporary astrophysical understanding does not say that parallel sun rays hit the moon.
I just posted it in the live stream.
All right, let me check.
You couldn't have an umbra and a penumbra based on anything other than convergent rays.
I thought you were talking about the sun's rays hitting the moon, not the reflected light, not the refracted light around the moon hitting the Earth.
It doesn't actually matter.
It absolutely matters because one of them is divergent and one of them is parallel.
Yeah, but there is no evidence for the parallel.
Okay, but don't give me an example of divergent rays when we're talking about parallel rays. Don't ask me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel, which they do, and then give me an example where the sun's rays diverge by refraction off the moon and then hit the Earth.
You're just reasserting the same assertion over and over again. You know that doesn't mean it's true.
All right, will you? Let's form some common ground here so we can continue in a good way. Can you conclude that you referring to the projection of an eclipse on the Earth is not an answer or relevant in any way to the question of do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
No, I don't admit that.
Okay, so you asked me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel in my model. I said they do. The sun's rays reflecting off the moon and hitting the Earth divergent is not the same as the sun's rays hitting the moon parallel, which they do. They scatter and refract off the moon and around it and then hit the Earth divergent as a result of that scattering. So they hit the moon parallel. You telling me about the eclipse and the divergent rays of an eclipse is not relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So how is there an umbra and a penumbra?
Because the sun's rays scatter around the moon, as we've observed in nature. Okay, well, we observe in nature that light curves around objects and diffracts. We know this.
Well, okay, how have you observed that?
I can demonstrate that too. Okay, cool.
Have you observed that?
I have shown a flashlight at an object before. Like, have you not observed this? Have you not observed refraction around objects?
Have you seen the light behind the object?
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, we know that light can refract, dude, but you're saying that an object like the moon with no atmosphere would necessarily refract it around.
No, an atmosphere
which isn't the model. So not only are you making a claim that you can't actually back with evidence, it's also not the model. So it's like a red herring of a red herring.
One, I can back every single thing I've said. And two, an atmosphere is not required for refraction.
How could you possibly know what's going on in the moon?
There's no reason to believe the sun's rays don't hit the moon parallel. Every experiment we've ever done suggests that's the case.
Except you can't provide any of them.
The moon does not exhibit any. The optics of the moon do not exhibit any characteristics that we would expect from divergent rays being reflected from it.
And how do you have an umbra and a penumbra?
Because of refraction around the edges of the moon when the sun is behind it.
Just claim on top of claim, no evidence. Cool.
So you don't believe in refraction?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
I want to know why you. I want to know why you think the penumbra umbra thing is connected to parallel rays.
We want to know why you think refraction would prove your argument. Like what conditions of refraction?
No, I want to know something more fundamental. Why does he feel like straw manning me proves anything?
Crypto. I am trying to understand why you think the refraction of a solar eclipse on the Earth is relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So again, why do you feel like straw manning me is evidence?
Okay, all right, let me ask you. Why do you think...
Not going to answer.
Umbra and penumbra.
I object. Your Honor, I object. You can't answer the question, Your Honor. He needs to answer the question.
We need to get to this point. Like, you were talking about honest actors earlier, right? You've just strawmanned me, which is dishonest. So why have you done this?
Because I asked you why you feel a certain way, and you refused directly to explain why you feel a certain way, and then I assumed why you felt that way. I said, do you not believe in diffraction? And then you said, you're strawmanning me. You didn't explain to me why you feel the way you
didn't
do.
actually say diffraction. You said, so you don't believe in refraction. Do you know how tiresome that is? To have to deal with like really
I don't want to strawman you.
boring strawmen.
Look,
Why would you
none
have
of
to
this-
believe
none of
something?
this-
Why
none of this
why
is
would you have-
about feelings? None of this is about feelings.
Exactly.
It's not how you feel about what I said. It's not about what was the other thing that was just said? Jesus, there was two. Either way, you keep on getting around the subject somehow. You are the dishonest one. Crypto is pretty well pointing that out.
Crypto.
Cool.
Also, you've said you would back up your claims, which we're still waiting, and it's been over an hour.
Crypto. I ask me for one, please. I'll take a break from this conversation. Ask me one, and I'll prove it. Anyone.
Any of them? These are your
any claim I've
claims,
made.
brother.
Yep,
So you
any claim
pick.
I've made.
These are your
Yeah.
claims, bro. Like
It's a good one.
maybe provide the support when you make the claim instead of like making 12 claims and then when we ask you and you go, well, which one? Like maybe just support them as you go, dude. So you don't stack them up and you've got 12 claims that you don't have any support for.
Because he'll go ahead and prove any claim he's made an hour and a half into not proving any claim he's made.
You're just using more claims to, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you haven't supported any of them, so.
Oh, cool. The experiment that I came up with in my own head has been done before. Sick.
Dude, are you trying to beat us with a mental exercise?
No, it's been done. Like I said, I came up with it, but thankfully someone else did, and it's been done.
He
in
said,
real life.
in my own head.
Yeah.
It's like
That's what your entire model is a mental exercise.
I guarantee whatever it is doesn't match reality. I guarantee that.
Matches what's in his head.
So are you done spinning your wheels? Go fast. Maybe you need to take 5, man, and go rest in your laurels, man, because you're not doing anything right now.
I mean, maybe you should take 5 because I heard you say earlier that, you know, you shouldn't be telling me about my model, but you started off this whole conversation saying, well, the Earth isn't infinite, so, like, wait.
Yeah, we're still no closer to you. We're still no closer to you providing evidence of the curvature of the Earth. You know that's crazy, right? Ever since we started the conversation from where we first began, go fast. You remember that?
I wanted to record his conversation with Crypto, and I'm still recording it. But this is the back end.
I would like to have a.
It's just kind of
like
I wanted to go. But it's just like he doesn't know where to go from there. You know, it just seems.
No, I told you I'm taking a break to validate my claims because you guys said you wanted proof for all of my claims. So,
on another break, so I can go back to my controller, so I can be like, "What's my next argument?"
This was go fast. This was supposed to be your absolute.
I'm not going to continue conversation until I validate all of my claims.
No, but this is supposed to be your absolute best proof. This should be a slam dunk, not a half-court shot. Like sort of like, well, hopefully I got all this stuff. I mean, I came up with it in my own brain. Hopefully it'll work. Half-court shot. No,
you know, at the end of the day,
in my own opinion, like. Not just a slam dunk. Like, if it was true, yes, it should be blatantly obvious. But, like, the fact that it is in contention is a huge blow to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, is that our goal? We're actually trying to find truth here. And if they come here and they're trying to find truth, right? And here's my truth. And then we show them that what they're saying cannot possibly be true, then we're not. I don't want to win. I'm just trying to.
I do.
All right, well, okay, so then you're an athlete, I guess, an intellectual
Good soccer
athlete,
player,
right?
he's
An
Mexican.
intellectual athlete. Oh, he's not well, he might be a soccer player, but
Yeah, he did.
you
He played
can also
not a
be
pro,
you
not
can
a
also be an intellectual athlete too, and win the argument. Some people can win an argument even if they're wrong. So
an intellectual slam dunk contest is what you need to be.
Why did you come out with no proof of or evidence?
In the meantime, while he's kind of gathering,
fast.
because he's in his own head at the moment. Let's see if any other Globers in here. It's a Saturday night. Oh wait, it's not a Saturday night. Damn it!
Holy
It
shit!
feels like a Saturday night. We got
You're
33
like
users.
fucking 4 days away from
Damn,
Saturday, I
it
think.
feels like a Saturday night. Look at all the people in here.
We got 33 up in here.
I'm messing with you, Biggie, bro. Yeah.
33 out of 99.
I think it's Tuesday, isn't it? God damn, it's trash day
Got the
tomorrow.
club going up.
This is like every time I think of Tuesday night, it's just like I have to take the trash out tomorrow.
Well, Tuesday's the day before Hump Day, so
Hey, and for me, it's Tuesday time to take the trash out.
no.
That's already done that.
I throw in garbage every Saturday. That means today I throw the garbage. Today is Saturday.
There you go, bro. So yeah, your day's Saturday. It's like trash is going out tomorrow. Well, trash is going out today. This guy freaking really didn't have anything to offer, and Miggy took him out, Crypto took him out, everybody here. He was just making shit up.
We gotta take the trash out.
It's
It's trash day. We gotta take the trash out.
Exactly. It's like they're coming, especially when you ask him what is your absolute best proof, absolute best, and it takes an hour just to come up with nothing. This is your best.
Well, his best was, I believe, just imagine that was his best arguments. I believe. Just imagine if
NASA.
that was pretty much all his evidence there.
Both going
Just
over the
imagine
horizon.
if
It
that was
is
his-
NASA's best version of like the.
Anyway, you guys continue. I'll shut up for a minute. But yeah, I mean, I recorded that segment with Crypto, and I'll
My
upload
best
it.
evidence was
pretty
not
good.
ships disappearing over the horizon. It was
That happens on a parallel rays. Parallel rays.
No, it was not. No, it was not.
Yeah, no, literally everything you've talked about has been based off of a philosophy. So,
It's all philosophy, right?
Everything
Right,
you've
Luke?
talked about so far, it could exist on a flat plane or on a curved Earth.
I understand it's really difficult. It's difficult to talk to flat earthers because you're just like, you can't be right because I know the Earth is a globe because they always told me it was the globe, and I don't want to believe what you guys are saying because it would really fucking just change my paradigm altogether. And you flat earthers might make some really good points, but Earth's still a globe. It's third rock from the sun.
Well,
It's center of the universe.
I was really talking like the thing that's wrong with that philosophy, though. Like,
glorious twice as tall as Mount.
yes, it
right?
could happen on either one. Like the conditions could exist, but the thing is you have no proof for the conditions that you would need.
Well, how do we know that any of that could happen on a
It's twice
globe?
as
Because we have no
tall as
globe
Mount
for any of it to be tested on.
Okay. So I need to know how this is
What globe? What globe are you talking about? What globe?
I never said the word globe. I need to know how this is possible.
You just said it.
Oh my god. Weasel.
Oh, this is flat Earth.
I will
We need to know why refraction ate your geometric horizon.
Yeah, no,
We need to know why you've been waffling about parallel rays on the
Now
moon
he's
for the last hour and a half, and all you have to show us is a
right
drop
now.
of
He was being very patient before, but now he's waffling. Who the fuck?
I let you guys distract me.
Yeah. We're
I let you guys distract me.
we're still. I've been walking the dog for a while now,
Who's hot
and I'm
micing?
still wondering what you said. Miggy asked you, "What's your absolute best proof of the globe?" The best proof. This is where you're at. You're trying to give us your best. You've been an hour trying to give us your best proof of the globe.
I want to back it up.
That's not something you do after the fact. right? The court hearing already started. So you don't bring your
from the
evidence to the
beginning, it was
next
just
court
like,
case.
show us the globe. I mean, if the Earth
Helio.
was a globe, everyone would notice it right away. Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Ken.
Let's play Matthew game. Maybe that is evident, but it's not a proof.
Oh hell! Don't get him on. We'll be here for days. Freaking Sasha, man.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
Don't throw a monkey wrench in this shit, man. We'll be here forever. Don't feed the trolls, man.
Yeah, I let you guys distract me, and I apologize for that. I'm going to stay on my original point.
Oh, all right. Well, hold on. If you're gonna go or whatever, go silent. Like, if I'm wrong about you being Meisty, who am I confusing you with? Because I've
never been here before.
You have been here before on another name. So who are you? Please come clean.
I need to be totally real with you, bro. I've joined here for the first time 2 days ago. I've never been on VC.
You're a liar.
I've been in chat before. I've never been on
even
VC.
believe it.
No, I've been on chat before. I've never been in VC.
All right, that's fascinating.
Until
Do
2
you
days
have
ago.
what is your best proof of the globe? For real, bro. That's what you like. That's what we've been. That's what I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
I tried to prove the globe to be correct.
All right.
Well,
All right.
go fast. Check this out.
He answered a question. He asked me a question. He asked me a question, right?
Helio,
Can we have an
Helio, you said you're going to take a break.
You keep saying you're gonna let. Just
I know. My bad.
Yeah, so just instead of saying it, just do it.
He will post it now.
Objects with higher altitude on the horizon are lower in your field of view than objects.
How did you measure that higher altitude?
Close to you.
Finish his sentence before you interrupt him, please. Anyone?
Thank you. Okay. Again, objects in your horizon that have higher altitude than objects that are closer to you will appear lower in the horizon than those that are closer to you. That's what I just posted in our chat.
Therefore, a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, that's a pretty particular conclusion to come to. How'd you get that?
I've never been presented with a way to justify this.
Therefore, 8 inches per mile squared curvature is the only justification for this? Okay, walk us through that.
This does
tie it to your conclusion.
No, all this does is prove that the Earth is not flat.
No, see, that's what we've been telling you this whole time. Remember earlier when you said we shouldn't be telling you about your model? This is you telling us, well, if it's flat, then it should be these things that I make up in my head. Hell no. If you want to know about the flat Earth,
that's
you
why
just
I'm
ask
asking the
us.
question.
And again, we're not asking
You're
you to
not
debunk
asking.
something you made up in your head.
You're
We're
stating.
asking you for the proof of your claim, not how you something that you made up.
And you asking this question, it doesn't add up to a 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in space. So,
and if it did, you would have evidence for that, and you would present it to us, and then we wouldn't have.
Well, then why the fuck are you talking about it? Because that's what we've been asking you to show us this whole time.
If you had evidence for it, we wouldn't have gone
You
around
asked
for
me
2
why
hours.
I believe the Earth is curved.
Oh, I don't think we asked you why you believe. I don't think we asked you why you believe. Like
It
necessarily.
was made painfully clear for about 10
maybe
times.
it was said. Yeah.
Proof.
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's all was stated.
I think Miggy was specific about measurement at one point. Specifically, that's what we were
The
really
8
getting down to.
Yeah.
8 inches. People are launching rockets based on your hunch that everything you've been observed. Like obviously, we know that where is it done? Where? Who has it? Who?
I don't know. He said I believe that it's curving. Why you people don't want to believe him?
No. You know what? Why aren't we happy with that? Actually, he just admitted to us. It's all just a belief.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm saying.
Well, he actually just had a pretty good point too. Like rockets and so forth. We're supposed to have satellites. We're supposed to have orbital mechanics based on this radius value, and the only thing he can seem to find to back it is, that mountain looks taller than I think it should. Therefore, 3959 mile radius. I'm going to get orbital mechanics and rockets and all this stuff.
No, all of our. That's not why.
Okay, then why? That's the only question we're asking you. That's all we're asking you to show us this whole time.
Because the rate at which the Earth curves corresponds with 8 inches per mile squared, roughly.
You just said it curves because it corresponds with how it curves.
Yeah,
You didn't say anything.
No, the rate
That's
at which
two claims.
objects of
Where?
higher
Can you show
altitude
us?
are
Can you show
lower
us?
in the
that
horizon.
1.2 mile
exactly.
I just
horizon.
posted.
fast.
I just posted.
This is the
It's
problem.
in voice line.
Where did you measure that curve, that rate? Where did you measure that? Because that's what we're looking for. Because all the math in the world,
I'm
all
using
of everything in the
observations of
world,
nature.
we get it. It says radius, right? You don't get that from a picture, bro.
I'm
Right?
using
The radius
observations of
value
nature.
is not you're not getting a scientific measurement of any an actual measurement or anything remotely related to science by looking at a picture and saying, well, I think 8 inches per mile, folks. Yep, we all agree. Peer reviewed. Yep, launch the rockets.
Fuzzy, and what he also said was just a lie too. He said that all of our observations of horizons and long distance observations and so forth, they all square with this 8 inches per mile squared thing that he has in his head. But we know that they absolutely don't. He knows that too, and the rest of his arguments have just been trying to explain that away. So he's just tying himself in knots, and he's a liar.
I mean, you literally just said that the curvature rate corresponds with the curvature rate. And we're asking for the measurement of that curvature rate. Like, where did you measure that to know? Oh, well, according to this dip that we have here measured.
Yeah, he just
of course, that's what we're wondering. Who measured that?
If at any point I'm asked a question and then it was not immediately followed by someone else talking and is instead followed by empty space,
go for it.
which
No one's talking.
You're a fucking victim. We got it. We're going to give you the next 30 seconds to talk without us.
Yeah, every time you get a chance to talk, you use it to do this, by the way. So.
Correct.
Yeah, so go for it. Everyone, let him answer. Go for it.
Thank you. The difference of altitude in our horizon of distant objects corresponds with the expected curvature of the Earth.
The hell is that, man?
No, it doesn't.
It's
No, it
curving
doesn't.
the globe. That's bull, man. You're so full of it.
Where did you measure 8 inches per mile squared on in your explanation just there? How did you get to 8 inches per mile
He
squared?
said it's curving, therefore it's a globe.
Globe, because globe.
We should
specifically in the example that I sent. If you do the math on the two altitudes of these peaks,
the math.
and you,
Yeah, we're not talking about the math. So are you talking about things lowering lowering your view, such as the black swan, which everything is further out and higher up? Every time we look at the horizon, is what is further out from us is higher up in our view. You're saying it's lower. It's never lower. When was it lower ever?
Well, hold on, but Sonny, before you even go there, like you mentioned math. I already mentioned math a moment ago, and that's what we're trying to prove. In your math, do you use the R, a radius value, in your math to determine what you're talking about? Because if you do, you're gonna come up with 3959, and that's what we're asking for. We're asking for that.
I do not
where the number came from, because the math. We're not arguing the math.
I do not use the radius.
Oh, so you did.
Well, that's the thing that we've been asking you to prove this entire time. So why you're still waffling around and talking about other stuff?
I do not use the radius.
Okay,
Oh,
so
he
you
has his
defend
own
the
one,
radius
guys.
claim, or you got your own radius,
No.
or what is it?
I use the difference in the altitude of these peaks and the difference of their observed height to calculate R. Okay,
Wait.
and you can do this too.
What?
Okay, but you said that the observation square with 8 inches per mile squared curvature. Then you just said a minute ago, right after that, that you're not using the radius, but the radius is the 8 inches per mile squared curvature. So again, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm going to repeat exactly what I just said because it's the answer to your question.
Well, we get what you're saying. You're saying you have your own globe that you've made up.
No, you find R by doing observations of nature. Do not rely on R to make observations of nature.
You don't
Until you validated the radius.
To be clear. So you look at two mountains, and what math do you do to get a sphere, real quick, and specifically the R value? How do you, based on just an observation of two mountains? Walk me through it, please.
I'll type it out.
He's gonna type it out.
It's weird that he's still trying to show us that the observation's square with 8 inches per mile squared, when earlier he spent about 4 hours trying to explain away exactly why they didn't square with 8 inches per mile squared.
I bet you dollars to donuts that thing he's going to figure out is going to get us nowhere closer to figure out any radius.
Yep. Weird. Everything aligns with 8 inches per mile squared now, but earlier this afternoon it was all about why it didn't align.
I'm also really confused about like if he's using this observation to come up with the radius. How did you know the radius beforehand in order to come up with it to match the radius?
I did not. I don't need to match anything. I'm looking for what the radius is.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need to match anything. Certainly not your globe to reality. That's for sure. Because you haven't done that.
I know, but he's doing the math. You done?
I mean,
with
he
the
already
math?
did it earlier, and he's like, yeah, that horizon's way off. That's not 8 inches per mile squared. But that's because of refraction and different things. He had all sorts of different excuses. But now, somehow, the observations actually do line up with 8 inches per mile squared. It's really weird.
Yeah, he isn't measuring anything. He's just doing some math somewhere on hypothetical.
I can calculate some stuff.
It's easy.
I'm going to meet for a little bit so I can put together this presentation for you guys.
Presentation? Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Get your popcorn ready.
What's up, fellas?
Who's that?
Davey.
What's up, Davey?
What's going on? What are you guys doing?
Talking to a Glober in here. You believe the Earth?
Oh, Glober. Okay. Interesting.
You believe the Earth is a globe, Davey?
Hell no.
Okay. Then you're fine. As you were.
All right.
Yeah, we're just pulling teeth in here. Still trying to get that curve measurement.
I keep seeing commercials for this new show on TV where they stack a bunch of stuff really high and then it falls over. That's kind of where we're at right now, David. We got some guy who stacked a bunch of claims up and they're about to fall over. So we're just at this point, we're just waiting for it all to come crashing down.
I'm waiting for the penny to drop.
I think the name of that show is called Built on Sand. Not only did he stack a whole bunch of stuff on the base of his entire foundation is built on sand.
He went silent a couple times with me already, so I know that he doesn't have any gas left in the tank. So anything here is just grasping at straws.
Yeah, the wig's already been snatched. Now you're just waiting for the other part.
Well, I mean, if he had any curvature to show, he would have just done that in the first place instead of talking about parallel sunlight on the moon for an hour and a half.
Right, man. You should literally just slap that evidence on the table, put your feet up, light a stogie, and be done with it. But instead, you have to hype up all your evidence before you present it, and then don't present it.
And it's always something that... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said he's going to come out with this really razzle-dazzle presentation of probably mathematical jazz hands. I mean,
well, he had to...
Nothing to show for, but...
He had to start with his parallel light proof at first, so he started with light being parallel until it was scattered and diffused, and then not parallel when it reached the Earth's surface. So parallel, but not. It's parallel until it's not.
Verify that.
I'd lay good money down that whatever he presents doesn't have anything to do with a direct measurement of curvature.
Hell,
nope. Well, nothing has so far. That would be a good post-diction.
Yep. It has no proof of globe 1. Doesn't have proof 1. We just need 1.
Yeah, I'll take some of that action, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'd get in on a parlay, maybe.
That'd be great.
Every time, though. The last time he presented something, it had nothing to do with the topic we were talking about, but that was his evidence. So let's wait and see. Should be interesting.
Well, this is it, man. It's only been 8 years, and finally, what time is it?
Yeah, exactly. 2022.
Well, I mean, he saw a mountain on the horizon that looked smaller than he thinks it should have. Therefore, a 3959 mile radius globe.
Yeah, where were the measurements of that?
I don't know, but he came to a pretty specific conclusion out of something he just saw. 8 inches per mile squared curvature of the Earth. 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in a vacuum, because that mountain looked a little lower than I thought it should have.
But I bet you if we ask him if he's ever gone out and measured that. Well, I think he said he has. But all we need is a line of sight measurement over water. Why is he measuring over land? Just do it over water, bro. Where's
Dude,
the
I
curved
can't
water?
believe.
Look, if they show the curved water one time, I mean, repeatedly, if they do it repeatedly, that's it. Because 71% of this imaginary globe is supposed to be water. So if they measure curved water, they got 71% of their globe. But unfortunately, we haven't seen any of this ever. That's why we're still here.
Wait, are you the Glober?
No, I'm not.
Go fast.
Who was the Glober?
Go
Not
fast.
even a good Glober, really.
We gotta get to this guy.
Nah, he's just living in his own head. He's not really a tough nut to crack, man. I've seen worse than him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, he prefaces a lot of if it were a globe and imagination. You have to start, just imagine this. We'll just do a thought experiment. That's where he's coming off from.
He's a fan of SpongeBob.
So
the horizon was geometric until refraction ate it.
Exactly. First step in globe is imagine it's a globe. That's the first step.
The sunlight was parallel till it was scattered and diffused.
From their own mouths. Exactly. Parallel. When he's talking about the number penumbra, which is not parallel.
It's parallel until it becomes not parallel for some reason. But it was parallel. Oh, okay, but you needed it to be parallel the whole way.
Finally.
Now he says it's parallel until it hits the atmosphere, then it's not.
Yeah, then it's not parallel anymore, so that really helps.
He said a couple things. He said it when it gets to the edge of the moon, then it changes something. Like, where is he getting all this? I want citation for every statement.
So it is parallel until the part where it actually matters.
He's way behind, yeah. He's way behind on what he's supposed to be posting. He's saying a lot of stuff, but he's not posting the proof. We're all about proofs.
He's making an infographic, so he's drawing us another globe cartoon.
Has he got a pie chart, like flow chart? What's on here?
Dude, I can't believe people still think we live on a freaking ball. It's 2022.
I wonder if he actually even thinks that, judging by the quality of his evidence.
Oh, wait a minute. He dipped. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he left.
Run. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when...
So you know why we're all in here right now? Because we know the truth. We know the truth.
We're here because guys like him couldn't make their point.
Yeah, that too.
No, I was just in here to talk to Lou and Helio. No, I'm just kidding. I was looking for Globers.
Mm-hmm. And if we could help, I mean, I'm not in here a lot, so I mean, do Globers come in here a lot or not really?
On and off. Mainly, we just talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah, I'm just some asshole on the internet. You know, you guys discount.
Yeah, no,
almost everything that I say.
That's right. Oh, is that Larry?
It's me, Helio.
If he truly believed it was a globe, it wouldn't make sense that like nobody has made, like he said, like he's trying to put together something. It's weird that nobody else have done it before him, so he could like just copy paste it, you know. But like he has to create it.
No, but that dude was here for like over 2 hours. Didn't post one proof.
I know.
It was stupid or whatever.
He's typing. I think he's going to drop it now.
I was gonna say, like, you're just concerned about what to do with your Warframe clan, you know, and like.
Oh shit! Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's still sitting there. I got
Those
it.
were the days. No, dude. Yeah, mine is too. Freaking. You got your setup?
I don't know. I haven't played it since pretty much shortly after you stopped playing.
No, but you still got your whole computer.
Yeah, yeah, it's all there. It's not that old. Shit, I bought it like 2 years ago or 3 years ago or something like that.
No.
I mean, what I heard from this last guy was, well, I go out into reality, doesn't match the flat Earth that I'm making up in my head, so it can't be flat. Like, well, dude, no one supports that silly, goofy flat Earth that you're making up in your brain. You're not debunking reality. You're debunking your own silly imagination.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go. Good night.
All right. Have a good night.
Architecture, yeah, you're exactly right, CB. It's just like, hey, all of us have been taught the globe model. Not all of us understand it completely, but since we've been in this discussion for several years, we know what they're saying about it, right? So it's not like you're going to say something that we don't already know. Like, I'm going to show these flat earthers what the globe is all about,
Yeah.
as if they have anything, right?
You hear him retell the story like no one's ever
It's
heard
like,
it before.
bro, I already know it.
Yeah.
Oh, but to be honest, the general public doesn't know some of the shit that we know about what they say about the globe Earth, right?
Yeah, maybe they're saying it to
So
convince
they come in
themselves.
here and say, well, they'll just say, well, gravity, bitch. And it was like, what do you mean by gravity? Well, they can't describe it. And
Exactly.
They try
That's all
to they poorly explain something that we have for years been trying to prove. Literally been trying to prove the thing that they can't even explain.
You know what they do say is like, what do you use for your standard of evidence? What do you? What's your standard of evidence?
Actually, what do you use?
Yeah, what do they
Well,
use?
and that's where it comes to Horizon. We talked about Horizon with that dipshit for over an hour, I think.
Like, why would you have to ask us for standards of evidence if your
Why are
evidence is
you
not
asking a
substantive?
flat Earth person, for the standard of evidence?
Oh, I like it, man.
Well, Central said it best. He pointed out how he wants us to lower our standards first, and then he
Well,
could
sir,
sneak
just-
some proofsies in there.
Yeah, sure, and that's why I
Lower
try
the
to
bar.
meet someone where they are. It's like, oh, what do you mean by that? And get them to talk more than you talk. I mean, you're not. I mean, we are teachers and I won't say preachers, but we've been doing this for quite a long time. So it's just like you just want to edge them into it's like, what do you mean by that? When you say that, what do you mean by it? And
But
you
flat
want them
earther,
to-
can you just lower your standards of evidence a bit?
You know, I'm
Just lower
thinking
the
of
bar a bit, please.
I'm thinking of examples. Like sometimes, if you're on a business trip or something, you pay for something at a restaurant, you need a receipt. It's like, oh well, sir, what kind of evidence do you need? Oh, just give me the receipt, please. But do you have any other standards that you might? It's like, dude, I just need the receipt here. Like, just give me the thing. All right.
That's not a bad point, Davey. I mean, people come in here and say, "Oh, you flat earthers believe this." No, actually, we've taken a good hard look at your standards of evidence for this, and for the most part, you guys don't even understand your own standards of evidence. You're just a believer. So, if you believe this, tell me why you believe it. And,
Well, they're stuck in the mindset of believing things, so they project that onto us here.
Dude, he was saying nothing
and
else
then they
makes
call
sense.
they call us religionists because we believe in a creator.
He was saying, but nothing else
No,
makes sense.
definitely.
Only the globe makes sense. It's like, dude, what? It's easily debunkable. But everything I've been shown only points to a globe. Like, okay, dude.
Except for this and this and that, and the light that was parallel until it got scattered, and then it wasn't parallel, and blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, everybody on Earth, just like I was saying earlier, everybody on Earth observes the sunlight as divergent rays. And he's like, but I have proof that they're parallel, but he couldn't show it.
Yeah, he said it was parallel until it got scattered and diverged in the atmosphere. So not parallel where it mattered.
Well, actually, what he said, it was the only time you can observe the light parallel is when it's a clear day, which is absolutely not true either, because I've seen divergent light.
So it's going to be
Without
perfectly.
clouds. I've seen divergent light from the sun without clouds.
Yeah.
So, because there's still moisture in the atmosphere, you can see the divergent light from the sun.
And then he needs it to be perfectly clear across hundreds of miles too for Eratosthenes to work.
It's just like, all right, well, I don't need that natural observation. As everybody know, it's pretty much appeal to authority. I mean, that's pretty much most of his argument was appeal to authority. So
appeal to folklore.
It was some folklore. I mean, some of us are guilty of that sometimes as well. But as far as this argument goes, it's not even necessary because we have physical evidence that the Earth cannot be the globe they told us it is.
Yeah, you just appeal to Earth. There's Earth. Take a look at it.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah, appeal to Earth. Don't we all live on Earth? Don't we all observe the same thing?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm gonna dip out of here, guys. It's been fun.
Have a good night.
Yeah, peace out.
Bro, it's good to see you again in here, man.
Good job today, brother.
Yeah, I'll stop
awesome.
again just to see what's going on. Poke my head around.
Good stuff, brother. You have a good night.
Yeah. Later, bros.
Have a good one, Miggy. Peace out, man.
Brother.
Maybe we need sometimes to have two Globers, his friend, and he will say, okay, I agree with him, and then that another friend need to repeat all what this guy said, all I did.
That's a good point. I think it's great to put two ballers up against each other. That's a good idea.
We're usually just like searching for any ballers. I don't know how you want to do that.
Well, it's just like, I mean, you could have Matthew in here and another baller. But Matthew's kind of like the standard Globey, but it'd be kind of weird to have two of those type of guys at the same time.
I'm disagree with you. Matthew maybe was a normal Glober.
Yeah,
maybe was.
Matthew's not. Matthew's not a normie Glober. He believes that Jesus makes everything possible and creates balls. So, like,
Matthew's not only that. With all his claims in the last time, Matthew's totally anti-flat earther, man. You cannot call him anymore.
Matthew supports our server, right? Yeah, I mean, Matthew's.
Come on, Helio. We can speak like that about Rumpus. The same. Even Matthew was claiming. Yeah, Matthew, I think, claimed worse thing than Rumpus. That means that Matthew is anti-flat earther more than Rumpus.
Matthew, but at the same time, Rumpus is an asshole. Matthew's not.
Yeah, that's good. Helio, what I like more one asshole than one good, anti-flat earther.
I mean, Matthew knows what we're about. I mean, he's taken more shit from all of us than anybody that's ever been on this server before. And he's still here. So,
Helio, I know what the two Globers could debate. I got a subject for them.
All right.
At what height can you actually see curvature of the Earth?
Ooh, that's a good one. Shoot,
well, they're going to give you like 10 different answers.
Yep.
First of all, they're going to say you have to go to some high altitude, and then they're going to say that they saw the curvature from the ground somewhere, Pontchartrain or whatever.
Dude, those answers will be all over the map. You'll have people say, well, you can see it from always. Or people then the other side of the spectrum saying you can't see it at all.
That was the case with Homeboy earlier. It's just like, well, curvature is... I mean, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, and then you ask him questions about it, and he's like, well, it's not the curvature of the Earth, or there's refraction involved. I mean, pull out a telescope, and you'd be like,
that's when they start tap dancing.
They tap dance all around. And that's when it got ridiculous. I didn't get necessarily involved in that.
Yeah, he was saying, well, the effects of the horizon. It's like, dude.
Yeah, I was
and it wouldn't be, it's not infinite. Bro. Okay, well, it's not infinite.
It's just like, do you think you can find something that's not there with a fucking telescope. Pardon my French, but you can't. If something is supposed to be obscured by the Earth curve, you think you're gonna find it with a telescope? Every time you zoom in with a telescope or a camera, every time you zoom in, you just your length of view actually decreases. So you're only zooming in on a certain point, right? So, and sometimes they'll make some weird idea that's like, if I was in New York, I could see the Eiffel Tower from the shore of New York. I mean, it's like, who told you
That's
that?
incorrect, Elio. The width of your view decreases. The length of your view increases, please.
But you're really just zooming in. It works similar to a microscope, which is absolutely true. Am I wrong about that? Because you're just zooming until you see something you should not be able to see. Now with a microscope, you're just zooming in on a plate. Holy shit! When you zoom in with a telescope across the sea, you're just zooming in. But if the Earth was a globe, to be honest, you wouldn't be able to see over 1,200 miles away to see the Eiffel Tower from New York. That would be ridiculous. Who in their right mind would think that you'd be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York if you had a powerful?
But if it was flat, then I could definitely see that.
I bet you could.
Yeah, so dumb, dude.
Let's say I have radio show, and now on radio I need to have 5 minutes for the news, for meteorological news, and I'm now saying today weather will be 35 degrees, and because of this phenomenon we will see today more than usually.
More than usually.
Yeah, because today it's this kind of refraction. Today we will see more than usual.
Sure, because refraction has to do with everything.
And then because people are traveling, with the ships and everything, with the cars and everything.
That's the blank argument, right? It's just like, you didn't consider. Well, of course you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York that day because you'll never be. It doesn't matter what type of. If you're gonna use a telescope. Which nobody ever does, by the way. Looking across Earth, nobody would ever do it. This is what's so ridiculous about their argument. You would never be able to use a telescope to look horizontally across Earth. That's ridiculous. Well, especially, even if you had they have telescopes that look at space and they're all across the planet, but they never point them horizontally to see if they can see fucking Mount Fuji or freaking Everest or anything. They don't point them that way because guess what? That's not the way that shit works.
Yeah, I've always found that really goofy. Like people, they'll point a telescope up and think they can see.
I'm talking about optical telescopes.
All right, Helio, you can go.
I'm just talking about optical telescopes. We can go into radar arrays and shit. I have some more shit to say about that too. But anyway.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking because of Black Swan. If they say refraction, I'm asking, what is with water immediately behind already? Is it physical or optical? If they say optical,
well, it's definitely optical. I mean, it's just somebody with his camera that went down to the shore and took a picture of these freaking barges.
And you take a boat, Helio, and go there and show that it's physical.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, I mean, I trust the BLMS B69 videos. I have a feeling that if you just launched from shore and went to there, it's going to be is the distances are going to be accurate. So, I don't think that's inaccurate at all. Do you think they're closer or further? Which that's not the actual argument.
So, Helio, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have a presentation. Did that guy bounce?
No.
Wasn't he going to show us the globe curve presentation or something?
If I ran him off, probably my bad. Probably my bad.
Man, I had the popcorn out and everything. I was going to stay up for another 20 minutes.
Hey, still cook that popcorn, bro. We got some more shit to talk about.
The problem is
because we've been dealing with that dipshit for like over 3 hours now, I think, and he really didn't have anything to offer as evidence for the globe Earth, and so
he's going to come in tomorrow with a PowerPoint presentation, maybe.
Really, you're gonna come with one?
No, I'm just saying. I'm guessing that guy might. He's going to stay up.
I might if we work together. I might just like give a simple presentation of how the Earth cannot be a globe. I could do it in fucking 5 slides.
I can do it in 5 seconds. There's no fucking cart.
Oh God, Dave, man, it's good to hear from you, brother. Hope you're doing well, man.
I still exist, and whatever this is, y'all continue.
And by the way, if I come in here, in whatever version I am in, and I apologize if you guys feel like I'm disrupting. That's fine. You can say, "Hey, Hideo, shut up." I'll shut up. You fucking you fucking guys just roll on just like we always do. I fucking love you guys. This is what we do. This is our purpose, man.
Why yesterday wasn't ladies' night?
Well, I mean, you can't have ladies' night if there's no fucking ladies in there. So
yesterday was Monday.
It was Friday. It was Friday. It was Friday yesterday.
No, you're
Monday.
Today's Wednesday.
There's a couple of ladies in there. I was listening a little while, but I'm just saying, ladies, hey.
Joking because of Miggy. Because
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
I know Miggy said it's Saturday.
I was talking about last Friday. It's just like it's usually on Friday, but the ladies' night thing. It's just like if there's not enough ladies that show up, we'll just continue as.
And we can just all identify as ladies. It's
yeah, we might as well, motherfucker.
Are we sure that it's Wednesday?
No, but in all honesty, I think we could jazz up and do some different events. I've thought of like 3 different events that we could possibly do.
I've always been in support of that because we do this 24 hours a day. But if you guys have some ideas about just some different events that we can do for an hour, a couple hours, and you guys want to invite other people and have a conversation, I'll help support that as much as I can. But I'm just a fucking 9-to-5er that just hits restart on the 12-hour show.
I can make a presentation about proof and evidence.
Sure. Where does it start? Where does it start with your proven evidence? What does it start with? Flat Earth?
No. Definitions, proof, and evidence. The presentation, all that.
CB had some good show ideas. What were they, CB? One of them is court case, right?
Yeah, one of them is like flat Earth, court day. You got to roll up with your little briefcase, your lawyer, present your case.
So this is like an essential, it's like a legal thing, but not really legal. It's just it's a presentation of what if flat Earth were a legal thing. Is this what you're talking about, CB?
Yeah, no. So it's like, well, you know how people always tend to appeal to motive and appeal to credentials, appeal to authority.
So
If
we
you're a
could make
lawyer,
we could make a presentation.
yeah, go ahead, Helio.
No. I'm sorry. I'm being an idiot. I'm
Well, just
interrupting.
let me finish, and then you can respond. But
all right, I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, well, imagine you're a lawyer and you're in a courtroom, and you're like, well, I've been a lawyer for 50 years. It's like, okay, well, do you have evidence for your case, for your client? So I think a court setting would prevent a lot of these fallacies, and it would really, hopefully, it would get them to start presenting evidence as a judge would require. So go ahead.
Oh, I was wondering, are you talking about like presenting a fictional case for flat Earth? Is that what you're?
No, if you're like
I think he's pointing out that the peer review process is flawed.
Yeah, but I mean, who the fuck are you gonna go up against? Freaking prove like. But I mean, just a fictional case. I mean, if we just made a story,
nothing fictional, Helio. Nothing. We're not talking about doing fictional.
It's never fictional. I mean, we're totally honest about flat Earth. We're flat Earth.
Yeah.
But we could make a story, and we could actually make a. Well, never mind. I mean, if you don't want to do that, but
well, CB, real quick, I was fixing that.
But actually, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think you're getting it, Helio. But
okay,
the Globe claim is on trial. I'm picturing like the Globe claims are on trial. We're not trying to prove anything. We're asking them to prove their case, right, CB?
All right, on trial where?
Here, here in the server.
Somebody will be the judge, somebody will be the Globe lawyer, somebody will be the Flat Earth lawyer. And you'll have objections that's sustained. Every time the Globe says a fallacy, it's going to be sustained by the judge.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be, it would be some kind of fun. If you roll in here, if you're a Glober, you got to put your tie on. And
Certainly, it would be better than the bullshit that happened for like 3 hours earlier.
That Zen Garcia case is actually a pretty good precedent. Actually, set like
yeah, that was good. That was good.
The judge in a court setting said, "No, you haven't proven your case, not by like law definition."
So in this concept, in this concept, who's gonna be the defense lawyer?
Any of us. We just need someone to be a judge.
No, wait. Well, I mean,
someone
so you wouldn't choose a Glober. It's both of us are flat earthers. Defense and claimant. All the other one. Both of us are flat earthers, and we just put on a show.
No, like we.
Helio, please just shut up.
Yeah, maybe you should be. Maybe you should shut up, Helio.
Well, I definitely will, and I want to hear this concept. I'm curious about this.
Yeah, so we get people coming here. It's an event, right? So you could ping VC verify, that kind of thing. So we're looking for the people to join the event. And if you're going to speak up about the Globe, all right, great. Present your case. All rise. There's a whole jury here listening. Anyone can be the lawyer on the flat Earth side. I think any of us would be capable of that. About finding a good judge would be a little challenging. Maybe see what QE's up to, or somebody
it's definitely Crypto. You already know
Crypto. Yeah, that's great too. Yep,
definitely.
So when one of those guys, somebody like that could be a good judge. That'd be helpful. But yeah, that'd be fun. If somebody wants to set this up, that'd be a fun day. But that's just one of the.
No, I thought you were about to describe the whole proceeding to me, but I'm the asshole for asking questions about because I listen.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Have you been to court before, Helio?
Well, I listen to a lot.
Or he always ducks the guy who's handing out the subpoena.
No, I don't.
Well, I don't have to
Bro,
explain the whole procedure.
I go to court
I'm
when
sure
I
you're
need to
aware
go
of
to
how
court.
court
Man,
works.
hold
You have to
on,
present
hold
your
on.
case. You
Have
don't
you ever
bring up
watched Law and Order, Helio? Come on, man.
Hey, come on, man.
What?
Yeah, Chris, I've been listening to everything you say. And I just come back
If you're gonna
and
do a
listen to Flat.
pretend court proceeding, we're actually gonna need Isa here.
Did you
So
hear?
that motherfucker is gonna be Isa Mahalski is gonna be my defense lawyer, and y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna win.
Hey, Helio. Did you hear Larry trying to speak?
I did, but he knows. He knows what I do.
Stop rumpusing the room. Let him speak.
Yeah, let Larry speak.
Oh, Helio, you were there. Tell him about Issa Mahalski. Fire floor. Go ahead, bro. Just floor.
Yeah, wouldn't he be the best defense lawyer you could have? In a mock situation, at least.
We've had our share of fake lawyers that came through this server. Somebody could employ one of them.
Yeah, there was a Simon Dan's lawyer talking about suing the server and stuff.
Trustworthy.
So Simon Dan had a lawyer come into the server and talk to us?
No,
It was a
that's not
LARP.
really what I was referring to. I'd like to hear more about that too.
I think it was a LARP more than anything. It was just some dude kind of clowning on Simon Dan.
Oh, they hate us because they ain't us, right, Crit?
Yeah.
No, dude, we've had our members, and like literally, I don't want to create drama about it, but like guys like shit, what was his fucking name? I banned his ass. Anyway, we've had people come in like just nonstop talking law, like where they're.
A lot of people have opinions
they pretend
about
like
law,
they
yeah.
know it all, but then when you ask them like what cases have you won, they're like they just completely detract.
Well,
Like,
sure. For the most
Yeah,
part, people that study this, they're just like, all right, here's the way I'm gonna defend myself, and they're gonna go pro se. But should you or should you not? It depends on what you're charged with. So but I don't blame anyone for hiring a lawyer because
no. Well, the lawyers are you really can't get through the legal system without a lawyer. Like if you go in without one, you're pretty much fucked.
Yeah. So that's but
And if you go in with one, you're pretty much fucked.
yeah, but at the same time, yeah. So
I went up against a lawyer. I went up against a team of lawyers.
You fucked me 2 times. I'm gone away. It's like the Doors, right?
Never
But
forget, your lawyer who's speaking for you, he's on their side. He's not on your side. I know he told you he's on your side, but he's on their side.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Well, that's not always true though. Like, there's plenty of people who have lawyers that are in their family. If their family gets in trouble, they have their own family member, friggin' who is
doesn't
go fucking save their ass.
It
Like,
doesn't always
what I
work
mean?
that way. If you're from an affluent family, the lawyers will save. Well, they'll freaking protect the family like nobody business.
I mean, if you're part of the brotherhood, if you're part of the brotherhood, yes, you may get some leeway.
Yeah, but if you just like, hey, I got charged with whatever, and then he's like, I'm going to you, and then you have to pay him $1,000, $2,000, like protect me in court, and he's like, here's what I'm gonna do. I made a deal with the prosecutor. What's gonna happen is they make a deal with the prosecutor, and then you have to pay a certain amount, maybe spend a few weeks in jail, and then it's like, and then you still have to pay that lawyer
So
after you get out.
You've just proven that you know the whole process in court.
Fuck
so,
yeah, I know fucking how.
Okay, dude. You're like, well, I need CV to explain it to me because it's his idea.
No, but the lawyer the whole time should be like, bro, I'm on your side. I'm making a deal with the prosecutor. I mean, I'm doing the best I can do for you because I care about you, but he really only cares about the fucking money. Anyway, that's the way it works.
Right. So what didn't you understand about what CB was saying like 5 minutes ago?
Oh, well, I was just letting everyone know that was ignorant about the process.
He was just salty because I
how
told him
it
to be
works.
quiet.
I mean, because if you've been through the system, then you understand that the lawyers, they'll act like they give a fuck about you, but they're really actually just kind of like, it's like, I want to make myself look good amongst the other, the other lawyers.
Bro, what are you
I'm
talking
a
about,
defense
man?
lawyer. I'm a prosecutor. This is the way the system works.
Might be time for a smoke break.
You mean my smoke break or yours? Because I was thinking
Helio,
the
go take
same
a smoke
exact
break.
thing.
Helio, go take a smoke break.
Both of us, Helio. We both need a smoke break at this point. Shit.
Fucking A. The disconnect is real, dude.
I know.
And there's this article on the Discord, Wikipedia stuff, or not really Wikipedia, but their information thing about how to deal with high conflict people. And it kind of breaks down this clinical psychologist who explains that the people who are doing this stuff, like coming back with stock accounts, constantly trying to disrupt, that they think that they're fighting against some higher, some system.
Yeah, no, I think that's the only way that it works. Like we often talk about them being paid and shit like that, or a part of an organization, or even the military, even. Which, look, they admit like they do stuff like that. So that's not what outside of the realm of possibility. But like most of these people don't need to be coerced or paid.
No, they'll do it for free.
No, like they just do it on their own. That's it.
Someone's hot miking. Can't tell. Oh, that's CB.
No, I think Lou has some feedback actually.
Oh, okay.
There's a fan in the background. It's on low, but you might hear it.
No, it's just looping audio.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's cool. Just turn your gate up a little bit. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, no big deal. I just was trying to. Okay. So anyway, in this article, it says here: keep in mind that they've created you as their nemesis, so they want to punish you. And sometimes playing along is what they're looking for, but doesn't mean it's like the incorrect thing to do. Because the goal is to get them to stop, right? Is to get them to start listening or adding something to the conversation.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So like it can be different ways of getting there, right? Like so maybe moderation might work for one person or moderation might not work for someone else. But really to get them to say like what are they mad about? They come to a flat earth space. Why are you mad about flat earth? And when they can't articulate it, because they don't really, a lot of these guys don't know what's the problem. They just kind of think something's there. Like, or they might have this weird idea that like, flat earth is an insult to all of humanity. Okay.
I've noticed, Crit, that you talk often, like on a psychological level. Do you have education in psychology or no?
No, I just kind of think about the whole idea with environmental conditioning. Like what it would mean for the globe or the flat earth to be true. Like it would affect people on a very spiritual and psychological level.
Yeah, I think it's cool that you do often bring that aspect. Like most of us don't really touch on that all that often. Like
that's the most important bit. That's the most important bit.
No, but there's certain things that we hit on over and over again. But it's like like cogdis. That's a psychology thing, right? Like,
yeah.
But we just keep saying it and saying it and saying it. You know, like
Yeah.
Made me
I
think
actually
of
really love this angle. I love the angle Crit brings. It's like I call it setting the table. It's something I do a lot. Okay, so who's claiming what about the horizon? You know, so it's like we gotta set the table first before we eat. And I think that's
Me
sort of what you do a lot, Crit, which I like. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Andy.
You remember the movie Fifth Element with the big blob that they keep firing missiles at, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger? That's exactly what you just reminded me of that. There, it's like Donald Trump, right? You know, everybody. Oh my God, who's this fucking crazy narcissist dude? What? But you can't stop looking. You go, oh, what's he saying now? What's he saying now? And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's like, don't feed it. Don't feed it. Hello. Well, people can't help themselves. And that's what you just reminded me on there. And I keep seeing it in these, like under Nathan Oakley's chat. I just want to say, don't reply. Just don't reply. But people can't help themselves. So, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, man. There's a balance, right? There's a balance between like feeding a troll and getting reps for yourself. You know what I mean? So, but I definitely think that there is a line there somewhere.
I'm a pretty analytical person, and so I'm like looking at this in a way that it's too structured for most flat earthers, I know, but like it's like if you could assemble a team, like you got a guy who's just like all analytical, another guy who's all psychological, another guy who's all, you know, but has his shit down. Like whatever you have, I don't know what the combination would be, but you have like a panel of 3 or 4 guys, you know, that between the 3 of them, they're each individually different in what they're focused on, but hammering it home.
Yes, Lou. Yes, I've been thinking this for a while. That's one of my favorite elements of this whole server and like being a flat earther. Is like there are different styles, different. It's like there's, you know, if you're starting 5, you have different. Everyone's playing a different role. So I really like that you brought that up. Yeah, I've been thinking this for a little while now. It's like MMA. I'm in MMA, right? And there's a thing called MMA math, and it doesn't work, right? So fighter A beats fighter B. Fighter B beats fighter C, and like they don't all. It doesn't work the way you think it would. So there's different styles. They say styles make fights. So yeah, you put in a certain player that would work well. Like Crit was saying, like you there's no one way. So sort of jump on your point, Lou, but I really like that. I agree with it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you like it. You ran with it a little bit, and but I don't disagree with any of it. So cool. Yeah, like that's exactly what I was getting into. Is that so many of people in here have a lot to offer, and in different specialities, and not necessarily because they have professional training in it or schooling, right? You know, but a lot of people still can add a lot of value. They have merit on their own grounds. You know, like they've proven themselves. And if you can find the right combination of people, often a Glober comes in and everybody wants to jump because we're just waiting for one. But like, and it sucks if you're not gonna fit into that conversation. It sucks. It's hard, but it'd be nice to coordinate in a way where it's like we know this combination of people like seems to do really well together. You know, like be strategical about it.
Yo, that's funny. Yeah, get a buddy, a debate buddy. I feel like me and Central sometimes we work well together because we have a similar style. But yeah, that's a good point there as well. Get the starting 5. Right? We need a lineup.
I was going to claim Central because I kind of go abstract into space a little bit, and then Central brings me back to the Earth. So
yeah, he's always bringing it back. Always bringing it back.
And like,
Together
let's
and
say
send-
you could
send Larry some
have a
money
team too
for
for
a
like
mic.
sorry, you could have a team too for like so. I mean, often we don't want to go too biblical, but if you get that guy in that comes in that he believes in creation and God and all that stuff, but he just doesn't believe in flat Earth. Like, I could definitely select a team for that. You know what I mean? Like, there's and people need to recognize those situations and be like, oh, okay, these people in this room right now are usually really good in this topic. I'm going to step back, for now. And when what I'm good at comes up, that's when I'm going to come in. But often we're fighting for the mic and fighting each other and derailing from whatever's happening with the Glober, and
Yeah,
it's counteractive.
the mic sharing is probably one of the more difficult parts. But overall, just like a pro tip for everybody, like grab the mic, get your point in, and pass it off. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think I'm pretty good at that. I think I'm just gonna brag on myself. Like I think I'm pretty good at like getting in, getting my point, being concise, and then offering it to someone else. I don't know. Am I wrong?
I would say most of the time that's true, but that's probably true for all of us.
Just need a new mic, Larry. That's all. Just get a new headset, dude.
Yeah, someone pass him a mic. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I'll send you $20. I swear. Because
Hey, on that point, I really like what you guys are talking about. Should we just stay here, or should we, Crit sent me a link to another server. Said, hey man, I think you'll really enjoy this, and I've been there. These guys are pretty cool. They're starting a flat Earth section in their server, and it's just like we don't always have to hang out here, but we always do. So should this be the only place we hang?
All right, well, I like where you're going with that. So, like, I talked about having teams. That this group of 3 or 4 works well together, and maybe they handle this topic well. Maybe you found another server you want to go in and talk about flat Earth. If you find out that server that you're going in happens to be a faith-based server in religion, well, I know what team I want to send to that.
Yeah, I mean,
if they're a science-based server, I've got another list of people I'd like to send to them.
Sure. Yeah. And I haven't joined that server yet that Crit sent me. I'm going to join it right now. And if they want to talk about flat Earth, I'd gladly join with Crit and talk to them.
So I was just going to say, you reminded me, CB, of that brilliant speech by Bruce Lee where he sort of talked about being like water. That was the whole point of it, is to adapt to whichever fighting style, the style of no style. It's an absolutely beautiful speech, and I know everybody knows it here. I hope they do. And it's definitely worth looking up because...
Sure, now's a good time, Helio.
Say that again.
Great point, Andy. Great point there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. Larry, did you say something?
What'd
He
you
was
say?
just saying something to Helio.
What'd you say, Larry? Larry was breaking up. Can you repeat what you said, Larry? Wallington.
Water, my friend.
It's water. Water.
What did he say? What did he go? The teapot. I like when he says teapot.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
You put water into
My
a
hand
becomes the body. You put it in
my
a teapot, it becomes the teapot.
Tip me over and pour me out.
Bruce Lee's a gangster.
Dude, you should cover that in a heavy metal song.
I probably should. It's like,
just not
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
I didn't say hair metal. Are you fucking 90?
I
What the
don't
fuck's
know.
wrong with you?
Fucking A. I was just made shit up off the top of my head. Fucking A. I could come up with something really crazy. I've been, guilty pleasure. I watched some of the freaking America's Got Talent videos and shit, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit. 12-year-olds that can sing like angels and shit. I'm like, what the entire fuck is going on? It was like when I was 12, I could sing pretty goddamn good, but not like that.
Not look. People are, who are well-to-do, so to speak, or even just moderately well off, are sending their kids at an early age to go become soccer athletes, stars.
On that point,
And
I watched a video of AGT, it's American Got Talent, of people that they just picked up off the street, and they went to, and it was like, what's your story? Well, I just performed in the subway in New York, and this fucking dude ripped it, bro. I was like, but anyway, I mean, who knows with those.
Anyway, my point was that at an early age, like somehow, like many parents, they're afraid to let their kids go out and play without their supervision or without a chaperone or an adult. So they have to put them in, organized sports and, stuff like that.
Sure.
And that's how the kids get their activities. So like, yeah, like these kids are getting trained early and blah, blah, blah. And the parents are hoping
wait.
The parents are hoping that they can cash in on it, whatever it is.
Check this out, though. I'm a singer. And actually, I love the song you did, but I'm a singer, but you're not.
No. I'm a terrible singer. What was
but
great
I loved your freaking cover and shit. I mean, it's really good.
Thank you, because I put a lot of work into it. Like, it's just
for me when I do something like that, it's effortless for me.
Well,
but
but no. But the thing is that the reason why it's hard for me to cover something or whatever else is like, again, I have to go over it. I want it to sound like the original. I'm too picky about that. Like you would go out there
because you
would go out there and be like, I'm going to make this my own.
Do you think Weird Al Yankovic cared if it sounded like them? It didn't sound like them. He was the best parody artist.
I don't know. Look, I'm pointing it out because I know it's a flaw with me with music. Like if I'm doing a cover, I want it to sound like similar to the original at least.
Yeah, me too.
I want it to capture the feel.
But it hold on, Lou. It definitely sounds like you. So fuck them. And when I do a parody, it sounds like me, so fuck them all, and that's fine, so anyway, so it's like when you go on America's Got Talent, which I never have, but when I see, like, I've seen some videos in the past couple of days of some freaking 12, 13-year-olds go on America's Got Talent, fucking just blow everybody's mind. I was like, how the fuck are you 13 years old and can sing like that? It's freaking insane. And it kind of reminds me of like Michael Jackson.
But you're talking about kids on TV. I seriously, the shit I've seen, I don't doubt that they're goddamn fucking robots. They might not even be real children.
Sure. I mean, it's Hollywood, so they were chosen and they were just put up there. I get that. But the whole stage is like, hey, we're going to act like we didn't hear them before, and then just give a presentation. It's like, oh, I know how that shit works.
My intervention the other day went well.
What was your intervention?
Yeah, that's why I was afraid to do it, because you really need to talk to a sober person
can you
for them to
sing?
hear it.
Oh, intervention.
I came in now talking about alcoholics. Remember, Helio?
Oh, really? I mean, am I causing problems?
No, not really. It's just I don't think it looks good if somebody, is listening in. They want to hear something about flat Earth, and then all they hear is a drunk. Oh, they're drunks. They just all look at them. They're just trash.
No, and
I get
here
that.
I am.
I get that. I
I'm buzzing
apologize
pretty good
for it.
myself, and I'm sure people have picked up on it. So, but here's what I'm gonna say: like, we're still here, just trading free thought. We happen to be streaming it. You're right; it doesn't necessarily look good, but all of the philosophers throughout history happen to get a little bit, squishy on some freaking drink or something from here and there, and it helps to lubricate the gears. It helps to open up your words and thought and portray them. It's as long as you don't take it too far. If you're not being belligerent and stuff like that, I really don't see a problem with it. But then again, here I am, of course, having a couple of drinks, right?
So am I, but it's just like what's so bad about? Am I making some bad arguments?
What's so bad about being belligerent?
Well, I mean, belligerent. If I was belligerent drunk, which
you
I have
are a
been
belligerent
before,
drunk, Helio.
I can be, and I can be totally out of control sometimes. But I don't think I am tonight.
Oh no, I was just going to lead off from what the other guy was saying about, from a psychological aspect. You see, because the ultimate battle, of course, is with oneself. That's what we need to. That's what I want to focus on. I know it's difficult right now for you.
Sure, and
that's the most important battle of all. You see, because we love to battle other people, so we don't have to face that thing, whatever it is. We've all got skeletons, and I think there's some inherent stuff in there as well that nobody wants to face.
Sure,
but unless you face it, you'll never get sober unless you face it, my friend. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, is that the goal, to get sober?
Well, if you want to be coherent,
either that or the great.
No. I don't think that should be the focus. Like, it should be to have a clear head and to have a good understanding. Like, you don't have to be completely straight edge and like eating only vegetables.
I've been to meetings, if that's what you're asking. I've been to meetings.
Oh, I've never been to a meeting. I've listened to all the meetings. Incidentally, that's a good point. You can listen to the meetings, AA meetings on YouTube, and I'd highly recommend to anybody.
I've actually been to a few, so it's just
I'm not affiliated with Alcoholics Anonymous.
I'm not them, that way. I'm not saying I'm not a drunk, but it's not. I'm just saying I'm not.
What he was saying, Anthony Hopkins has got a wonderful AA tape. He's got a tape and a video.
Anthony Hopkins,
probably be Tony H.
Wait, Anthony Hopkins, the actor.
Yeah, the actor. Yeah, it's great.
Well, send me a link. I'll check it out.
It's definitely.
I was wondering if can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
we can hear you, Larry.
So we were talking about psychology the other day, and I mentioned this a few times. I apologize if you heard it before, but I was thinking about how new people come in, the Glovers, and a lot of things they do, they're acting like children. And I kind of thought to myself, like, is it possible these people are like reverting back to their childhood when they were told about the Glober, and they were taught everything back in kindergarten and early school, right? And in a lot of ways, they act like children when they first come in here, right? And we say, oh, they got cog this, and what do? We give them a little time out, right? We kind of put their nose in the corner, and they go to cog this. So, and then after a while, it fades away, like the inner child, it fades away, and then we can start having emotionless conversations. So something I kind of noticed about this place, like we all knew it subconsciously, the cog dis was the inner child acting out. We put them in cog dis for like a week, and then we can eventually talk to them like normal,
That's a good point, Larry. Very good point.
Yeah, well, I mean, without necessarily calling certain people out, well, actually, I won't even ask that question. Anyway, that's the way it goes. But I know a lot of times, people can tell I'm I've been drinking and stuff. I mean, I'm kind of notorious for it, which is, it's sort of embarrassing to me, a lot of times. But I think I make some decent points most of the time.
Dude, I mean, I've got to say, when I was drinking constantly, I wasn't a sloppy drunk. I wasn't falling around. I wasn't, it's just in the morning I was so shaky that, well, it's not very nice. And
Well, it's
I
never
needed
nice. I just want to make,
to
make
just
sure that.
come
I mean,
round
I don't
something.
want to be, I want to make myself like an idiot, but I am notorious for it, But I don't think I've destroyed, my reputation by showing up drunk here sometimes.
You're worried about your reputation, Helio?
No, I'm not. But for the most part, I don't think I have. So that's all I'm saying.
Wait, you haven't ruined your reputation? What is that reputation?
Well, that's for you to figure out, bro.
No, I want to know what you think it is.
Some fighting words.
No, it's not really. I'm not intending a fight. I'm just trying to get realization.
Well, sure. I mean, I get
just playing around, bro.
messages, in through the platform, through emails and shit. People email and message me all the time. It's not like they're really taking that in consideration, as if it's necessarily going to affect how they're begging to be in a part of the part of the server, part of the YouTube channel. So as far as the platform goes, I don't. I know I'm being a dick, but when I just calm down, even if I'm drinking, I just talk to you guys. That's basically what I'm getting at. I don't think I'm an over bloviated dickhead. When I
Bro, go back and listen to yourself talk. Every time you talk at the same time someone else talks, you take up your voice like a few notches so that you're over talking just a little bit.
Oh, do you want me to go up a couple notches and
No.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I ain't gonna lie. You guys are right, but all right. So the only feedback I get about that is never. So, all right. So Helio is just some drunk idiot. That's just. And it's like the only feedback I get is like, "Can you unban me?" What feedback do you guys?
That's not called feedback, dude. That's people taking advantage of you to try to get unbanned.
All right. So how much feedback do you get, Lou?
0. Like hardly anybody contacts me.
Yeah, I know. But people like me.
Yeah, no.
They like me.
People
It's
like
not
me,
because I'm
people like
drunk.
me, but I don't accept their friend requests. Fuck them.
I don't either. I'm just saying, even though I have, I'm inebriated, I can still pay attention to what the fuck's going on, bro.
My point is that there's something inside that I can't really explain what it is, but it wants you dead, and it's winning in your case, Helio. Absolutely. Carl Jung called it the shadow.
What wants me dead? What wants me dead?
Oh, Eckhart Tolle calls it the emotional pain body. The Jews called it the Yetzer Hara. It was put into man when he was made. I don't know what it is,
What
but
if
I know it's
defy that motherfucker? What if I defy that shit?
Losing to it. That's the point.
Really?
Yes, it's winning and it's destroying you. So what are you going to do about it?
Alcohol will. We're not going to go through my bullshit here online.
That's the point,
I
isn't
can
it?
tell you a real life. I mean, I don't even really want to do it actually on the live stream, but maybe I will.
See, that's the point. You don't want to
here's-
deal with
here-
it.
No. Here's a real story from a real friend that I had who ended up dying. Okay, like in my early 20s, and premonition like that I had leading up to it. It fucking weird. Like, so I mean, obviously, if you are hanging out with a party group of people and they're all doing drugs and alcohol and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you expect consequences might happen, but you don't ever expect it's going to happen to you. But what's weird is, like, there was one particular person in our little clique of people who was sure taking a little too far, and maybe it's just good insight, like maybe it's good intuition, whatever. But like, in a chat with my friend, I'm driving down the road and we're talking about our friend Brandon, and I said to I said to my friend, at the time, you have to understand, it felt like I had just like an epiphany, you know, like I just all of a sudden it hit me, and I like felt. I'm pretty empathetic. Like I don't know.
Right, you felt like he was having some real problems.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I just brought it up to my friend, and I was like, you know, Brandon, like something about what's going on. I for some reason I have a bad feeling, and I don't know if he's gonna. I think something bad's gonna happen with him very soon. And the truth is that I was afraid to say that I thought he was gonna die.
Yeah, but he wouldn't believe you even if you told him.
And sure enough, like it was like 2 weeks passed, and all of a sudden one day he went missing. We all met every day after work, you know, like, and hung out at this house and drank beer and listened to fucking techno music, fucking. And like, not techno, but whatever, EDM. It was mostly house. It was actually mostly house. If you want to get specific.
And so he's just not there, and he's not there, and you're just like, holy fuck, where the fuck is Brendan? And you couldn't find him, and then what happened?
You don't have to try to guess the rest of the story, but you're not far off. Like, no, in the morning, one morning, I was a apprentice electrician at the time, and on the radio, and this is very rare, they never do this, but there's a bridge in Milwaukee where there's like, I don't know, it's the biggest bridge in Milwaukee, the Hone Bridge, and they announced on the news that like 2 people committed suicide the night before by jumping off the bridge in 2 separate incidences, and something about it when I heard it at like 7:30 in the morning while at work.
No,
like I was like, I right away. I just
fuck.
in my head, I was like, that's Brandon. I knew it was Brandon. I knew like, and it bothered me. And then at the end of the day ended. I went to the house where we all hung out, chilled, blah blah blah. And Brandon wasn't there. And they're like, "Where has anybody seen Brandon?" Like, you know, like. And he left his like wallet behind and fucking and I said like there was no reason to suspect that he might have done this, but I told the people that were in the house, I was like you know what I heard on the news, and they were like, don't even say such a thing,
Damn, Lou, with all the shit you've been saying for the past few days, and now you're saying this, a friend of yours fucking...
Yeah, dude, no, I have premonitions, man. I fucking do. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Motherfucker, if you guys ever hear that I commit suicide, you know, I've done some fucking twisted shit, but I will never commit suicide.
Yeah, anyway, so then all of a sudden, like 20 minutes later, 15 minutes later, like all of a sudden a phone call, somebody gets a phone call, like, and what, you know, in shock. And everybody's like, what did they say? You know, like, and all of a sudden, sure enough, we find out that our friend had committed suicide by jumping off the bridge.
My God.
You know, and like, dude, I don't know. It's just it was a very almost psychedelic feeling experience. Like when you're in that state, like I'm seeing things before they happen, just only slightly, you know, like or having. It's just instinctual. It's not like I'm really seeing it. It's just that like I had a feeling, you
If
know,
you
and
want to
like
talk about spiritual stuff, I've been listening to an audiobook on YouTube about that's not not on a bridge. Well, but it's similar to like being on a bridge, but it's someone killing themselves. But with the whole story is around about hanging and shit. This is really weird, bro.
Hey, you like audiobooks?
Yeah, I listen to audiobooks. I listen to that shit more than I listen to you bastards.
What kind of audiobooks do
It's
you
just
like?
like murder mysteries and sci-fi and shit. I listen to all that shit all day long.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a good book to listen to. If you like murder stuff, at least.
Sure, I mean, that doesn't have to necessarily do with murder. It just has to be a good story. I don't give a fuck if it's about murder. It just has to be a good story.
All right. Well, I mean, I suggest you listen to The Butcher. It's called The Butcher.
I think I might have listened to that before. Can you send me a link? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's about this guy karate. Crazy book.
All right, well, send me a link and then I'll listen to that one after I finish this next book.
And yeah, no problem, no problem.
This guy, supposedly friggin'. I'm not going to give any spoilers about this book. Pretty trippy. There's some S&M shit involved.
So anyway, going back to what we're talking about, Lou's story. This poor kid, what the Jews call the Yetzer Hara, the wayward spirit, it won the battle quite clearly.
Dude,
And, how old was this guy, Lou?
At the time, he was probably like 20, 21, 22. I forget exactly. But
That's
yeah,
really tragic.
Yeah. No, here's what you were just getting into. Actually, is quite amazing too. Yes, the guy did trip on a lot of psychedelics and stuff.
Yeah, but
he may have lost his mind. He was hold on. He was like a DJ. He was a house DJ. Fucking, he used to do a lot of like Chicago raves and shit like that. And fucking, and this is like in the late '90s, so like back before raves sucked. Like, and so yeah, drugs could have driven him crazy, but there was many times where without being drug induced, yeah, probably because of his past drug experience, it might have something to do with it. But he literally talked often about seeing demons hovering over people, like just hanging out over their shoulder, like kind of like the cartoons and shit, like just demons hanging out over people.
So you heard him say that while you were hanging out with him?
He would talk. There was one, like only a couple of nights before he actually did it, or the night before even. He talked about he broke the side. Everybody was dancing to music and whatever, having a good time, and all of a sudden he kind of like broke all that, and everybody was eerily listening to him for no reason. Like it's just you wouldn't normally do this, but.
And he was tripping on acid.
And he told this girl Lindy that was not normally there, and he's like, everybody in this room has demons above them except for you. And I don't know. It's just weird. He literally was visualizing like good and evil that was clinging on to people, and then the next day he freaking did that. And yeah, it was all fucked up.
Was she a churchgoer? He was undiagnosed Hey Lou, is it possible that he was an undiagnosed schizophrenic? Because that's kind of what that sounds like.
Yeah, it's possible, but no, I think it was drug induced. So,
Do you think?
Yeah, but was she
Hey,
a
dude, I've
churchgoer?
taken more acid than any of you motherfuckers probably have ever taken. No, that's just an assumption. But
Was she a church